And I am live. Right then, let's go kick some ass. As per usual, I'm going to be doing my raid roulette first. Let's see what they need. No, not healing another after the palaver that was the last one. So what I'm going to do is just tank it. Straight in. See what I've got. I've completely gone to turn the fucking thing again. Oh, so we're in Alexander, the Fist of the Sun. Decent look at least. Decent gear. Everyone's here. Well, it's actually got mechanics, so I'll take over the tank. Like a bitch. There we go. So I may get triple shooters. This guy used to be tricky. Oh yeah. If he'll die before the bombs go off, we basically murdered him. There we go, that is my warm-up roulette done. Oh, hello Tammy, you feeling any better? Yeah, that's good at least. I know we've had a rough time with it recently. Yeah. Oh, that's new. I have no idea what this music is. Oh gee, yeah, that's sometimes what you need to do. Right. Well, thank you. Happy Halloween. I've not had any trick-or-treaters, which is good because I haven't got any sweets. No, it's not that one. That's Titan. Right then, it's this bit. But yeah, I've got some. It is just gone past. It's nearly 8 at night. Right, so. So yeah, we're now going through New Game Plus. We're now going through the post-game of Realm Reborn, and I need to figure out where the fuck I am. Price of Twin Principles, that's at... Oh, it's over there. Yeah, I tend not to get many trick-or-treaters. There's not many kids living around this area, you see. I mean, there is a church nearby, and there's a few schools, and but there's no kids living too nearby. Again, it's lucky because I didn't get any candy this year. I mean, last year we were still in the middle of a... Well, we still are in the middle of a clusterfuck of a pandemic. I ain't gonna go into that because my opinions on that, I'll probably wind up upsetting someone. Not you, because you and me probably have the same opinions on that. Right. Before I have to do voice acting, I'm having a drink. See, that's a plus. My mum brought me some around. Let's see what Alpha wants to say. The nerve of some petitioners engaging as if we're a band of common mercenaries. I should be glad to refuse them all without a second thought. Done her already. Yeah, well, the last times we were here, basically the Scions have lost a lot of members. But yeah, I've taken a break from the main story to do some side questing, including the Crystal Tower, which again features Best Cat Boy. Send you a picture of him on Facebook, I think. Let's see what Minfilia has to say. Taylor, it pleases me to see you well. Do excuse me for interrupting, Taylor. My lady, the gentleman from Ashgana Exports has just left. I understand now why you didn't want to receive him. You did well, Tataru. Please inform the guards we will not be receiving any further guests this evening. Thank you, my lady. Ever since we defeated Gaius van Baelsau and destroyed his ultimate weapon, the eyes of the world have followed our every move, scarce remembering to blink. Where we once worked in secret, with precious few friends and all too many enemies, We are now besieged by benefactors, each one more eager than the last to offer us his complete support. True embarrassment of riches. Because every promise of patronage comes with a price. Some make their intentions known from the start, while others endeavour to engage us more subtly. Dress how you will, the message is ever the same. We shall help you, but only if you help us. The gentleman tattoo who spoke of was more brazen than most. In exchange for certain supplies, he would have us resolve a business dispute. Naturally, I refused him, and so have every other merchant of his ilk. Alas, the syndicate's overtures are not so easily rejected. When we formed the signs of the 7th Dawn, it was with the goal of serving Eorzea, not the interest of individual Eorzeans. Our neutrality is fundamental to our cause. In my heart, I know this to be true, and yet, if accepting these offers of patronage could empower us to do greater good, might they not warrant greater consideration? Our Baldessian colleagues have been generous beyond measure, but we cannot expect them to... Forgive me, I did not mean to burden you, sir. Don't worry about it, love. Yet, my urge to share this dilemma may not be wholly misguided. Might I impose upon you to consult the others? They are like to have their own opinions on this matter. Will do, Mim. Will do. Yeah, basically, people wanting to hire us out as mercenaries, and Minfilia doesn't want that to happen. I can't say I blame her, because the Syndicate are decidedly a very dodgy bunch. Like, some of their money is blood. That's blood money, serious blood money. How come you needed to go into hospital anyways? You had some kind of I have to find out what it was again. Again, just bear with us. An endoscopy. I've got no idea what an endoscopy is. Rory Andre, get Captain Gibberish out of the way first. 'Tis the lot of the powerful to attract the covetous as well as needy. Thus doth prudence dictate that those with power proffer aid with one hand, while the other resteth ever on thy hilt. Alas, we have not the luxury of time to decipher our petitioners' machinations, nay, not while the beast tribes doth do labour unseen, to fight and defeat, to raise up their fallen primals once more. Doubt not that they shall return, stronger and bolder both, nor that we shall be the ones to meet them. This sacred charge shall ever be ours. 'Tis but a pity we are so few and our fortune fought so finite. Sorry. I've been receiving a lot of gifts lately, but Papolino keeps making me send them back. I mean, it wouldn't be so bad, but some of them are really nice. I mean, very nearly abandon your principles nice, you know? I'll be so glad when she gets a voice change. None can deny that we would benefit from more support, but it comes at the cost of our principles? Neutrality was ever a delicate matter. I've not counted the amount of times I've had to explain to people that allegiances need not necessarily lie in the same place as our headquarters. Mind you, if we had to sell our services to Skrilla, we might as well declare our fealty to Ul'dah now and have done with it. I'm quite sure Rita would enjoy the bribes. Fortune begets power, and power fortune. That we, and especially you, have power is beyond doubt. The question is what to do with it. You may be interested to know there is growing belief among the refugees that Alamigo could be liberated, if only the Scions would create their strength to the cause. Knowing what I do about Final Fantasy XIV, at this point, that would be fucking suicide. Because Gaius Van Baelsar was its viceroy until he went rogue, until he effectively went rogue, and their new viceroy makes him look like a fucking puppy in recompense. In retrospect, we shall be meeting him soon. We shall be meeting them sooner or later, anyways. Yeah, theirs is one of many causes. We stand at a crossroads, Taylor. Each path is paved with good intentions, but where they lead is far from clear. Yeah. The new Viceroy is quite horrifying. Again, we should be dealing with them at some point. Recall you are meeting with the Admiral shortly after Lemington sent word of summoning Titan? Then mayhap you also recall my words to our host. I said unto Merlwyb that her people had broken their treaty with the Kobolds and that the Beastmen had justly responded. That we had been called to intervene in a conflict which she herself invited. I spoke in short, the truth. And wherefore did I speak? Because owing no allegiance to Limsa, I felt no compulsion to allow the Limingtons to distort the facts to fit a narrative which justified their actions and absolve them of guilt. Upon this subject, Milfilia can expect a similar reply. Our merely dalliances with the city-states have already weakened our claims to neutrality, but the path she contemplates would see us relinquish it entirely. Yeah, it's a bit... We find ourselves in a bit of a situation here. The monetarists want us. The monetarists are dangerous. And it's not Minnie, it's not Minfilia I need to bloody speak with, it's Alfino. It's Alfino, sorry, I think I'm a bit flogged up or something. This situation is not wholly unexpected. I too have given much thought to our organisation's future, though it would seem I have reached a different conclusion. Perhaps it's time I made my feelings known to the antecedent. Come along, Taylor. Alright, I'd best hear what you have to say, but I'm not your bloody bodyguard. Half-an-hour, Taylor? Is aught amiss? You desired counsel, and surely you shall have it. Minfilia, the signs of the seventh dawn must leave Uldar. We must do what? As long as we remain within Uldan territory, we will never be free to act with impunity. Moving our headquarters to Vesper Bay only delayed the inevitable. We have demonstrated our capabilities, and the Syndicate has taken note. They will not suffer our organisation to remain independent now. We are far too dangerous for that. Surely you realise they are the reason Vesper Bay still lacks an aetheryte. They know full well how beneficial one would be to our cause. It is why it and other favours will be denied unless we agree with them. If Uldar is no longer suitable, where would you have us go? Experience has taught us that the appearance of neutrality is as important as the reality. Accordingly, we must keep each of the great nations at arm's length and plant our banner in a place which all agree to be beyond their borders. Mordona. Revenant's Toll, to be precise. It lies within neutral territory and offers all the essential facilities we require. By way of an additional benefit, it is also frequented by a veritable legion of adventurers who may serve to supplement our ranks. I am, of course, conscious of the fact we have developed a certain bond with Uldana people over the years, but I truly believe this to be the best course of action. As you yourself observed, we have invaluable ties to the local community forged through years of concerted effort. Uldar is our home, Alfino. To cast aside everything we have built and start anew in that desolate wasteland would be beyond reckless. Decision yours to make, antecedent. I only ask that you recall the shared purpose which first moved us to found the Signs of the Seventh Dawn, and which moved you to found the Path of the 12 ere that. We aspire to an ideal, you and I, just as my grandfather did. That makes us more than mere comrades in arms. We are as much your family as... That will be all, Alfino. I am sure you have familial affairs of your own to attend to. Your concern is most generous, but no, I have left them in the hands of men better suited to the task than I could not very well allow my personal affairs to come before the needs of the Order, after all. He's talking about Alisay. I would do the Coil questline without. If I did that synced, it'd take a while because those raids can be nasty. If I did it unsynced, that would require going to turn fucking 9. Which is one of my least favourite fights in the game, and I can only just solo it to 80.
Evildar? Has it fully come to this?
Afraid so.
Oh, Taylor. Pray attend to Alphino. He's engaged in some business or other and requires your assistance. Pray be on your way. Alphino waits upon you, and I have much to think about. Oh, and telling me he shall have my answer in due time.
Also, you'll be wanting to see the... I am trying to get through a few primal today, so I'm going to be rushing through the quests as quickly as possible. I won't be skipping cutscenes, but I will be blazing through it because I want to be at Heavensward by Tuesday. And this is 100 quests and I've done like 3.
Confound it. She knows what must be done and still she hesitates. All because of these fanciful rumours. I should explain. Minfilia's mother, well, adoptive mother, was among the great many who perished during the calamity. Flamine was her name, though you may better know her as the strongest of Uldar. She was a performer of a singular talent and much beloved by the people of Eorzea, not to mention a certain Charlian minstrel. As you imagine, the news of her passing was greeted with shock and disbelief by her adoring followers, many of whom refused to acknowledge what had happened, that her body was never found, only served to encourage speculation. Minfilia too struggled at first to accept the truth, but as Flamine's absence stretched from months to years, she saw that there could be no other explanation.
I'm sorry, my throat is really clogged up. That's caused me to devour an entire half litre of iced tea in about 25 minutes.
Until recently, at any rate.
For whatever reason, rumours have begun to circulate that Flamine is alive and well. One of our informants, Father Iliud, has sent word that a woman matching the songstress's description has been seen of late at the seaside resort of Costa del Sol. If we could succeed in tracking her down, I have no doubt that any worries that now plague Minfilia's heart might be assuaged. I mean to set forth for the Noshia at once. Let us reconvene there and inquire with Master Egarudru as to the veracity of these rumours. Alright, and I know enough to know that Father Iliad's a good source of info. Looked after us when we needed it, after the whole mess, after the whole shit show that happened after Titan. Right then, to Costa del Sol. Let's do a couple of things. Right then. Go and have a word with the guy who owns this place. Seaside resort. Right now, the weather is like a British seaside resort. It's chucking it down. And he's still there sitting in a deck chair, being fanned.
Ah, you've arrived. Let us see if Master Gegarudu can shine any light onto the rumours regarding Flamine. Oh, sweet siren of the sands, my Mikote muse, why have you forsaken me? The Titan's bane! Taylor, what brings you to my humble resort? Flamine, you mean to tell me the songstress made flesh who dwelt amongst us until so very recently was THE songstress of Uldar? Egad, man, if I had known that, I would have chained her to my bedpost and never let her leave. Oh, for shame, to think she now plied her trade for the riffraff to the west or wherever she said you were going. It's a tragedy, I say, a tragedy. West, is it? Thank you, Master Giguruju. Your information will serve as well. That said, there are a number of places she could be. I should begin my search by the docks and see if any witnesses might have some knowledge to spare. I'd be most appreciative if you could travel on to Wineport and do the same.
And that, let's have a look. Oh, it's got a cape. And onto the bird I go. Strangely epic chocobo music, and it blooming works. Yeah. A lot of these quests are going to mostly be running around. Once we get to Heavensward, the post-game Heavensward quests and Stormblood and Shadowbringers ones, they ain't too bad. Honestly, it'll feel good to refamiliarise myself with the story and have a look at how much the tone changes as we go. Yep. Well, if it isn't Taylor, the saviour of Wineport. To what do we owe the pleasure? Ah, yes, we did receive a customer matching that description. She was a delight to behold, to give the woman her due, but her perfume was so ghastly, I had no choice but to reject her from the premises. Interfering with tastings, you understand. If she's your quarry, why not consult your blind associate? His olfactory perception is without peer. Given that I could smell the woman from a mile away, I dare say he could smell her from 10. Basically, Flamine wears very strong basically the woman we're after wears really strong, really lethal perfume. Hey? Hey? You wish to know if I've seen a Mikote last by the name of Flamine? I wish. I ain't seen the last of any description for far too bloody long. Yeah. Right, speak with Shamani Lomani. Like a burglar's mask. I see you have had many grand adventures since we last spoke, Taylor. You must share them with me sometime. The girl from a little while ago, one does not forget a perfume like that, so robust, intoxicating, yet simultaneously familiar. Reminiscent of a bloom native to these parts, in fact. I said as much when we spoke. She complimented my powers of observation and asked me where she might find some other flowers. So I told her to follow the road south to Raingatcher Gully, and then head east after crossing the second bridge. The flowers which grow in the shade of the cliff have the strongest scent, you see. If you make haste, you may yet find her there. Right then. Let's go and have a word with... Let's go find her. Oh. Oh dear. And they returned before I could swap to White Mage and dress them. And I don't get to draw off my obnoxiously large hat. Also, it's never a good sign when you get this, when you get stuff like those on a bridge. I would not want to cross that bridge, I would go a long way around, even if there are aggressive creatures. Yeah, there we go. Flamine. Let's have a word with her then. Meet Cat Milf. Met best cat boy Essie, now we meet the Cat Milf. I mean your debt, stranger. I did not realise my activities had aroused the Gubu's ire until it was too late. That oil's going to that oil's going to be used to make a perfume, you see, and I might have been looking for you. Your name's Flamine, right? Flamine? I don't. Who are you? Whom do you serve? It appears you've already found a woman. Consider me impressed, my friend. The strongest is full dower, I assume. You mean Philia, or should I say Ashilia, is waiting for you. Ashilia? Ashilia? You are the very picture of health, milady. Yet the world thinks you dead. I can only conclude this was by design. The question is why. Not everyone who endeavours to find me does so with the best of intentions, child. You will please to know that I fully intend to reveal myself to Minfilia when the time is right. Oh, well that does please me, more than you know. Tell me, sojourns in the forests of Lanosia aside, when exactly will the time be right? When I deem it so. Do you imagine I travelled all this way in a whim? As I was telling your associate prior to your intrusion, I came here to harvest these flowers for use in perfume.
Does that satisfy your curiosity? Or would you interrogate me further? My apologies for the interruption. Anyway, now that you all have that which we came for, might we continue this conversation in a safe locale? Wine port to say? Okay.
See you there. See you there, Alpha Nut. Well, we've got me feeling. Well, I believe we've found who we're looking for very quickly. Also, that's a B rank hunt, Bloody Mary. You don't get much from hunts at this level, sadly. Well, not from B ranks. It is worth doing for glamours, but that's about it, really. Right then, back to Wineport. And again, at least this time we're not having to do quests for blooming. At least this time we're not having to do dungeons to get goblins and eat fucking cheese.
Rescued yet again from the jaws of a ravenous Scubu. How quickly we forget lessons of the past. Though I was not so to blame for that foolishness. This is not at all how I had envisioned it. I can scarcely to imagine what emotions will go through Minfilia's heart when she reunites with her mother after all these years. You say my daughter awaits us in Vesta Bay, yes? I kept her waiting long enough. Let's be off on the next ferry. I can finish fashioning the perfume along the way. Understood, come with me. It would be my pleasure to escort you to the Waking Sands.
Meet you back there, mate. Oh! Oh, it warps us there. I forgot it did that. Again, it has been a while. And my fucking controller went weird again. Does that a lot. Right then. Into solar. Right then.
Antecedent, you have a guest.
Lamine!
Ashilia.
Well, yeah, that's a bit strong, but not too bad at least.
I haven't seen her like this in years, Taylor. I never should have believed it when they told me you were dead, but I kept you away for so long.
Sorry.
The Imperials came for me as I always knew they would, and so I resolved to stay as far away from you as I could, lest their pursuit of me endanger you and our cause. I could think of no better ways to grant you the freedom to continue our work. And continue what you did, achieving things I would not have imagined possible. I followed your every success and celebrated in secret.
Hence why you win Wineport.
I'm so proud of you, Ashilia.
Hence why you win Wineport on Costa del Sol, because honest to God, I'd be celebrating after that.
You learned from the best. I have a gift for you. Celsetia perfume? You remembered? How can I ever forget? You worried all the time. If ever I lost sight of you, I could find you again just by following my nose. I did not think it was made anymore. You must have gone to so much trouble. There's no trouble for me, my darling. Fear I cannot say the same for Taylor, however. Could not have made it without him.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Taylor. Thank you both.
No worries.
There's something else. This is the cat's eye I found all those years ago. All these years you kept it. My father was a member of the Alamegan resistance. When I was yet a child, he brought me here to Uldar. The accident which claimed his life happened shortly after our arrival. It was Lamine who took care of me then. She raised me as her own, taught me everything I needed to know to survive. I'm no stranger to the facts of your history, yet I fear I failed to grasp their implications. It's clear there is much I do not know about you and your mother both. One of her first lessons to me concerned mining, and I was a very dedicated student. This cat's eye was the first stone I unearthed. It wasn't much, of course, but I was exceedingly proud to have found it nonetheless. So I gave it to Lamine as a gift. He said it was beautiful. But there I am at a loss. Why you returned this to me? Is something amiss? No, Shelia, nothing is amiss. Quite the opposite. I need you to realise how far you've come and how much further you must still go. You and your allies have accomplished more than I ever could have hoped. You've succeeded where I failed and made me so proud that words fail me. But even as I marvel at the woman you've become, and at all the many things you've done, I cannot help but think of that which you have yet to do, and of what it may entail. Escilia, daughter, you cannot stay here anymore. You and the Scions must leave Uldar. Lamine? You built it once, Escilia, you can build it again. This time, we'll do it together. Truly? Alphino, the time has come for the Scions to leave Vesper Bay. We shall establish a new headquarters in Remnant's Toll as you proposed. Much work lies ahead of us. Inform our fellow Scions and send word to the students of Baldessian. Preparations begin at once.
Right, looks like we got some work to do then. It's like we're moving. I'm not carrying a fucking suitcase. Or anything like that. I can guarantee him in Philly has a lot of shit to carry. In any case, moving time.
It's all well and good that we have found ourselves a new home in Revenant's Toll, but there is so much to be done, and in so little time. Our first step will be to secure the cooperation of the Adventurers Guild representatives there. Were it not for the Guild's considerable efforts, the original Camp Revenant's Toll would never have been established, much less its more heavily fortified successor. However, with construction still ongoing and resources in short supply, it seems certain that the Guild will require something in return for their support, sympathetic to our cause though they may be. Whatever they ask, I shall not begrudge it. To be plain, we need them more than they need us. Without their assistance, such essential tasks as securing new facilities, cultivating relationships with local merchants, and recruiting adventurers would prove difficult, if not impossible. You need not concern yourselves with such matters antecedent. Really, Atheno, if I need to concern myself with anything, it's surely matters such as these. Indirectly, perhaps, I submit that you might instead concern yourself with a different matter, namely, to whom the resolution of such matters might best be entrusted. And here I am, nor do I come alone. I represent the esteemed emissary of the Adventurers Guild at Revenant's Toll.
It is an honour, antecedent. Upon receiving word of your intentions from Master Alphino, we thought it best to begin talks at the earliest available opportunity. Know that my associates at Revenant Toll hold the Scions of Seventh Dawn in the highest regard. We should be honoured to welcome your organisation. There are, of course, certain provisions which must need be negotiated. If it please you, I would do so. To be fair, we did use Revenant Toll a fair bit as a base of operations while we prepared to rescue Meanfillium and her lot from the Imperials. Alphino and them already have a bit of a, shall we say, rapport. And don't let Thancred near the last in the black dress. He's liable to try and remove the damn thing.
It does.
So, unless I am much mistaken, you are the one known as Taylor, are you not? May I say what a pleasure it is to make your acquaintance? Slathborn spoke of you in the most glowing terms. To steal an Imperial Reaper and use it to infiltrate a Galleon castrum is an undertaking few would contemplate. And fewer still survive. You shall always be welcome at Revenant's Toll. We hope you'll favour us with your presence again ere long. Yep, will do, mate.
Well, it would seem your reputation precedes you, Taylor. May I perhaps dispatch you to Revenant's Toll with all haste, as first intended, but before that I dare say you've earned yourself a rest. After all, you have travelled so far, and there is already so much you have done for us, and for me. We will speak again anon. Till then, take care.
Will do. Offer a beer. Speaking of which, I might do that myself. And it appears I've chosen just to sit down and have a read.
Taylor, were you able to get some rest? I would ask that you come with me to the Solar. Alphino just returned. It would seem there is something you would share with us.
Alright, I'm pretty well rested. Let's say you've got a good wine cellar. Very well stocked.
You're good, you're here. Good, I come bearing news. The negotiations are completed. And our friends at the Adventurers Guild have agreed to furnish us with new facilities and material support in exchange for our assistance in the ongoing defence and development of Revenant's Toll. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn shall have a new home in Mordona, the Rising Stones. A bittersweet victory if truth be told. I cannot deny that I'd come to look forward to Turu's tales of our many guests and their many, many demands. And the waking science of the Rising Stones? Passably poetic. That wasn't your doing, was it?
You know, I think you know each other too well.
I too have news to share. In expectation of this momentous day, I personally informed the Alliance leaders of our plans, and they have each pledged their full support, General Roban included. Moreover, I have decided the time is right for us to cast off the vestige of our order's veil of secrecy and announce ourselves to the world.
Risky.
Are you sure that is wise, antecedent? If anything, it is mere formality. Our existence is possibly the worst kept secret in Eorzea. Let us affirm our identity, proclaim our achievements, that all may know what the Science of Seventh Dawn stand for. Well, obvious risks apart, it would be nice to receive a little more recognition. And the people have a right to know who saved them. It is my hope that this gesture will encourage the people of Eorzea to place their trust in us. I would reveal to them the true extent of our power, yes, but in so doing, I would show them that it is a power accountable to no one, and at once to all. And what of us? We who have felled primals and faced down the Empire. To you, my fellow Scions, I would say this. Prepare for the challenges which lie ahead, for they will be great indeed. Great, I say, yet great no greater than us, and we will rise to them as we have time and time again, united and it all. There must be some way I can Wait, that area is said to be rich in minerals. Maybe I should ask Flamine to teach me the basics of mining too.
Tataru's alright, by the way. She's handy to have around.
Do you ever wonder how he does it? Alpha, no, I mean. It was almost predictable that he should appear with an emissary of the Adventurers Guild mere moment I tried to express the need to forge ties between our organisations. Truly, his sense of timing rivals even your own. Setting such mysteries aside for the present, I have a task for you. I would like you to deliver these documents to Slaffborn. They concern our forthcoming move. Do take care on the road. And represent us well, Taylor.
Right then, off to Mordona. Again, Mordona's alright. You won't be seeing what it looks like from the older patches, sadly. Here we go. We're in Belmont. Makes me think of Belmont. I was told to expect a sign, but I didn't expect it to be you. It's been far too long, Taylor. You have something for me, yes? Yeah, I got these documents for you from Minfilia herself. Let's see now. Yes, everything appears to be in order. You've been staying with us for a while, yes? Would that we had a dozen more like you. As soon as you don't, though, we'll just give you the work of a dozen men. I jest. Back to the work of a dozen men. I see. I jest. Even I can appreciate that an important man such as yourself has little time for menial tasks. Since you're here, mayhap you'd be keen on having a look around the science new home. See that impressive structure over there? That's the place. Originally built to house the branch of the guild, you see. As such, it comes complete with a tavern where adventurers can rest from the road, fill the bells with good food and drink, and their ears with tales of fortunes to be had about the realm. Yeah, basically, it's a pub. Mordona has a local, which is always good to have. May give it a get raucous at times, but I imagine it'll be as good a place as any to recruit capable men and women to your cause. Come with me, I'll show you around.
Is that you, Taylor? I'm quite sorry to interrupt, but I have most urgent news. We received grim tidings from Gardania, and it will appear our aid is required at once. I must ask you to report back to the Waking Sands with all due haste.
Right. Is everything quite alright, friend? Yeah, I've been called back to Waking Sands. Can't say I'm privy to details, but it would appear there is no time for allegedly talk. But no worries, you can rest assured that I'll see to all necessary arrangements. Pray return any time after you've seen to your more pressing matters. Right then, we are off back to the Waking Sands. So we should be done with patch 2.1 quite shortly, hopefully. Right then, back we go to Waking Sands. See, you think we would have demolished that bloody eyesore of an Imperial base in the meantime, but yeah. And there's someone actually cosplaying as Minfilia.
A messenger from the Granada came to the Waking Sands while you were in Mordona. I wasn't privy to his conversation with the antecedent, but I did see the look on her face after he took his leave. Something is definitely amiss. Could it be the exiled summer of Garuda again? And mayhap Imperial forces have been sighted within the shroud? Well, whatever it may be, I am certain it's nothing you can handle. Now go and ask the antecedent if there's anything you can do.
I mean, there probably is. Let's go with it. Well, I'm going to assume there is. I don't know what the problem is, but we shall be dealing with that shortly.
How she has grown since we last spoke. She must be so ashamed with her accomplishments, and for that I am full glad.
And they're all saying the same thing. Not everyone is moving, by the way. There's a few people who remain at the Waking Sands, because it is still one of the Scion's bases. Meanwhile, I'm going to change glamour from the weapon. Oh, I can extract this here. Save right, last glamour. There we go, that's better. Back to an old favourite. My old level 50 relic.
I knew this day would come, yet I prayed it would not come so soon. We have reason to believe that another primal, or an entity resembling one, has been summoned in Gridania. Thine arrival is customarily timely, Talo. The etheric waves leave little room for doubt. Thy talents will be needed ere long. If there be truth in my suspicions, 'tis a familiar foe we face, though one quite unlike the Lady of the Vortex. We dare not draw conclusions without evidence, but as Oriandre says, the readings bear a strong resemblance to one observed more than 5 years ago. Though I had hoped the Moggle's Guard beyond such follies. Suffice it to say, this disturbance warrants full investigation.
Will do. Thy presence has been requested by Commander Uloa. He awaits the Adder's Nest.
Pray hasten to Gridania, Taylor. Eve and Papalima will rendezvous with you there. May you walk in the light of the crystal.
Right then. Back to 12's Wood. Soon I'm going to be fighting what amount. Well, you'll know what it is. I think you can guess what it is by the term Moggle's Guard. Bloody Moggle's Guard. In the meantime, I shall make myself look a bit more presentable. Into my caped gear.
Oh, that's a nice greatsword.
Oh, that's rare. Dreadworm stuff is pretty tricky to get. Ah, can't talk to him right.
A pleasure to see you as always, Captain Desterina. Thank you for coming so swiftly. I could think of no one more qualified to... but we're getting ahead of ourselves. Allow me to explain. Not long ago, the Moogle Kuplo Cop visited the Adder's Nest to request an audience with the Elder Seedseer. He spoke an imminent threat to all Moogle kind, one which would imperil the entire 12's Wood if left unchecked. You proved naval ambassadors to the Sylphs, and we would have you reprise the role in our dealings with the Moogles. The rest you should hear from Kuplo Cop himself. He awaits you with the Elder Seedseer at the Lotus Stand. Right then. Talk to the War Master though, let's see if there's any... No, nothing I can afford. So anything you get here? No! Because Hunt seals them. You don't get many from monsters. Let's have a look at those things. Ventures, I've already got a load of those. Right. Well, I think that's where we're headed. But
Get that. And get that. Because they're places we shall be going back to in a bit. Right then. Over to Lotus Stand. It's not even worth going back to the Aetherite. Because it's pretty much right next bloody door.
The other times have already arrived, sir. May I show you in?
Yep, might be a good move. Here we are at the Lotus Stand. And we will be spending a lot of time here occasionally. This is where a lot of discussions tend to take place.
There must be something bad to have gotten Cupola Cop this worried. Have you seen the way his thingamy is bobbing? Expect to move kind? I'd hope the antecedent suspicions were well-founded. I cannot see who else it could be. I guess has brought ill tidings which must need be heeded. Isn't that right, Cupola Cop? Oh, I don't know about this. I don't know about this at all. But I suppose Riot O's right. They're left in no choice, Cupo.
Yeah, things are a bit urgent if they're moving. Oh.
Please, you have to stop them, but it mustn't kill them. They're not banned Moogles. Cupo, they're just misguided. Gentle no, firm thrashing a disorder, yes, but no. Calm yourself, Cupola Cop. Can you see the faintest idea what you're talking about? Be quiet, it's instant. Pray forgive his witless outburst, sister. Most grateful that you have come, am I that you have come, Taylor, and upon such short notice, True, Gidania could not wish for a more stalwart ally. You are doubtless eager to know, wherefore we summoned you. Our friend Cupola Cop has brought to us news of a most unsettling development. It would seem that good King Mogglomog XII has returned to Eorzea. Curious thing to hear, I know. True to tell, I cannot myself cannot say for sure if he is a genuine figure of mystery or some manifestation of Moogle mythology. Cupo here would have me believe the former. Once upon a time, we Moogles served the gods in the heavens. It was quite nice up there, unspeakably beautiful, unimaginably spacious, and with a literally endless supply of wine, Cupo. In spite of this, or possibly because of the last part, the gods eventually became discontented and started squabbling, which made life jolly difficult for the poor Moogles. So good King Mogglomog XII, may his glorious name live forever, decreed that the time had come to leave Cupo. That the realm of man would suffice, he said, so all Moogles would live there instead. Unfortunately, the two realms are so far apart that we can't safely fly down, but good King Mogglomog XII, may his miraculous foresight ever be praised, knew exactly what to do, Cupo. He had a rope, you see, the longest one ever woven. This he nobly held while his subjects climbed all the way down to the world below.
There is a word of truth in this, but it's not the heavens. We'll be seeing that later.
And that is how we Moogles came to this land, Cupo. All of us except good King Mogglomog XII. May his courageous sacrifice never be forgotten. He alone would remain in the heavens so that Mooglekind might alas know peace. Except that he has not remained in the heavens, from what I understand. That being your reason for contacting us, yes? I bet he tied the ropes to something. Good thinking. Remind me again what the problem was with his returning to Eorzea? The problem, Ida, lies in the fact that he was summoned. It's our belief that good King Mogglomog XII is a myth made manifest via means akin to those employed by the beast tribes in the summoning of their gods. Wait, you're saying a handful of Moogles with a boatload of crystals wished really, really hard and he just sort of appeared? Will that even work?
Yes.
What I cannot fathom is why they would even try.
Because it'd work.
With Garuda humbled and the ultimate weapon destroyed, what new threat could have prompted them to take so drastic a measure? Might that not in itself be an answer? Twice in the last half-decade, Eorzea has been brought onto the brink of destruction, only to be spared at last by heroics of a chosen few. To you who braved those tempests and survived by virtue of your own strength, this latest period of peace will doubtless seem like a welcome respite. But to those who had not the power to defend themselves, those who were spared only by another's grace, this is merely the calm before the storm. I think the Moggles Guard are afraid of what tomorrow will bring and that things may not end so well as they did yesterday. That fear has driven them to call upon a greater power, one they believe can be relied upon to protect their loved ones and their homes, what come what may. I assure you that Moggle's Guard only want to protect the forest from outsiders, but ever since the return of good King Moggle XII, may his boundless grace fill our hearts with love, they've started to get a little carried away, Kupo. Verging on a lot, in fact. Like the serfs who summoned Ramu, you mean? We cannot discount the possibility that this entity is influencing the Moogles in a manner similar to that of a primal. We share the same concern. Whoever or whatever the king may be, it is our belief that he poses a threat not only to Moogle kind but to Gridania as a whole. Thus do we beseech you, Taylor, confront good King Moggle XII and drive him from our midst.
Will do. It's what I do best.
Humbly, I do thank you.
Alright, have fun. Have fun. It is a pity you're going to miss the fight with good King Moggle XII. He's a giant bloody Moogle.
The sanctuary of Moggle's Guard and their liege lord is concealed by the magical wards. Brother Esumiyan of the Conjurer's Guild will doubtless be able to offer insight on how they might be dispelled. Pray seek his counsel ere long ere you proceed any further.
Anyways, have fun and don't do anything I wouldn't do. Got a lot of leeway now. Right then. Let's go deal with the king. Where is Isumiyan? Right, he's in the Conjurer's Guild. Yeah, let's see how far I can get through this. Right then. Where is he? Brother Isumiyan. Yeah, you'll be spending a bit of time here if you want leveling Conjurer. Right then.
Welcome, Taylor. That you should be the one to face good King Moggle XII is of great comfort to me and the elementals both. As I'm sure you know, the Moogles are not by their nature a warlike race, yet should the king be suffered to remain, it is like his influence will bring about a change in them. Thus does it behoove us to defeat him quickly before any lasting damage is done. Make whatever preparations you deem necessary and inform me when you are ready to seek the king. We have selected Regicide. The wards barring access to the King's Sanctuary can only be nullified through the use of enchanted keystones, the self-same method employed 5 years ago when the first king was summoned to Eorzea. It was with great regret that we were forced to sanction the slaying of the guardians who then held the keystones, for none were in our possession at that time. By the grace of the elementals, however, we have been spared that burden on this occasion. Kublai Kop confided in me that he had been entrusted with a set of keystones by the Moggles themselves. Yet wishing not to betray their confidence, he begged me to find some other means to gain entry to the King's Sanctum. Alas, I have been unable to do so and dare not labour any longer, for fear that the Moogles might succumb to the corrupting influence of their liege lord. You must needs have Kublai Kop's keystones, Taylor. Pray go to him and beg his assistance. He waits you at West Shore Pier. Impress upon him that I more great need. I am certain he will yield. Right, and the pier is right next to the He's right next to to the Lancers Guild. At least this time we're not going in and having to deal with a jackass. Ah, baby conjurer.
hate clicking the wrong damn button because it makes things so much more annoying. Hang on a sec. Well then, let's go. I'll find out. Let's go over with a Gooblock up, then get to the pier. Ah, that's good.
Oh, how will you do? Will you tell him? Oh, he told you about that. Well, if there is truly no other way, I'll do it, Kupo. Take the ferry to Sweet Bloom Pier. I'll go on ahead.
Well, you can fly. I would fly over here, but we're not allowed to fly in those areas. Over to Sweet Bloom Pier we go. I must be heading across the lake to Sweet Bloom Pier in the Shroud. Right then, yeah, give us a ride. That ain't good. They're the Moggles Guard.
Don't you dare lie to me, Kupo. I know what you're planning and I won't allow it. Open your eyes, Kupo. The king will never be satisfied no matter how many crystals you bring him. We have to do a choice. This is how you repay us? By consorting with this year? Imperials, Gridanians, Sylphs, so you're no different than the rest of them. Actually, you're worse, Kupo. Traitor to his king's Moogles, he plots treason against the crown. Enough! Kuplo Cop will answer his crimes soon enough, as will all who defy the will of good King Moggle Mog the 12th. May he reign forevermore, Kupo. The king is planning to spur the 12s of all his enemies, Kupo. We've got to stop him before it's too late. The entrance to the Thorn March is deep within the Bramble Patch, Kupo. If you take me there, I can nullify the ward, but be warned, the Moggles Guard has set traps to lure enchanted beasts. I can't hide from them, so you'll need to protect me, Kupo. Right then. Now we get an escort. Now we get an escort mission with a. We've got to get a Moogle up there. It's not too far, but it's still somewhat irritating. Don't know if they've tried this since. Whoa! That's a nasty shot. $30,000 would one-shot most things out of him. A ked. Oh. Oh, hello. Another one. Blooming escort missions. There we go. Oh, they look the part. Oh, it's a bit. There we go. Okay, so if it's a bloody Marlborough. Here we are. The barrier threshold. Next to them is someone pretty reckless. Wait here, Kupo. Don't see any more beasts, do you? Are you ready to face the king, Kupo? Then step closer to the ward. Raise your hand and focus like when you were tuned to an etherite, Kupo. I'll open the way for you.
With that, I am attuned.
First, it's up to you, Kupo. Now go and teach those foolish Moogles a lesson and send the big king back whence he came.
Will do. Right, we got us a Moogle to kill, boy. We got a Moogle to kill. Let's go do this. Where is it?
Right then.
Thorn March. I know it says hard, it isn't. It wasn't my first time I did it because I had no idea what the fuck I was doing and I went in blind, but don't think it's too bad. For now, let's have a little look around. See, that is a cathedral, and that is where in-game weddings happen. The Sanctum of the 12. And it's possible to swim around it. Quite a busy area. It's also right next to the Sylphlands. So basically, they've got a church right next to one of the most dangerous areas in the game. Well, in the old game at least. Oh, that's a cave. There's a other in there. Have a look around, I think. Right, I'm waiting for the dude to pop. Well, only problem with the game, you've got to queue for fights. And again, I don't particularly like healing 8-man content. There we go, into Thorn March. Here we go. Moogle time.
Come on, who are the 7 husbands? Meddling adventurers, I'd wager. Muggles guard to arms! Defend the king, Kupo.
There we go. That's one down. Oh, yeah, and you need to kill Black Mage first. Its damage potential is fucking ridiculous. Also, these are some of the best music in the game. even have a bard. Here we go. And he's down. I'll take those. Didn't get a chance to come anyone, but right then, desynth. Because you can desynth some of those and it's worth a bit of money. Yeah, those are expensive. Those can be very pricey.
You did kill Power, you did it! Good King Moglemoth, may his mighty soul rest in peace, is no more. I shudder to think what might have happened had you not stopped the Moggles gathering when you did. Thank you, Taylor. Perhaps now they'll come to their senses and stop playing at fairy tales. Rest assured that the chieftain will have choice words for them too. You should go and tell Puckly-Pack that the king is no more, Kupo. She's with Ray-Aro at Camp Tranquil and can relay the news to the chieftain.
Will do. Right then. Moggles guard dead. And that, Camp Tranquil, is over in the South Shroud. There we go.
Do I dare believe my ears? Good King Mogglewog the 12th, may his magnificent virtue serve as an example to us all, has fallen? All Mooglekind owe you a debt, Kupo, and I sense Rayo wishes to congratulate you as well. I shall let you to speak without fear of interruption.
And that's here. Raya Osana.
Your bravery in service to the Twelvewood and her Moogle should not be forgotten, Taylor. My sister will doubtless wish to hear the tale of this great victory from the mouth of the man responsible. Pray return to the Lotus Stand and treat her to a full account of the day's events, while the details are yet fresh in your mind.
Right then, over we go back to New Gadana.
This bit I'm taking too long, luckily.
Because I'm pretty much right next to the Yeti right now.
The Elder Seed was expecting you, sir. May I show you in?
Yep. I see Raya O rang ahead. Right, Kenny. King's dead. Long live King.
Taylor, you have returned to us unharmed and victorious. Thus I have 2 reasons to be glad. Yet many questions remain unanswered. If you would be so kind to oblige me, I would fain hear all that occurred in Thornmarch.
Well, we had a giant bloody Moogle. Loads of them.
Then it is as we feared. The king really is a primal. But he isn't, is he? I mean, the Moogles don't worship him for one thing. He's not even the god to them. That doesn't sound like any primal I've ever heard of. They may have the fault lies with the definition. The fact remains that through a combination of the power contained in crystals and the force of their collective faith, the Moogles called forth a being that by right should not exist. Moreover, when slain, said being left no corpse. The ether which comprised him instead being scattered to the 4 winds. According to the definition, he may not be a primal, but the mode of his manifestation would in every respect the same. Which means... Asians. This whole business reeks of their handiwork. Well, they said it was a masked man who had told them how years ago. But Gadani has no sort of masked men, and I never thought to question. Confound it all. How many more will they ensnare with their tainted gifts? Too many, I fear. So long as there are paragons to stir the embers, fools to build a pyre, and crystals to feed the flames, ever and again shall we suffer primal visitation. A sombre thought, but a salutary one. My heartfelt thanks, Taylor. Already the information you have provided has proven invaluable. The Grand Serpent Marshal and I have much to discuss. Oh, before you do, my lady, I was hoping we might finish discussing that other matter. The matter of which you speak of has even now been settled. The Science shall not want for support. We shall be glad to send additional supplies to Revenant's Toll. We knew we could count on you, my lady. While Ida and I remain to discuss the particulars of our arrangement with the Elder Seedseer, mayhap you could return to the Waking Sands and apprise the antecedents of all that has transpired.
Will do. Right. Gonna have a word with her nibs. back over to the Waking Sands. Meanwhile, I'm going to check what it is I have saved. Right then. Don't have words over in. Well, I know what comes next. Time to meet someone new. Someone unfortunately new. Someone someone we're going to be seeing a fair bit of.
Good to see you hale and healthy, Taylor. I received word from Ida and Papalimo that you had felled good King Mogulmog the 12th, but I hope to hear your version of the tale. So it was as they said, someone with the same methods used by the Beast tribes and taught by the Asians. But unfortunately, this infant did at least serve to remind the Elder Seedseer of our usefulness. Her offer of additional support could not have come at a better time. My thanks, Taylor. Owing to the tireless efforts of all concerned, we are, at long last, ready to bid farewell to Vesper Bay. So as to avoid drawing undue attention, we shall make the journey to Revenant's Toll in small groups, departing at regular intervals. Lest you doubt, it is still my intention to conduct future operations openly, but on this particular occasion their need for caution overrides all of the concerns. To move north as one ponderous caravan would only serve to invite attack. It seemed only right that I should be the last one to leave, and I would have you remain with me until the end, Taylor. Until my departure, the Waking Sands will formally cease to be our headquarters, and the premises will be given into the care of Urianger. I had thought to relinquish the property, but he was quite adamant, and I had not the heart to disagree. These walls have borne witness to some of the brightest and darkest moments in our order's history. Mayhap it is best that we do not forsake them entirely. Urianger shall remain here and devote his energies to studying the nature of primals. By the grace of the 12, he will one day discover the permanent solution that we have sought for so long. Of course, he will not be alone. Alice shall continue to work closely with him as well. Should they require our assistance, I have their assurances they will not hesitate to contact us. Speaking of Urianger, would you inquire of him if any tasks remain undone? I cannot escape the feeling that I have forgotten something. Something important.
I need to find ways to advertise more about this. I need people to interact with.
Thou art ever welcome, Taylor, but I require no assistance. Pray take the leave unburdened by concern for my well-being. Verily, thy countenance bespeaks a desire to quit this place without further delay. Mayhap thou thinkest this chapter of our tale concluded? That these halls should rightly be consigned to the annals of history? In man's eagerness to seize the future, how readily he doth set down the past. Full many a proud pioneer hath bravely ridden into the great unknowns, only to find there the banner of his ancestor faded by the eons, and still man glorieth in his discoveries. 'Tis through his prize that wisdom doth ever give way to ignorance, that while they who lurk in the shadow remain hidden, lost no sooner than they are found. Do not be offended, Taylor. Thy conduct hath ever been beyond reproach. Despite thy surpassing strength and all thy many victories, thou hast never been so convinced of thine own greatness as to imagine thyself above the failings of thy forebears. Mayhap it is the echo which has opened thine eye to the lessons of history. But the same could be said of... Ah! Whence came that cry? The solar. 12 offend the antecedent.
Right. Let's go make sure she's alright. Oh dear. That ain't good at all.
Taylor, you must...
Oh, Dad. Why now? Why Echo? Remember this bit. Things are about to get interesting.
Tell me, Louisoir, would you have done the same?
Louisoir Lavalier was a remarkable man, wise beyond mortal measure, but that I have met him prior to his passing. Oh! Shit! An Ascian.
An Ascian here? How?
How readily you see. You are indeed gifted antecedent.
But you're not like the others. Your robes...
Gifted, but ignorant. Yet I shall not judge you harshly. The fault lies with your forebears. It has been millennia. Mine are the robes of an emissary. Unlike he who came before, I have no quarrel with you.
You speak of La Habrea?
La Habrea is a warrior. He fought, he fell. He may yet learn from his mistakes.
Then he is still...
Come, I only confirm that which you already know. There is no cessation, no oblivion, only expulsion.
What are... I'm ready when you are, my lady. If there's nothing else. Something the matter? I feel the same way. After everything that's happened here, it feels strange to leave. But I'm sure we'll soon get used to Revenant's toe. Well, I'll let you say your goodbyes. Take as long as you like, my lady. We shall depart whenever you're ready.
It's only to be expected. She lacks the gift and the knowledge both. To her we are indistinct.
I do not understand.
Shadowless, fleshless, formless. What truth there is in each tale is diluted by time and telling. Knowledge dictates expectation, and expectation colours perception. Thus did she perceive naught. So it is with all but a chosen few. Even you, when young, could not yet see with eyes unclouded. You know nothing about me. Nothing! The gift grants you clarity, it grants you focus. With it you may in time come to see us as we are, rather than this crude approximation.
La Habrea did not think so highly of the Echo.
La Habrea is wrong about a great many things. The Echo is a gift, albeit one you have yet to master.
And if we did?
Then there would be no strife between our peoples, for we would be of one mind. I leave as I came in peace, antecedent. May we meet again as friends?
Wait, stay where you are!
Mayhap I was indelicate. 'Tis a mercy she shields her children from his grace with such resolve. But it is also by her hand that you survived the Yarder, I wonder? That ain't good at all.
I take it there is no need to explain.
Right. Save your concern. He did him no lasting harm. Whatever his intention was, it was not to kill.
You heard a cry. What happened? Are you alright? You look faint. Do you need to lie down? I could fetch you a flask of my special tonic.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Hurry, Andre, send word to the students of Badassian. Tell them to scour the archives, the forbidden tomes in particular. If there is any reference to an Ascian robed in white, however oblique, I would know of it. An Ascian, my lady? Was that what gave you cause to cry out? I did but moments ago glimpse a figure clad in white set forth in waking sands. Ascians are wont to employ teleportation magics. Why would one be so brazen? I know not and care not. Find him, Taylor. Turn every stone in Vetter Bay if you have to. Pray attend me to Taru. Pray attend me to Taru. She's pissed. Well, seriously. There you go. Right then, with that, let's get back. Let's go find that git. I know who he is. I won't say, but he's a fucker, and he is very important to the game's plot. Ah, there he is. I am told that you are the warrior of light, but I would know for myself. I shall walk north, and you may choose to follow. Should you, however, that you will be waylaid if you do, may even perish. Should you survive, we will speak anon. Right then. Let's see what you got for me, dickhead. You know what, I might go do that actually. Right then, I apologise, this will be a major spoiler. I'm going to stop the New Game Plus for now, and I'm going to go deal with that. Over to the Tempest. I don't know what I'll explain what this place is, other than that it is fucking vital to the plot later on. Ah, over there. There we go. That is what you call a monster. Right then. Right, Archiotania. Big fucker. Because well, I'm a big believer in doing shit properly. I'm using food. Right then. That thing is a big, big old monster. And a lot of fates, especially the boss ones, use this music. There's 7 of us. No idea where to get that one. Well, let's see what's going on with everyone out. Well, before they pull this fucker. Right, this is just going to be a casual killer fucking archery of Tanya. Well, one way to find out. Don't bother looking at the fucking map that I spoil all this place is for people. I won't tell you what this place is. Looks like someone's about to pull. Hopefully. And they have to. Get a thing, you don't want to get hit by that. So here we go. Got it. One thing I like about it is that they don't give you vulnerability up stats like some other ones do. By the way, my healers are down. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Oh, whatever's doing it's bad. This thing has a lot of health. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. I am... Ow! Right, run. Oh, Jesus! That's down. Again, nope, 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 nope. I think one of our workmen just literally got splatted. the fuck does that survive that? I don't know. But he's going down. Come on. Come on, you bitch. Die! Die away. Let's do this. Seriously, that does so much damage. That's so damn much. So damn useful. Shit. We've almost got it. I might actually have to use it. Too late. Shit. Right. Kill it before it stops. Kill it before it casts that. Kill it before it casts that or we die. That is a 10-minute fate, and that felt good. Right then. Right then. Back to Western Panla. I'm gonna fix up my gear after that because fuck me. Fuck me, where's the gear fixer? Merchant and Mender over there. Now I've got to read some of my bird. How did my gear not get any damage? Because I got hit hard there. That thing is like a monster. That thing is like a fucking truck. Right then. Oh yeah. Back to the quest. We were dealing with a white robed Dacian. Follow the white robes. Follow the right robe git. Well, so it was northwest of me. And once I'm done with this quest, I will have to go get another drink. My throat is dry as fuck right now, feeling a bit clogged up. don't misunderstand. I am okay. Just got slightly clogged up throat. Police, you are being judged. Judge that, dickhead. Yow's a scavenger. Being judged. Yeah. Yeah. And he should be up here. You're being judged. I go from these two things as well, like with that bloody drum. There we go. They're down. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. I thank you for granting me this indulgence. None save he who bested La Brea could endure such an examination. Alright, you're dead. Have the laws of man grown so twisted in my absence that it is now permitted to lay hands upon an emissary? You bore witness to my audience with the antecedent, did you not? Then you know I only acted in self-defence. I realise the same cannot be said of La Brea. Even amongst his brethren he is considered unique. Nevertheless, I cannot wholly condemn his misdeeds, for through them we discovered you, one so strong in the gift that he could cast us out. I will allow you. Your mother favours you still, that much is plain. But surely you must feel it. Her influence wanes, and her strength shall soon be spent. These lands, these people, this world, all shall soon change. As it was, so shall it begin. As it should always have been. Doubt my claims and question my motives if you will. Only believe me when I say this. I am a Lidibus, emissary, bearer of the word of the one true God. Jesus. Yeah, remember him. Not only is he important, he is one of the... If we fought him there and then, we would have been slaughtered quickly. He probably could have done to do. He probably would have done him well to deal with us when he had the chance. He's no fool. He's a tool, though. A major one. A major one. Right then. Let's have another word with the antecedent. Thank the gods you've returned, Taylor. After you left, I began to worry that I might have sent you to your doom. I take it our visitor proved elusive. Dick, you were waiting for me. Beg pardon, he was waiting for you. What did you do? What did he say? As it was, so it shall be again. Of when does he speak, and of what exactly? The words of this Elidibus portend much, but reveal nothing, save perhaps a measure of disdain for La Habrea. I had hoped for quick answers, but it seems I have to be content with a wealth of additional questions. Right then. Let us set aside the matter of the assassin until after we have completed our move to the Rising Stones. There's but one final favour I would ask of you before I depart. I believe I mentioned before that my father was a member of the Alamegan Resistance. The truth, however, is more complicated than that. As far as the May Empire knew, he was their spy. He maintained the deception for nigh on half a decade, furnishing the Resistance with vital Imperial secrets while feeding his paymasters
subtly conceived misinformation. When he died some 15 years ago, my father left behind his journal, which I have closely guarded ever since. It contains every shred of information he and his agents could steal on what they believed to be the single greatest threat to Eorzea, the Primals. Its wisdom has guided me through the years, though there is much within that I still do not understand. It is my hope that Urianger will fare better. Tell him to treat it with care. Tell him to treat it with care. It is all that I have left of my family. Right then. Warburton's journal. Look, if it turns out not to be that, but to be a journal full of fucking bread recipes, I don't think Urianger will be happy. In any case, this place is being left in good hands. I thought thee departed. To what end dost thou linger? Here, Binfilly wanted to have this. It's a journal full of stuff about primals, or bread recipes, I'm not sure which. The father's final bequest, the daughter's lifelong labour. It is no small thing to surrender such a cherished memento. Well can I imagine the antecedent's pain. Upon mine honour, I swear to spare no effort in the study of these materials, lest my lady's sacrifice be in vain. Taylor, this is Midfilia. Forgive me, but I could wait no longer. I have departed to the Rising Stones. If you have yet to... Once you have given the journal to Urianger, I bid you come to the 7th heaven in Revenant's Toll. The time will be there to show you inside our new headquarters. Assuming you've already attuned to it, you may wish to make use of our new Aetheryte in Revenant's Toll. After all, it's right on our doorstep. Right then. I could have done with a ride. Right then, off to Revenant's Toll I go. Off home I go. Right then, here we are, back to Revenant's Toll. Oh, Taylor, you're here. Good. We were all wondering when you'd show up. As I was just telling your restive receptionist here, I'm pleased to inform you that all documents have been prepared and signatures all signed. The Rising Stone it owns is officially yours. Splendid! From this day forward I will spare no effort in seeing that it is as welcoming and comfortable a home for us as the Waking Sands ever was. That said, this is all somewhat intimidating, is it not? So many unfamiliar places and unfamiliar faces. Most of the men and women you see here in Revenant's Toll are adventurers who come and go in as they wish. I dare say that should make it easier for you to go about your business here. And it shouldn't hurt that Taylor has already made something of a name for himself here. Isn't that so, Taylor? Yeah, I guess I have, mate. Why, that is wonderful to hear. Rest assured this receptionist will work just as hard to see that our efforts do not skip a beat despite the relocation. And with that, Taylor, I do believe it's time for you officially announce your presence to everyone inside. The antecedents and the others will surely be overjoyed to see you. Well, now let's go see what they have to say. I think this is patch 2.1 dealt with, so patch 2.2 I shall be doing momentarily. Oh, nice, still some stuff. Into the stones. And here we are. Home. Oh, Coltney. I did not realise the Science had moved until I arrived in Vesper Bay. Thankfully, Urianger was kind enough to direct me here. I know I've only just joined, but if there's anything I can do to help, please let me know. As you can see, our Charlatan allies have furnished us with a wealth of new tomes. It would be prudent for you to broaden your knowledge as well. A nice little library. There's Thancred. As ravishing as ever. Perhaps for all time's sake she would. God, Taylor, don't sneak up on me like that. We bards are an easily startled lot. You're not a bard. Last I checked you weren't, at least. Oh, the horror! The horror! I love the smell of victory in the morning. It smells like sweat. No, Montoy sauce. No, victory. Yeah, victory. So here we are, completely independent and unquestionably neutral. Or at least more so than before. Truth be told, I cannot say that it feels that different. Of course, Ida begs to differ.
Horry, Baldwin and Colton, Get you to those two. They're good.
Oh, you're to help. That's very kind of you, but I can manage on my own. Besides, you'd be out having grand adventures, not withering away here with me.
Yep. Well, I can see you've at least got some knowledge of booze and wine and so on and so forth.
Is it not wonderful, Taylor? Nary a single presumptuous merchant has darkened our door. I know full well there will come in time, but for now, let us enjoy the respite.
It's not that I'm worried about, it's you getting yourself in over your head, you little shit. Have they got all good aircon in here?
Well, it is certainly spacious.
There's two doing some fan documentation. Right. What's he got for next?
Today marks a new beginning for the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. For today, we declare our independence. We shall henceforth be beholden to no nation, but serve all of Eorzea's people proudly and openly. But this does not mean that we will sever our ties with the Eorzean alliance. On the contrary, the antecedents and I shall endeavour to strengthen them. Rest assured, however, that we shall not permit political considerations to influence our decisions. Our identity remains unchanged after all, as so does our cause. We are the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, and our single purpose is to safeguard the future of Eorzea.
For Eorzea!
Moment of your time, Taylor. I would speak of Elidibus.
Pardon my intrusion, my lady, but the matter which bringeth me will admit no delay. Mine every attempt to contact the students of Valdesian has been met with silence.
No one will respond? How odd. Allow me to try.
That's foreshadowing a storyline I won't be doing because it's bloody Eureka. I've already done it, and it's a pain. That ain't good.
No response. Surely they would not ignore us.
They have never yet, my lady. I fear we must assume the worst.
No, I will not believe it. An outpost perhaps, but not their headquarters. Their wards beyond circumvention. Had they come under attack, they would most certainly have raised the alarm. None could penetrate their sanctum unnoticed. For those who lack the gift and the knowledge, both. Oh no. Contact their agents in the field at once. If aught is performed, the students of Valdesian, they may know of it. Though the thought pains me, until such a time as we have evidence to the contrary, we can but assume the worst. Accordingly, we must needs seek another source of information on Elidibus. It is possible that others in the homeland are possessed of such knowledge. Be fairly warned, however, they are unlike to yield it unconditionally. Do what you must. Yet another unforeseen and unwelcome development. What could be next, I wonder? A visit from a crimson-clad Ascian, perhaps? Or Russia? Or Puce? And which of our allies will then fall silent?
She's pissed.
For a time, I thought we'd gained the upper hand. When you shattered the Crystal of Darkness and cast out La Habrea, I dared to hope that we had found a way to rid ourselves of the Ascian menace. But I was wrong. He endures and may yet return. Upon that point, I have no doubt that Elizabeth spoke true. Yet there must be a way to destroy them utterly, a way to spare this world their unholy machinations. I dare not consider the alternative. There are forces at work we do not understand, Talo. I discern them all around, in disturbances too great and numerous to be dismissed as mere coincidence. Doubtless the Paragons are involved, but how and to what end is far from clear. I know not what will come, but I do know that we will rise and meet it as one.
Sounds good to me.
Ah, my stalwart hero, your face is a picture of resolve. I know that you will be ready when the time comes. With luck, however, that will not be for a while yet. Pray return to your private affairs with my blessing. Did anything arise, you will be informed. Kryl, where are you?
Remember that name. She's important. And here we are. Your intercession was not foretold. You object? We question. Our plans are in motion, your intentions unclear. They survived the 7th Ardor and are stronger now in the gift. Does that not intrigue you? No, it does not. Serve as you will. So shall I. We labour not at cross purposes. The wisdom of his plans will become apparent in time when the veil is lifted from their eyes. And at long last, they see. And with that, Still Waters. I'm actually going to check what quest that was for Still Waters. Oh, then we are going to be dealing. Then we've got a bit more to go. Right, I need to be right back. We shall continue this in a moment. Right, I'm back. So I had to pay a little visit to the gents. Right then. Let's go. Oh.
Truly, there is no rest for the weary. Scarce had I begun to make myself at home when I received a request from assistance from the Amagina and Minson's mineral concern. It appears their storehouse in Horizon has been the target of a series of covert robberies. Minor as they seemed in isolation, occasional discrepancies in the manifests were long dismissed as clerical efforts. It was only during the concerned annual audit that a pattern became apparent. Significant quantities of crystals, and only crystals, were missing. I need hardly tell you what that may imply.
Right, yeah, that's a primal.
The brass plates charging with investigating the theft believe that someone within the concern is selling the crystals for profit. The last they have as yet been unable to identify a likely suspect, and the concern's proprietors have grown frustrated by their lack of progress. Shit. Pray to start part for Horizon at your earliest convenience. Rendezvous with this Cholo when you arrive. She and Thancred have already begun a preliminary investigation. I have every confidence that the three of you will be able to get to the bottom of these thefts. I hope our fears prove unfounded when you do.
Yep, I'll see what I can do. Right, before that, hold on. Oh. Hang on a sec. Right, firstly, I best see what they're saying in here. Ah, same as last time. Right then, with that, over to Horizon. Yeah, we're not quite done with this place yet. Right then. Little Birdus. Can't talk to him yet then.
Ah, Taylor, your assistant is most welcome. I've already spoken at length with the brass blades of the Rose. Albeit to little avail. It would seem that the thieves took great pains to conceal their activities. I could go into further detail, but your time might be better spent in conversation with Fufu Lupa. He is the officer charged with leading the investigation, and I would only be repeating that which he related to me. If aught eluded my attention, mayhap it will not elude yours.
You're probably better at investigations than me. In any case, though, I'll go for a word with him.
Hello there, Taylor. Taylor, was it? Is Taylor said to expect you? Terrible business, these thefts. We have yet to confirm the quantity of crystals stolen, but I dare say it may be greater than... Ah, but never mind that, I have news to share. A short while ago, the driver of a heavily laden carriage refused to halt for inspection and broke through one of our checkpoints on the Royal Allegan Sunway.
Oh.
The cart bolted off towards Eastern Thanland where, thank the gods, I hear that our colleagues were able to apprehend him without further incident. A speeding carriage. That would seem a curious choice for thieves of such proven cunning. Yet the Amals do have a foothold in Eastern Thanland. What of their cargo? Did they carry the crystals we seek? We shall be receiving the report any moment now, but I fail to see what else it could. Did you miss me, friend? I'm back, but I come bearing disappointing news. Or on second thought, perhaps it's good news after all. Thancred, wherever have you been off to? I figured you'd have everything under control here, so I took a brief excursion to the east to check up on our Amalta friends. And wouldn't you believe it, I happened upon a runaway carriage on the way, and was even able to do my small part to help my friend in the Blast Blades intercept it. In all my years I have never seen such a prodigious amount of somnus. The Blades were calling it one of the greatest hauls they've ever seen. Stolen crystals, on the other hand, were nowhere to be seen. Is that so? Alas, I suppose we have no choice but to resume our search elsewhere. We should reassess our options as well. Come with us, Taylor. Will do. Oh, see, my talents are less investigatory and more hitting things with something heavy. So we find ourselves back where we began. What have I overlooked? Oh, Mountain God. Against all expectation, it would seem the Almalja are innocent of this particular spate of crimes. By all indications, they have yet to replenish the stores of crystals exhausted during their last attempt to summon Ifrit. What I can't fathom is why anyone else would go to such lengths to obtain crystals and in such quantities. It cannot be that we are dealing with simple thieves. If their motive were profits, why would they limit their trade to crystals alone? Plainly we are missing something. While you think about what it may be, I shall inform Riantre of our progress. Or lack thereof.
Now then.
Oh, voice at last. Saves mine of it.
'Tis I. The situation may be more complicated than we anticipated.
Indeed, I shall remain watchful. Ere thou goest, another matter requireth thine attention. A young maiden, full eager to... Wherefore inquirest thou of her fence? Oh, very well. Be she damsel or devil, I shall direct her steps to Revenant's Toll. Save thine insinuations for one given to such impropriety. Thou shalt not find me amenable.
Thankless skirt chasing again. Oh. Well, something interesting happening outside, even though it's pissing it down. It's like me, seriously. It's like being in England. Oh.
Far across the sea from the land of Domar have we travelled. We seek audience with the ruler of these lands. Who here speaks for you?
No one wants to take responsibility for this one. And then she sees Riantre.
It's like, he has some authority.
Any bright ideas? A sultry flash of insight? No? Well then, want of a better suggestion, I say we try picking Fufalopa's brains again. Who knows, if we work together we may yet find something of use nestled away within it. There we go, we get another Star Onion. Reminds me of Star Onion Brigade in Final Fantasy XI, only they were all kids.
But it is good to see you return. I have given some thought to the matter, but I have just been hit upon the most disturbing possibility. How could I have been so blind? Calm yourself, Fufalopa. What is the disturbing possibility of which you see? I was contemplating as to how the thieves' activities escaped our notice for so long. It came to me. What if there is someone among our own ranks conspiring with them? Traitor in our own midst.
It would be most unfortunate if your fears will prove well-founded, Fufalopa.
If indeed, if for reasons of security, the concern decided to transfer the remaining crystals stored in the horizon to another location, their plans would be discovered the moment the brass blades were informed.
Ah, but such a shipment should surely be well guarded. With thieves as wise as ours risk open confrontation?
Mayhap not. Neither would the concern be eager to present them with such an obvious target. Nay, they might instead elect to carry out the transfer in secret, to entrust the goods let us say, a lone Mikote miner, travelling without escort so as not to attract undue attention. But I see. Yes, the concern may well elect to do that. But to travel with so much cargo would be a strenuous task indeed, and this miner would certainly need to rest upon the way. Mayhap north of the bridge to Hammerley? fine spot for a rest, would you not agree, Taylor? You lie in wait to the north, and I shall do the same to the south. Forgive me, my friends, but I've received new orders. I must inform my men at once. He's like, I can't be seen to be doing this with you guys. This is sneaky. Call me a cynic, but I would be surprised if these thieves lay down their arms and surrender. I see that you've come prepared to offer them some encouragement. You got my spear. It's sure to put a pickaxe on their toes if needs be. Right then, wait for thieves. Yeah, you can see Uldar nearby. Right, let's see what they've got for me here then. Come on, thieves. I'm gonna take your fucking crystals back if needs be. With all that, go speak with this Cholo, just seen her now. They've actually even a fucking... She actually looks quite cute in that. Meaning no offence, sir, I'd soon be left in peace. Right then. Oh! Oh, that was... no idea what that's for. I can't remember that quest. Probably because it's been a long time. Well, the thieves are dead. It's up until the last as expected. You're unharmed? Yeah, they aren't though. A gang of sea-wolf thieves in Thanland, no less. I suppose there was a first time for everything. Sea-wolves? All of them? Aye, and with all the same taste in facial tattoos. Blue, in case you were wondering. Our thieves are a long way from home. That's Sargin. Tancred, if you would be so good as to attend to the outstanding matters in Horizon, I have inquiries to make. Yeah. To Horizon then. Fufalupa will want to hear about your meeting with thieves. Yeah. Yeah, he definitely will. People wanting to do... that is quite shrewd. And that's the wrong damn way. Fufalupa is in Horizon. In all seriousness, very, very close to bloody Uldar. On behalf of the Brass Blades of the Rose, I thank you for your service to Horizon. Ah, but we have not been idle. While you were afield, we succeeded in identifying the traitor within our ranks. Is that so? Then by your leave, I should very much like to have a word with the fellow in private. No, I'm afraid that will not be possible. Regretfully, managed to subdue the Interblade, dispatched to detain him, and made good his escape. Oh, for the love of... And how did he manage that exactly? Your men haven't been sampling some of that somnus we confiscated, have they? Or was he a giant in disguise? No, but he was quite strong. A sea-wolf, Leminton born and raised, I believe, but do not worry, we will find him, you have my word on that. I see. Pray keep me apprised of any developments. Yep, yeah, your best. Yes, he's standing next to me. Understood. I fear our time together is at an end, my friend. Your services are required elsewhere. Awfully disappointing, I know, but one must follow where duty leads. You might try and look a little disappointed. Or do you mean to give me another one of your stoic nods? You don't you? Don't worry, the game gives us more characterization a bit later. Not for a while yet, though. Right, see what Thankred has for me. Antecedent bid me tell you, mate. you to make for Vesta Bay, where young Alphino waits your coming most eagerly. It was he who requested your assistance. Some promotional incidents, I'm not privy to the details. While you do whatever it is that Alphino has planned for you, I shall endeavour to track down the traitorous Brass Blade. When I do, you may rest assured that we will have our answers. Yeah, try not to do anything I won't do. Gives you a bit of fucking leeway. I recommend those knives you've got by your side. Don't say to request shoving up the guy's arse. Making you do all this fucking running around for no apparent reason. Look, I love the game, don't get me wrong, but sometimes it's a bit of but this bit there's a lot of busy work. The plot's good, there's a lot of running around. You are late. You are late. No matter. I know where our visitors are headed. From what I've been able to gather, this vessel belongs to a band of Domans who seek an audience with the Little Sultana. You are familiar with Dol Omar, yes? In Othard? Well, like the rest of the nations on the eastern continent, it is ruled by the Gallian Empire. Given our visitors' unannounced arrival, as well as the state of their ship, I suspect they did not leave their homeland under the best circumstances. Needless to say, I should be very interested to hear their tale, and more importantly, what they know of the current state of affairs in the Empire. Such information could prove useful. We would be fools not to pursue this opportunity, do you not think? Come with me to Old Artelo, unless I am mistaken, and I am rarely mistaken, little shit. We will find the Domans bickering with the Sultan Swan on the Royal Promenade. You are uncertain of your role in the proceedings? Insurance. If our guests are not themselves Imperial agents, it seems fair to assume that they may be being pursued by some. And if not, what better than you to have on hand in the event of an unforeseen diplomatic incident? Well, fair enough, I suppose. Besides, I do enjoy your sparkling repartee. Satisfied? Good. I shall see you in Uldar. Little shit! Well, I suppose I'm needed. Right, to the Royal Promenade. Sorry, advertising myself. I need to do more advertising myself. I need to figure out better ways to bloody do it. Reddit or something. In any case, to the Chamber of Rule, which is where the Royal Promenade is. Nearly fragrant chain. In the game, a bad name for a place, considering people like me who would get a lot of rather dirty humour out of it. Right. Matters not how many times you ask, without the necessary permissions, none shall pass. Pray understand, good sir, we have not the leisure to lodge a formal petition. Time is of the essence. All I ask is that you summon your superior, allow me to plead my case, and surely you can grant us that small kindness. Away with you and darken these doors no longer. I will not ask again. You know not what you do. I gather your pleas fell upon deaf ears. A loyal man with a cold heart, I know his kind well. I hope you will find me more to your liking. I've no Levelier, at your service, a friend, which I believe makes me nearly unique, in this part of the world at least. Few indeed are your allies in Uldar, yet you will need some if you wish to endear yourselves to the wealthy and powerful. Pray join me and my associates at the Quicksand. There you can explain your situation to us, and we shall see if there is aught we can do to help. Yep, will do. Even though I fucking hate the Quicksand. As good as this game is at times, the Quicksand is a hole. The Quicksand is, this place is statistically speaking, a toilet.
Unfortunately, it's also the adventurer. This place also has an adventurers guild. Even though it should need, it doesn't need an adventurers guild. It needs setting on fire. It needs a bloody bank robbery. And as you can see, there is a small army of people here. There we go. Who gave him a beer?
We have traveled some several thousand miles across the sea from the nation of Doma, in hopes that we might find sanctuary in these lands.
Sanctuary, Lady Yugiri?
Aye. Lying within Othard, Doma was under the dominion of the Garlean Empire, as I'm sure you are aware.
Unfortunately, as it turns out, one of the people in charge is the same man who's in charge of Alamigo. Again, you shall meet, we'll be dealing with him at some point, but not for a while.
When the War of Succession broke out in Garlemald, we espied an opportunity to free ourselves from the yoke of imperial oppression and took up arms.
And Garlemald is in a bit of a situation right now, a war of succession. That'll be explained shortly.
Only to be crushed. And so I gathered what few Domans escaped the reckoning and guided them hither to your shores.
A war of succession? Then the Emperor... Forgive me. You said that Doma was under imperial...
Doma is gone, razed to the ground as an example to the other provinces.
A bit more complex than that, as you'll see
Have
later.
mercy. And your people?
Well, the country was.
On a ship anchored in Vesper Bay, flying borrowed kites. Many were complicit in the rebellion, or akin to those who were. They will not come ashore until I send word that it is safe to do so. I sought an audience with your rulers, but was summarily refused.
The monetarists probably won't let her in, because they're monetarists.
The lords of Uldar are not wont to entertain foreign refugees without suitable encouragement.
Mayhap I was foolish to expect otherwise, but our supplies run low and we have young ones in urgent need of care. I have seen the tents outside the gates, however. We are not the first to seek asylum, nor will we be the last.
Hell no.
Be that as it may, Uldar is no friend to Garlemald. Your tale... The Sultana and the Syndicate will not be so easily swayed. But I shall see that you are granted an opportunity to plead your case.
This is within your power?
Well, far be it from me to boast, but I do have the ear of certain influential individuals.
He's also a little shitbag at
I
this
am in
point.
your debt.
Lady Yugiri, forgive me for observing, but your choice of attire seems like to evoke feelings of mistrust.
Men are wont to fear the unfamiliar. We know this from experience.
You'll see her face at some point.
We seek only to spare the people of Uldar unnecessary disquiet.
I shall defer to your experience, then.
I thank you for your understanding.
It seems I have urgent business with the Flame General. I leave our guests in your capable hands.
Thank you. Could have bought me a beer while you were here. See, I don't know, besides being a bit rich, he's quite a cheapskate. Seriously, dude could have bought me a beer. We are grateful beyond measure for his kindness.
Lady Yugiri labours night and day for the good of our people. She's an inspiration for us all. I worry for your health. My sir, as I said earlier, we do not see for some several moons, and our supplies are all but spent. I have not the heart to repeat the tales of our tribulations, nor would it please you to listen to them, I think. Suffice to say, however, sacrifices have been made. It shames me to beg for more when you have offered so much. Desperation compels me. Gentle sir, if you or your associates could spare any provisions, anything at all, it would go a long way to lengthen the suffering of our people.
I'll see what I can do. I'll have a word with Momodio. I'll have a word with Barmaid over here first.
Hells, why didn't you say so sooner, Taylor? Of course I will. You couldn't have picked a better day to tell the truth. Wealthy merchants and his gang Turard were due to have a banquet here on the morrow, see, but because then word they can't come. I mean, I've got a boatload of foodstuffs and no one to feed. Best of all, they paid for the lot in advance.
Well, saves you wasting it.
Go and call on Fedora and Catherine at Sapphire Avenue Exchange. Tell them I said ship the little prince's orders at Waking Sands. Oh, and if they argue, just show them those letters. That should set them straight.
Alright then. Over to Sapphire Exchange.
Jesus fuck.
The sheer amount of people in there is ridiculous.
Fucking RP hub is ridiculous.
Oh, so what's going on? We'll join them, but unfortunately I can't. Right then. Where do I need to go? Map. And it is... Oh. It is actually in there. I'll talk to Catherine.
Hi, that's a rather odd request. Mayhap you misheard instructions?
Yeah, you're gonna want to read this.
You know, you shouldn't encourage them like this. That's how to expect it. You mark my words.
Yeah, trust me, we've got some... Yeah, that's not the point. It's in the business of feeding refugees now? I ain't normally one to question Mistress Mobodi's judgment. That don't seem wise to me. I'll speak not for the children, but you ask me, any man what can't earn a crust deserves to go hungry. He's a dickhead. Some people can't. Especially not in this place. Especially not in Uldar, where such a thing is fucking tricky. Seriously, you walk around and there are just homeless and refugees and everywhere. Uldar, sadly, has always been full of scum. Full of rich folk who'd rather stab man in his back to make a bit more money than look after people.
They didn't give any trouble, did they? Good, now go and tell Lady Yugiri it's all in hand. I dared not hope for some magnanimity. Magnanimity? What less expect it? Mrs. Mamodi is generous indeed. I shall be sure to thank her most humbly.
Well, then what's next then? Hopefully you'll feel a bit better for that.
Lady Ugiri, I briefed the Flame General on your situation. I think you will be pleased with his reply. We've been granted an audience?
Before the Sultana and Syndicate both, we should return to the Royal Promenade at once.
You've done much for us, Master Alphino. I swear you shall return the favour. Not his own, Lady Ugiri, for naught has been given. A small favour you fairly won with your words, and it is with words that you must win the favour of the Syndicate. And I shall choose them with care. You are to be accompanying us, yes? Your presence may serve to remind the Syndicate of the true meaning of philanthropy, and that nothing so unpalatable will be required of them, assuming Domans are willing to earn their keep. Come, the Flame Great General awaits us on the Royal Promenade. Will do. Right then, back out of the dump. Because again, seriously, I do not like this city. Days. Right then. So I just responded to something in shout. Those. Flares. A pleasure, Taylor. The others are already inside. Let's not keep them waiting. Right then.
Ugiri of Domar, I'm honoured to meet you at last, Your Grace. To mark this auspicious occasion, I should like to present to you the finest treasures our humble nation has to offer. Alas, the circumstances which have brought me here today have divested me of both time and dignity. I come before you as a pauper in direst need of aid, to request that you grant my people asylum.
I'm Nanamo, 17th in the line of U. Welcome you to our city. Be at ease, Lady Ugiri. Although I myself have heard the tale of your misfortune, I would ask that you recount it once more for the benefit of the others here present.
As you wish, Your Grace. For many years, my nation, Domar, suffered under the yoke of imperial rule, and my people yearned to be free. Thus, when a war of succession broke out in Garlemald, we sought to take advantage of the chaos and reclaim our liberty.
And it didn't go well.
Alas, our enemy proved less preoccupied than we had hoped, and our rebellion was put down in the most brutal fashion.
Those who survived, how many do they number?
More than 200 souls huddle within the cramped confines of our own galleon's hold. Yet this figure accounts for but one of a number of ships which escaped the purge. It is my hope that you will allow us all to dwell within your walls. Should that prove unfeasible, however, I humbly ask that you accept as many of my people as your resources allow. Pray understand, we do not beg a boon, but propose instead an arrangement. We would serve as soldiers or tradesmen until our debt is repaid.
What are the Syndicate's opinions on this matter?
I, for one, think it's a marvelous idea. Lady Ugiri and her people strike me as an industrious lot, and there are parts of the city which have yet to be fully restored. If they are willing to work, I see no reason not to let them.
Be careful of this dude's words.
The head of the Mirage Trust is not known for his generosity. He sees profit in this.
Yep.
I agree. That said, these are foreign refugees. To admit them would require a formal resolution. Shall we call a vote?
The law is the law. Lord Lolorito?
Oh, this little shitbag.
Tell me,
Are you blind or willfully ignorant? Even now, our streets are choked with the displaced victims of the Calamity and Alamigan refugees. They live hand to mouth, subsisting on aid provided by the immortal flames, the cost of which grows ever higher. The wealth of Ul'dah is not without limits, my friends. And need I remind you that these refugees are prone to violence and criminal activity? You have all read the reports, I think.
I should mention, Lolorito out of this lot is the fucking greediest. He is basically... He's the richest man here, and probably he's the richest man there, and can probably afford to feed all of them, but he doesn't. Most of the monetarists, in my humble opinion, are dickheads.
Without homes or employment, it is only a matter of time before men grow desperate and take that which they imagine has been unjustly denied them. Yet, knowing this, you would have us swell their ranks. Mayhap you think the brass blades and the flames are not hard-pressed enough?
Some say the chairman of the East Aldenard Trading Company passes Gil thrice daily. This may explain how he came to be the wealthiest man in Ul'dah. Or it may simply be that he's ruthless beyond reckoning.
He's a little shit.
Surely the Sultanate can support the few hundred domins Lady Yugiri represents. That our resources have been taxed, I do not deny. But we are hardly in danger of financial collapse. I move that an exception be made.
An exception, Your Grace? I am suddenly reminded of a similar debate some years ago regarding a number of Alamiga refugees, if memory serves. What were your words that day? Yes, the law is the law, and so our visitors remained in Little Alamigo.
And she had some regrets.
Mayhap our wise and benevolent Sultana would be so good as to enlighten us as to which other of our laws should not be upheld.
How about tax laws? That's what I'd use against him. Tax laws. Because I guarantee you that little cunt ain't using his bloody taxes. Ain't paying his taxes. Pardon my language.
Mind your tongue, Lolorito.
My lord, I share your concern for the welfare of our great nation, but we must endeavor to take a longer view. You know as well as I that people can be a resource still more precious than you.
Precious or not, they were never yet so reliable. And unlike those who frequent your establishment, I have no desire to gamble with my future. Ul'dah's greatest asset is, and has ever been, her material wealth. We risk this at our peril.
Sec. Just need a second. Manage.
One need only look to Teleji Adeleji's example for evidence of the danger in allowing sentiment to dictate policy. How far the vaunted Mirage have fallen, both in repute and profitability, since he began employing refugees.
Ah, that'll just better gamble.
How I choose to conduct my affairs is not your concern, my lord.
A proposal has been tabled. Given its urgency, I move we forego further debate and to accept the Doman refugees or not. Those in favor, I bid you remain. Those opposed.
that's most of them. Luckily, we got a backup plan, I think.
Would that it were within my power to welcome you and your people, Lady Ugiri. As you have observed, however, my authority in such matters is regrettably limited. Without the consent of the Syndicate, I cannot act.
I understand, Your Grace, and I appreciate all that you have done on our behalf.
The nerve of the man! If that bastard had not forsaken the eastern trade route, little Alamigo would now be thriving. Oh, that you should have traveled so far under such dire circumstances, only to be rebuked.
He's got ulterior motives. Meanwhile, Lorito's
Now that the
racist.
Empire no longer poses an immediate threat, they see little reason to maintain the pretense of unity. The Monitorists have grown especially defiant of late. Lord Lolorito most of all. But this is neither the time nor place for that discussion.
They must have tabled debate. They must have tabled a debate about paying his bills. In that instance, I suggest a potato slicer. As you observed, Lolorito is not afraid to speak his mind, nor is he like to change it. Often have I ever wondered how a man so skilled at weighing the worth of things should be so incapable of seeing the value of people. I'll waste no more words on him, not when the Domans are yet in need of aid. Everyone, follow me to the Hall of Flames. Basically, chances are he's got a backup plan. So probably does Alphino, and so do I. As I said, some of the people there are scum. Some of the people in Ildar are scum. Utter scum. And as much as I love the game, sometimes you got to deal with these people. Sorry. The Syndicate has spoken, and I see no point in moving them, in the matter be reconsidered. The Monitorists have made their positions clear. Agreed. Uldar is not an option. Nor Linsula Minta or Gridania, I judge, given the state of their internal affairs. It seems our Doman friends confined to a ship. God, the thoughts of them huddled in an airless hope with no hope of better treatment. Would that I had more time to find an alternative, a place not bound by the concerns of greater nations. Menphilia, that is precisely what I wish to discuss. She's already on to him. You understand the Syndicate's decision? I do. We all wish to reserve that which is ours, especially when we believe it to be under siege. But I cannot meekly accept this judgment, not while my people suffer. Would it be out of the question for the Sultanate to accept us for a limited time? A week perhaps, or even just a few days? Excellent, I shall keep you informed. Lady Ugiri, I have a proposal if you would hear it. Out with it, Master Alphino. Headquarters of my order, the Signs of the Seventh Dawn, stands in a place called Revenant's Toe, an outpost in Mordona. Like most outposts, it is frequented by mercenaries and other men of action, and lacks the comforts of more well-established settlements. However, the leaders of Revenant Soul have been doing their utmost to change that. To that end, they have need of able-bodied individuals willing to work as frontier hands, hard labour lest you doubt, with naught save food and shelter by way of reward. Terms not unlike those which you yourself propose, Lady Ugiri. Though we will not hear a word said against our beloved Uldar, Revenant's Tone would offer certain advantages, the absence of unhelpful bureaucracy being the most obvious. He didn't want to say it. If they can accommodate us all, we shall gladly accept. Master Alphino, I once again find myself in your debt. Pray do not thank me, my lady. The life your people go to is one of hard labour and few comforts, as I told you. Before that, there remains the small matter of how they may safely be borne to Revenant's Toll, which would be no small feat considering the distance and their present condition. Mayhap the Uldan Adventurers Guild can be of assistance. Look me there and on, Taylor.
Will do. Well, he's got some stuff. Well, he's got some shit sorted out. Lady Okiri, if you and your people could accompany me, we may discuss what aid the immortal flames can provide. Basically, escorting them there. Thinks he must be on the same quest. Right. Alright, there's a good setup. Oh, Eden Gate. Yeah, I can get that, but I'm not too big on the Eden. That'd do quite a lot of grinding.
We are concerned that the Doman refugees may find the journey to Revenant's Toll too much to bear. Long have they been requested to board their ship with insufficient supplies and scarce room enough to breathe, let alone stretch their limbs. With that in mind, Mistress Mimodi has kindly offered to accommodate the Domans until such time as they are ready to set out for Mordona. Those healthy enough to travel will embark as soon as transportation has been secured, while those too weak to leave at once will be permitted to stay until they regain their strength.
What news?
Transportation remains our greatest obstacle, General. Is the the immortal flames can do.
I fear that exceeds our mandate. We're a smaller number and mayhap it'll go unnoticed, but the Syndicate will not bear the cost of extorting more than 200 Doman to Mordona.
When government fails to act, the responsibility falls towards private citizens. I will engage the services of the 77 caravans on the Doman's behalf.
Very well, we shall begin contact negotiations at once. Your generosity is most welcome, my lord.
After all that has befallen these good people, it's the least I can do. Come what may, you shall ever have a friend in Uldar, Lady Ugiri. And you in Revenant's Toll, my lord. Well, it sounds like we all have work to do, Lady Ugiri. Let's put our heads together and settle the details of our arrangement, shall we?
Basically, we ought to be having some of them working in the pub.
I would entrust the task of escorting our Doman friends to you, after you have rested your own road weary legs. What say you?
Alright, sounds good to me. Right then. Oh, hello, what's this? Another message. Right then, after that, that's a nice looking spear, and it is the... no idea how to get that one.
As we speak, the Domans prepare for departure at Vessel Bay, wherefrom they will be transported by carriage to Uldan. That said, this has all been decided rather suddenly, and it would not surprise me if the refugees required some assistance in coordinating their preparations. Tello, I would have you return to Vesper Bay and facilitate the process through tasks great and small. In short, do whatever needs to be done, do it. Speak with a man named Hozan when you arrive. As Lady Ugiri tells it, he has been designated the leader of the first group.
Hozan. Yeah, that's a name that rings a bit familiar.
lighter volume there. That's... There we go. Right then. Let's go see what Hosan wants. I am a sec, I need a drink. No, I'm gonna try and get some light that can go fucking behind me just out of view or something. Yep. Urine Coachman. It's been too long. Too goddamn long since I've travelled across the Oars here. I can't wait to try to take to the road again. Basically, he's volunteered for a fucking road trip and a half. Hosan and Dome. I can smell this tension on wind here. Greetings. Ivano informed me that a scion would be arriving to help with the preparations. I'm honoured to meet you, though shamed as well. A great warrior should not be tasked with such trivialities. No, seriously, it's alright, man. I knew from a glance what manner of man you were. I too have some skill at arms, as do many of our people. Pray forgive this travel. Might I trouble you to help round up the children that have been given into my care? They are the most adept at staying hidden from my sight. Perhaps your keen eyes will succeed where I've failed. You have my thanks, friend. Please take out my son Yorzan. He can tell you more. Basically, I've got to help him out. Find the kids, get them ready to go. He needs to upgrade his gear. Oh, hello there. I'm Yozan, son of Hosan. Will you be coming with us to Uldar? I hear we're travelling by horse, bird, drawn carriage. But don't you think of their queer giant birds that people ride like horses? I still want to try riding one, but what's that? You're here looking for the others. Don't worry, I already told them to get rid of the carriages. Need your help, though. We were just finishing a game of hide and seek. 3 players are still in hiding, and since Lady Ugiri told us to take it really seriously, they won't move until they're found. Vesper Bay isn't that big, so I bet you can find them in no time. Well, none of them are hiding in Wilfred's office. I don't think he'd be happy with a kid just sneaking in. There we go. And there's one of them. Hey, you're not Yozan. Who are you? I'm Kaharu. Tailor to 7, eh? Didn't know anyone else was. Wait a minute, you're one of those stallions, aren't you? Scions. No, scions! Then you must know Lady Ugiri, right? Isn't she great? She's really good at hide and seek too. Alright, it's almost time to go. Nice to meet you, Tailor Destrina. I can't really do a kid's voice. Well, that's a roll then. How do you find me? Guess I need to practice more. Maybe just go to this, the galleons didn't find me. Well, it's good that the galleons didn't find you, sunshine. Crafting tome bender, let's see what they've got. I already got all these. Glamour prisms. Yeah, that's really old stuff. There's one more kid and I've got no idea where the fuck they are. I thought I just ran over them with this thing then. It's like, where are they? There, and there, and there, and there. Oh, there we go. Hang on to the bloody carriages. Are you playing? No fair. Yozan didn't say anything about adults. No, we get to ride a horsebird carriage. No, it sounds scary, but if Yozan says it's safe, I'll go.
Let's see what they got in store for me next. Not gonna lie. I want to find out. Give me a minute, so I need to find out how the fuck you get the Inferno jacket. Oh. Right. So I got them to grind at some point because I want that jacket. Wonderful. All the children are counted. Hide and seek. Wonderful. All children are counted. Hide and seek. I see that you are curious. It's quite simple, really. Lady Ugiri thought it best that children know what to do in case the Guardians found us. I just hope that those days behind us, but nevertheless take comfort in knowing we are prepared. First caravan is due to depart shortly, followed by the rest at regular intervals. My family and I, including my stubborn old father Home, will be travelling in the lead carriage together with young Kaharu, whom I believe you have already met. Though I understand the road to Uldar is regularly patrolled by your brass blades, it would give us great comfort if you would agree to accompany us on our journey. Once again, I thank you for your kindness. When you are ready to leave, please inform our coachman. Well then, go have a word with Gant and Coach. Oh, cheers. Eager to be off, are you? Well, what I mean is have a word with you about that. Running front blade says he might have a problem. Fierce looking beast has been south of the bridge to Amelie. Might be as someone's either playing tricks on him, of course, but he don't play to gamble in this business. Now, I know you can handle yourself in a fight, but I think this slot is another story, so I think you might go on ahead to have a quick look around, make sure the area is safe like. If you come across anything dangerous, you know what to do. When you're satisfied the way is clear, meets us outside Horizon. Brass Blade's telling me the road there's safe, so I reckon we can make it that far on our own, assuming self-same bastards don't try and rob us, that is. Right, so powerful mark has been located, so what I'm going to do now is have a look in Party Finder. So there's an S rank up. Oh, right. So I just fucking drove right past it. I'll take that. Alright, back to the quest. So I'll just add it, so that is the set. I'll take the kit. Right, let's see. I think there's some bandits apparently, so best to deal with them first. Oh, that's come from a fair distance away. Someone's up to something. And they're not saying no to an S rank, to a free S rank hunt. I don't normally do that many hunts, but let's head back to where I needed to be. Oh, up here. And they're just past Horizon. Pleased me to see you well. Come, let the coachman know we can continue onward to Uldar. I must say, that was a surprisingly pleasant ride. Maybe the journey to above Evidence Toll will not be so bad after all. They have wings, does that mean they can fly? And does that mean we can fly if we ride one? I mean, if you know how. Which do you think would win a race? A horse or a horse bird? Chocobo. A chocobo would probably win. So there was a beastie? Was being the... So was a beastie. Was being the operative word. Yeah, not much left of it. Well, actually... Hold on a minute, I need to stretch my bum. Oh dear. Gods. Well fought, sir, well fought. If only I were in better health, I should have been proud to have stood at your side. Pray my son no mind. He forgets that his responsibilities preclude acts of daring do. Be that as it may, I cannot help but envy you. Had we been able to call upon heroes of your strength in killing Doma, things would have been very different. No, they wouldn't. No, they wouldn't. Not with him around. But we cannot change the past. Those who fought and fell are forever lost to us. Lost but not forgotten. Lady Yugiri's kinsmen least of all. They fought fiercest, though they know full well it was in vain. She had every right to walk away, yet she chose to stay. Food, shelter, the promise of better life, all this and more we owe to her. How does one even begin to repay such a debt? And kind father, to he who has given everything, we shall give our all. Whatever work there is to be done, we shall do it without question. Ditch digging, bricklaying, matters not. Revenant Toll will grow and prosper by our hands. Sounds good to me, mate. Jesus Christ! Oh, hello, kids. Hey, Mr. Taylor, Kahuru and I want to know why you became an adventurer. Children! Children! Bloody children! Alright for the most part, but children still. To go with it, wild rose blooms. So you like roses? I think I understand. I mean, they're nice and everything. Don't they grow in lots of places? It's my turn now. Excuse me, Mr. Taylor, I've got a question. What's Revenant Toll like? Is it pretty? Don't often feel cash. Bustling outpost frequented by many adventurers. You mean there are lots of people there just as strong as you? Oh, I can't wait! He's like, no, Kahar, it's my turn again. Mr. Taylor, I'm an older. When I'm older, I want to be stronger. What do I have to do? Seek out new experiences and adventures. You'll have plenty of chance in that way. I've done my fair share. Of course, to be a better adventurer, you need to go adventuring.
Alright, that's enough questions for Mr. Taylor. That's not fair. Why did we get to ask 2 questions? I want to know about adventuring just as much as he does. Just one more, please. Do you think I could be an adventurer like you one day? Yeah. Probably could, kiddo. Really? Then I will. Thanks for the advice, Mr. Taylor. I won't forget it. Going to be an adventurer too? Oh, gods. When we go to Revenant's Toll, let's make an adventurer's guild for Domans. We'll protect our friends and punish the wicked, just like Mr. Taylor and Lady Ugiri. Yes, just like Mr. Taylor and Lady Ugiri. Domans just there like, well... so they get a chance to relax. Talk more about this in the carriage on the way. Will you be joining us? You know what? Yeah, why not? Time to just get back for once. Him just being like, well, we've run upstairs in the toll, just fall to fucking sleep on the way. That's how many goes into quicksand to the pub, just be like, right, what's that? Beer. Just mead. Mead? It's beer. It's alcohol. Oh, why do you say so? Well then. Speak with Alpha no other quicksand. Is there anything else interesting going on at Data Center? Probably not. No, ever since they changed the terms of service, we've had a lot. Well, not something I might do at some point. Do a bit of blue mage leveling. I've not done that in a long time. Did it after Stormblood came out shortly before certain things happened? In any case. Out of the shit, I mean it's quicksand. I hate this town. I really hate this town. And bad who don't have a sense of tune. Holy shit! Ah, Taylor. I take it the first group has arrived. Excellent. Is there aught else? No, I have matters well in hand here. You and Lady Grey should travel to Revenant's Toll forthwith. Right, will do. It is past time, Lady Grey, we met with the guild representatives in Revenant's Toll. Since I do not foresee any further matters arising here in Thanalan which might require your personal attention, I would instead have you serve as an escort to for the Doman delegation for the duration of the journey. Speak first with Slackborn upon your arrival. He is the one with whom the Domans will be working with most closely, I should think. Afterwards, introduce Lady Ugiri to Filia and the Guild emissary. If both meetings go well, the resulting tie should stand the Domans in good stead for that which is to come. Safe travels, Taylor. Safe travels, Taylor. Well then, go have a word with Slackborn then. I got some new people for you here, mate. And this must be the esteemed Lady Ugiri and her associates. I greet you all as friends and bid you welcome to the Toll. I hope you do not find our Delta finest and off-putting, for although we may seem we have a wealth of spirit and camaraderie to spare. See, your race and creed don't enter into it here. Welcome all sorts, provided they are willing to earn their keep, of course. We are no strangers to hard work, Master Slapbore, and you may be rest assured that we will carry out your orders with due diligence.
Oh, not for a moment I doubt your commitment, milady. Pray understand, I give the same speech to all new arrivals. And you needn't bow your head or call me master either. We're both frontier hands, as far as I'm concerned.
As you wish, Slapbore. May this meeting mark the beginning of a long and fruitful relationship.
She's not kidding when it's long and fruitful. Right, I need to go take him to Minfilia. I guess I've yet to meet the antecedent. Seven else, Taylor. Why are you wasting time with me? See him at Rising Stones. Will do.
Place they're going to spend lots of time.
Oh, yeah, to show you him. The Wandering Minstrel. Yoshida. That's who he is. Yoshi fucking P. See what everyone's doing now.
Eosia may be a land of many cultures and creeds, but I nevertheless suspect that the Domes will struggle to adapt. As is the case with other distant lands, I have heard rumours of mysterious magics and martial arts. I dare not lend credence to these tales, but I cannot help but hope that some of them are true.
This sort of thing is nothing compared to what the Domans have endured.
So many youths these days fail to understand what is incumbent on everyone to help those in need. That is why it's so wonderful when young men like Cory Balder rise to the occasion.
She's basically getting the bar set up.
They really sail that half-rotted ship all the way from Athard. Isn't that dangerous? Isn't that dangerous? What if it had struck a leak?
Well, if it had struck a leak, they'd be a bit knackered.
They'd be singing "Always Look on Bright Side of Life" with a lot of glubs.
And I've forgotten to completely talk to Lady Ugiri. I thought we had to talk to the antecedents, although I thought we had to go talk to Minfilia.
To whom isn't much is given, much is expected. Forgive me. I require a moment to compose my thoughts before meeting with your leader. We shall join you at the Rising Stones anon.
Right, I'll meet you in there. I'd get some wines ready for them, and some beers, and whatever drinks they need. Get them somewhat warm. Yeah, I know I've been going for a while, but I need to keep going. I want to get as much of this done as I can. Because this is a slog, and getting to Heaven's Ward is my main goal. Like I said, I want to be there by Tuesday.
No use.
What's up?
My attempts to reach the students of Baldestian continue to meet with failure. Oriandre has explored other avenues of inquiry, but they too have yielded naught. We will persevere, of course, yet within our hearts the truth is clear. We are but awaiting confirmation of that which we already know. How fare the Domans? I'm given to understand you are kept quite busy in Vesper Bay. May I help you question the wisdom of aiding refugees when the primal threat remains unresolved?
Never mind, hold on. It'll come to meet you, by the way.
Lady Ugiri is here. Please show her in. I should very much like to meet her.
Oh, yeah.
We have no objections. Pray do so while our blessing. Your answer pleased me beyond words, my lady, but are you quite certain? We have no way of knowing how many might answer my summons. In the event that Revenant's Toll could not accommodate us all, we would need to find an alternative solution. Should that come to pass, we will find it together.
Yeah, we'd help you find something. As ever, it has been a pleasure, antecedents. Alas, we must take our leave as the first characters are due to arrive at any moment. Should you require aught else, pray speak with Slathborn, Lady Ugiri. Lady Ugiri, Taylor. Basically, probably find them jobs and stuff. Or just get a load of the other ones adventuring. Just get them some game like, this is camping stuff, these are sort of this. That looks expensive. Well, you're going to be doing a lot of adventuring, you want good equipment for it.
Lamine and I will make all the necessary preparations to ensure that our Dome and friends feel at home upon their arrival.
Basically, get them some dinner.
Though I must admit I am still troubled about the matter of the missing crystals. If Solomon should be returning anon with a report from the field, maybe he could wait here and speak with her upon her arrival?
Yeah, that's probably a good move. All business?
How goes the fishing? Caught anything slippery?
I like that one.
Aye. Our suspicions were well founded. The Serpent Reapers are indeed the culprits.
The plot thickens.
Has there been any movement in Thanalan?
It has been blessedly quiet, which is to say the Amalja are being no more or less of a nuisance than usual, summoning a fleet with such crystals as they have hoarded. Urianger, too, reports not out of the ordinary.
Well, that's good.
Then we have our explanation.
Your explanation for what, pray tell?
For the recent spate of crystal thefts in Thanalan, we naturally assumed that the trail would lead us back to the Amalja. Yet it did not. It led us across the sea unto Vilbrand.
Vilbrand? There have been reports of increased Sahagin activity of late. Oh gods, they mean to summon Leviathan?
Yeah, that ain't good.
That is the way of it, I fear. Whilst conducting our investigation on behalf of the mineral concern, we came upon evidence implicating the Serpent Reavers. With the aid of the Maelstrom, I was able to verify our suspicions. 'Tis only a matter of time before Leviathan returns to harrow the seas.
Yeah, that ain't good.
But there is more. One of the Sahagin, an elder by my judgment, spoke of attaining the gift and knowledge of eternity.
Sorry. Well, that ain't good. Echo time.
Such a disturbance in the ether. If I did not know better, I should think this device defective. And there is the explanation.
Soon it shall begin. Our Lord shall rise mid-surging wave to wash away the finless blood. And I shall be granted the gift and knowledge of eternity, and with the emissary stand equal. Then shall I know no cessation, no oblivion.
Delusional.
Whence comes this promise of immortality? The emissary?
Oh yeah, she hadn't met on the Lillibus yet, has she?
We have outstayed our welcome.
The gift And knowledge.
Yeah, that ain't good.
Are the two of you quite well?
You shared that vision, did you not?
Afraid so. Aye.
Even before the Sahagin made mention of the emissary, I recognized Elidibus's words. He is behind this. But surely it is not within his power to grant the echo.
My lady, unless we act swiftly, Leviathan will rise again. The Admiral has already requested that we intervene to prevent this. Failing that, we are to attend to the Primal's extermination.
She will have our full cooperation. Let us make haste to Limsa Lominsa.
Alright, over we go.
I mean to play a part in this mission. Tataru, pray, take charge in my absence.
My lady, are you sure this is wise?
I am aware of the risks, but there is something I must see with mine own eyes. The true nature of the echo.
Very well. I shall not stand in your way. On the condition that you permit me to accompany you as bodyguard.
Your company is ever welcome, Thancred.
I take it something ill is afoot.
Aye, a Primal is about to be loosed upon Eorzea.
Primal?
Yeah, it is new to this.
A godlike being whose very existence is a bane upon the land. We scions of the Seventh Dawn are sworn to put an end to their kind.
I see. Know then that I am learned in the arts of war. In return for the kindness you have shown my people, I would lend you my blade.
Knowing how good she is, I'd take that as a fair deal.
It would be most welcome. When contending with a Primal, one can never have too many able allies. If you crave a more intimate understanding of the problems facing Eorzea, this experience is like to provide it. Be sure to come well prepared.
Really, I thought she had a spot on her nose. Again, I do like his tone. Right, I'm trying to check what's going on in Party Finder. Nothing particularly interesting there. Nothing particularly interesting there. Also more of an alternate. Ah, the Lubrum Regine. Hell of a duty, that one. One of my faves. Well then. Plainly, should worse come to pass and Leviathan is summoned, our only recourse will be to face him in battle. Given past experience, you may very well think that an eventuality inevitable. Yet so long as there is even a chance that Pram's return might be prevented, we must needs bend all our efforts towards achieving that goal. Before we do aught else, let us hasten to Limsa Lominsa and meet with the Admiral. She will not have been idle in the intervening time and will doubtless have valuable information to share. Yeah, hopefully so. Hopefully so. Maybe doing a bit of training. Pain is but weakness, leaving the body. I must impress Lady Ida. If you are to hold a fort during missions, you must be no less than fully prepared. See that they dedicate every spare moment to your training. Well, those two are no slouches. As her mother, I am ever concerned for Minfilia's safety, but she is her own woman now. If she would venture into the midst of danger, I will not bar her. Meanwhile, she's taking plans to Taro Nida. Even though Thancred will be watching out for her, I cannot help but fear for Lady Minfilia.
This Leviathan business is everyone all wound up, but I say at times like this that we need to get unwound.
Right then. Back to Limsa Minza. Go and have a word with the cat. Go and have a word with the Admiral. Right then. Back here we go. Oh. It's over here. Right. You are expected. Pray take this lift to the command room. Right, up we go.
Welcome, friends. I take it Solo has apprised you of the situation. Let us waste no time then. According to our best intelligence, the Sahagin have not crystals enough to summon their god. Alas, we did not count on the Serpent Reavers venturing as far as Thanalan to supplement their cache. For our short-sightedness, we are faced with the grim prospect of Leviathan's imminent return. Needless to say, I am not inclined to let the fishbacks have their way. Even as we speak, the Maelstrom makes ready to launch a large-scale operation to thwart the summoning, and we would welcome the Scion's support in this endeavour. But if gods forbid our efforts come to naught, I will need to trouble you more than mere support, much when I did when Titan last walked these lands. Lady Minfilia, I am given to understand that you mean to accompany our soldiers to the front lines. I can only assume you have a sound reasons for doing so. I do, Admiral, but I would rather not be drawn on their nature. I will say only that there is something I would see with mine own eyes. Is that so? While I am not so stubborn as to deny the wish of one of those whose aid I require, precautions must be taken. I shall require that you remain by my side at all times. With that, Edel, let us speak of the operation. Taylor, Maelstrom scouts are currently reconnoitering Sahagin movements within the Sapsa spawning grounds. Upon completing their mission, they will return to the operation's staging point at Camp Skull Valley. I want you to make your way there forthwith, that you might be apprised of the latest intelligence. Commander Falk Reader has charge of the garrison.
Will do.
That, if memory serves, is just north of Aleport.
Right then. But yeah. Time to go deal with this log, eh? Alright, Soul's already here. So's Yugiri. I must have got here quickly.
A soldier of the Maelstrom has kindly furnished me with information on the enemy. And with this knowledge, I promise you that my presence will count for something.
It's with the Scions they'll have helped.
Of late, this area has played host to many a bloody skirmish between Lamindan and Sahagin forces.
I've been expecting you, Scion of the Seventh Dawn. On behalf of the men and women here, I thank you for your cooperation. The safety of our citizens is paramount. With your aid, we will prevent Leviathan's return. As you may already know, Maelstrom scouts have been dispatched to reconnoitre the Sapsa spawning grounds. Though it pains me to admit it, the Maelstrom has never faced a foe the likes of this before. We must proceed with all due caution. Among other things, they have orders to determine where Leviathan might emerge, assuming it comes to that. And yet, their return is long overdue. I fear that ill may have befallen them.
Better or worse, we must ascertain their fate. If it's not too much to ask, I would have you aid us in the search. 5 scouts ventured into Saps are all told. Here, take this flask of restorative to tend to those who may have been wounded. It pains me to even consider the notion. If they have perished, circumstances permitting, I ask that you recover their bodies. By no means venture too deep into enemy territory, however. We can ill afford to lose you at this juncture. It's not me you need to worry about. I'll be dragging some of the Sargin back with me. There we go. Help somebody of all the time to get the restorative. Here, it looks like you need this, mate. Thank you, I owe me life. We were ambushed by the Serpent Reavers. Lightly armed as we are, we didn't stand a chance. I was able to flee this far, but the others were captured. They were taken to the Serpent's tongue, I'm sure of it. I can make my own way back to camp, but I fear the worst of me comrades. Save them, I beg you. Right then. Deeper in we go. I think this might be an instance, I don't know. Oh. Oh, that's bad. Well, if there's corpses, that's bad. Oh, this one's... Okay, if it's taken a while, that one must be a mess. Right then. Yeah, stuff involving the Reapers tends to be bad. And all these stuff involving Leviathan tends to be dangerous, especially when people have been tempered. Because of his nature and his powers of water, Leviathan is one of the more dangerous primals. Hypothetically, of course. Right then. You returned, Navigator. When I learned that you went to the Serpent Tongue by yourself, I feared you would meet an untimely demise. Tell me, what became of the others? No good. No good at all, love. Dear gods, these wounds were not intended to kill. To torture and maim, does the savage know no bounds? Enemies, oh no, they go too far. I dread to think what may have become of the 2 remain unaccounted for. I pray they haven't suffered the same evil fate. At the very least, one of my men came back alive, and for that I owe you my thanks. The price we paid was dear, but we have the intelligence we need. Even as we speak, the Admiral finalises the details of the operation. The war horns will sound any moment now. Be ready to sally forth when they do. Right then. Time for something big. Get on myself. Those damned fishback bastards, I'll kill them slowly and then chase their rotten souls all the way up to all 7 hells. Ah, the Admiral. Peace, Commander. We are here for a purpose, and vengeance is not it. I want your mind on the task at hand, savvy? My apologies, Admiral. You may count on me to keep a clear head. Good. According to our still surviving scout, the Zahagin and their thralls have already begun to amass the Aetheryte in the depths of Sapsa. If we are to act, it must be now. The men are ready, but we await your orders, Admiral. As predicted, the Zahagin have tightened security in and around the Sapsa spawning grounds. A frontal assault is like to be met with fierce resistance. Ah, but we are not so heartless as that, Commander. We should divide our forces and strike them hard and fast at key locations. Remember, our ultimate objective is to take the Scepter Aetherite and eliminate the Sahagin priest presiding over the summoning. We're not here to kill them all. The Maelstroms then engage and distract the Sahagin's legion of drowned pirates at the Serpent's Tongue. Commander, you have charge over this effort. Be mindful that the lay of the land there is devilish for attacking forces. Let the foreign levy spearhead the assault and have subsequent units fan out to cover their flanks. At the selfsame moment, a diversionary squadron formed of galleons from the Crimson Fleet shall harry the enemy from offshore. In likewise, we Scions shall form smaller units in hope of confusing the Sahagin defensive effort. Taylor and Dischola, the two of you are to make your way to the site of the summoning ritual. The Admiral's diversion should serve to thin the enemy's defences, rendering your path less perilous. A small party, I believe, should be able to win through without drawing unwarranted attention. Thankfully, Nugiri, your mission is to lure as many Sahagin as possible out of the spawning grounds. Having done so, take your heels and circle around to join the infiltration unit of Ischola and Taylor. When all has been set in motion, I myself shall cut a path to the Aetherite, accompanied by Lady Minfilia, as was agreed. Well, don't let me keep you, friends. To battle! Sounds good to me. When last did we fight side by side, Taylor? Too long ago, I warrant. Come, let us away.
Sounds good to me, love. Sounds good to me.
Been going for nearly 4 hours. And I'm still going to keep going. I want to get past remove, if needs be.
Yeah, you don't say they've been allergic to our presence.
When I first did this quest years and years ago, it actually gave me trouble. But then again, back then I was nowhere near where I was now. In fact, I had to beat some warrior. Stola, you alright? Pray do not concern yourself, 'twas but a glancing blow. Come, the Aetherite is close at hand. Let us press on.
Right then.
Damn them. They have made thralls of soldiers and civilians both.
Well, that's what they do.
Oh! Nice shot.
Did I miss much?
This was meant to be a showcase for rogue and ninja.
So that is how you fight in the Far East. Mental note, pick no quarrel with Domans. But seriously, if I am to keep up, I must needs forsake elegance for efficiency.
Like I said, it's not bad as a rogue. It doesn't even work quite like that. Don't get me wrong, ninja's fun and all.
To the Aetherite!
Yeah, sounds good to me. He's like, oh, where the fuck did that come from? Headshot.
You'll forgive me my lateness.
It's the Admiral. She don't fuck around when she needs. She don't fuck around.
I've been something of a liability of late, I know. 'Tis high time I set about making amends.
Long have you shriveled Sorwater, tormented our kind. But no more! Your time is at an end! You shall perish with salt in your wounds and sea in your lungs. Lord of the world, hearken to our plea. Lord of the world, deliver us from our misery.
And they fucking summoned it.
Do you feel that?
I know this sensation. It's the echo.
Yeah, that ain't good.
Such power! It is transcendent!
Well. Oh dear. That ain't good.
Seven hells.
That's really not good.
Strike me down if you will. It is futile. I have mastered the gift. I am eternal. Oh, mighty Leviathan, ruler of the seas, born of waters primordial, I offer unto you this frail flesh, that you might grant your faithful servants deliverance. I beseech you, come forth!
Die, damn you!
Foolish Shorewalker! You cannot kill that which is eternal!
Yeah, that ain't good. Oh shit. That is Leviathan. And here's one problem with being made into pure ether.
Heavens forfend.
And she's like, well, bring me back pants.
Damn it all!
My being ebbs away. It should by right be infinite.
He's been
Am
resolved.
I not immortal? Curse you, emissary! You promised me everlasting.
Yeah. The problem is, primals can absorb stuff like absorb that. And he's fucking off.
Where did he go?
What say you? Nary a single ship? Hells take that sea demon! Gather the survivors and get to shore. Leave the wrecks for the pirates.
Yeah, that ain't good.
Leviathan wastes no time. The diversionary squadron is lost.
He took him out in seconds.
For a mercy, 'twould seem the primal now makes for open sea. But why does he not press his advantage? Unless... God save us. He means to unleash a tidal wave.
That would be really bad. Yep. Right then, let's go. And let's have a word with everyone here. If we eat Leviathan on the open seas, we put ourselves at the primal's mercy. We must think of a way to face him on equal terms. The gods of this realm are vengeful beings. 'Tis little wonder Galleons fear their kind so. Though the mission ended in failure, I take solace in the knowledge that Minfilia is unharmed. I don't really arrived momentarily. There is no time to brood over what we might have been. Leviathan is returned, and we must needs find a way to deal with him. Understand I speak of no normal wall of water. That which Leviathan makes ready to conjure carries more destructive power than aught seen in nature. Enough to raise entire coastal settlements, if his last attempt is any guide. We cannot suffer history be repeated. Yet how in the seven hells are we to prevent it? Though our plight cries out for action, we must take thought. So long as Leviathan remains in the open sea, he is effectively beyond our reach. Our fleet is second to none, of that you may be sure, but Limlane herself would struggle to best the Lord of Woe in his element. In a straight fight he would make meat and match one of us. We need a little plan, that much is plain. Let us return to Limsa and see if we cannot think of one. I shall await you in the command room. They're all like, right, we need to think of something or we're fucked. Unbelievably fucked. Leviathan is a threat. It's like all the primals are threats, so to speak, but Leviathan is a different sort. Because he's fucking clever. Oh, what else that? Oh. You're here. You are expecting in the command room. Pray do not keep the Admiral waiting. Right, then up we go.
There used to be a hamlet beyond South Tidegate in western Lanosha. Hearthstone it was called. Some years prior to the Maelstrom's founding, Leviathan rose from the briny depths and set about unleashing watery hell upon us. On that occasion, the Company of Heroes put him down before he could do too much damage. But when the bastard came next, this time in the wake of the calamity, we were not so fortunate. Weary of ravaging our shoreline, he summoned a tidal wave which fair leveled Hearthstone and washed the soil away for good measure.
Basically, he fucked it.
The area was subsequently occupied by the Sahagin.
Yep, that's the spawning grounds.
Aye, the thrice-damned creatures transformed it into a spawning ground for their brood. Given the quantity of crystals stolen to feed him and his legion of thralls, we can be fairly sure that Leviathan is stronger now than in his previous incarnations. If that sea demon is left to wreak havoc, what befell Hearthstone may well befall a larger settlement, even Limsa.
She's not kidding.
That cannot happen. The primal must be stopped.
That was ever our objective, Admiral. But how are we to achieve it? The sea is Leviathan's uncontested domain. The ships of the 3rd Squadron could not close to within 100 yards of the Primal, nor could their cannons pierce his defenses.
I have read the reports, Master Thancred. Our warships may as well have been bloody pleasure barges for all the good they did. 7 hells! Is there no way that we might strike back?
The Company of Heroes defeated Leviathan, having first lured him into an inlet, but we must needs contend with him upon the open sea. It will avail us little to consult past experience.
Admiral, if I may.
Speak freely, Marshal.
By all accounts, Leviathan's most formidable weapon is the very sea itself. Waves and whirlpools, tides and currents, all these things are his to command. The key to victory, I believe, lies in disarming our foe. This, in effect, is what the Company of Heroes achieved with their ruse. We cannot lure Leviathan from the sea a second time. But what if we could weaken his hold upon the element of water? I have heard of devices capable of such wonders. They draw upon the power of corrupted crystals, I am told. If mounted upon a ship, such a device might be used to prevent Leviathan from bringing the full force of the sea to bear against us, rendering him no more dangerous than any other sea serpent.
Of course! Sid built a similar device to grant the Enterprise safe passage through Garuda's Tempest, did he not?
Begging your pardon, my lady, but to give credit where it's due, this is something I heard from an old arcanist friend of mine.
It makes little difference who thought of it first, so long as it works. Beg the specifications of this device from your friend, and I shall pass them on to our people at Naldek and Vermelius. But before we proceed any further, I would voice one concern. Piercing Garuda's defenses is one thing. Suppressing Leviathan's attacks, quite another. In matters of science, I am as a babbling babe. But I cannot well imagine that such a feat would be possible without a veritable mountain of corrupted crystals. The question being, do we have a ship big enough to bear such a burden?
May have not, Admiral, but two might. Recall you the tale of Mistbeard's greatest haul? It is said that he lashed two ships together, side by side, the better to bear his plunder.
Oh.
By your leave, we might attempt to repeat the trick. The gods know it would be quicker than building a new vessel.
Sorry, that's a stretch.
Mistbeard did this. Truly, Marshal, upon the subject of the Pirate King, you are as a scholar.
Now, from what I have gleaned of these matters, the device will need to be in close and constant proximity to the target, to which we must lash our twin vessel to Leviathan. This in itself will be no small feat. Ramming speed will be required, but given the weight of the cargo, that will only be attainable with the aid of a towing vessel.
Oh, jeez. Sounds like fun.
Suffice it to say, the task of piloting said vessel will entail considerable danger, and I would not ask it of another. I volunteer myself.
Basically, he wants in on the action.
Twill be dangerous for all involved, but we have no better recourse. Very well. Commodore, assemble the remnants of the fleet at Morabee Bay.
Oh.
Give priority to our soundest vessels. The repairs can wait. Storm Marshal Slafferson, command of the operation is yours. I want that twin vessel ready to sail post-haste.
She knows what she's doing.
At once, Admiral.
As we mentioned, they have cut down these quests quite a lot. There used to be a lot more.
And then there is the small matter of slaying the beast. The fate of Limsolominsa rests upon your shoulders once again. Go well, warrior of light.
Right, let's go kick some ass.
Beings tell us gods also exist in what you call the Far East. Legend tell us that they walked amongst us in the days of yore, but I confess that I never truly believed in them. That I should live to behold one is humbling and horrifying in equal measure. Now that I have come face to face with the Primal, I do begin to understand why the Galleons fear them so. What is it?
A message, Admiral. I judge best that it be delivered at once.
I'm listening.
According to the Yellow Jackets, a man has appeared who claims to have defeated Leviathan.
Ah dear. One of the company of heroes?
The details are yet hazy, Admiral, but we have dispatched one of our own to question the individual.
I'm just declined to put any store by this claim, and even should it be true, it is as Chola said. None save the company of heroes have bested Leviathan, and we know how they went about it. If this man is of their number, why could he tell us what we do not know already? What could he tell us what we do not know already? And yet, having wagered limbs of survival on 2 ships, some rope and a pile of crystals, can we afford to ignore this man? If his testimony could yield us any advantage, should we hear it? Damn it all. The twin vessel will soon be ready. We have no time to wait for the Maelstrom's report on the supposed Primal Slayer's claims. Talo, Seek him out and learn what he knows. At the very least, it will spare you the torment of waiting for the reckoning and idleness. Will do, although I think I know what I've got to do. Who it is. The man you're looking for is believed to be a resident of the Grey Fleet in Lower Lenosia. The Storm Private sent to question him should already be in the vicinity. May your journey prove fruitful. I know exactly who we're going to go see, and I'm going to slap him around like a bitch. Because he has wasted my time yet a fucking game. Just, I do don't unlink so to his solar. You know what it is, don't you? Right, I know what to do. Look, if you want to go cast something on him yourself, do so. I'm gonna kill him. I know exactly who it is. I'm going to stab him. I'm going to stab him in the fucking face. And I've got a polearm the size of a bull, and I've got a massive bloody spear on me, with multiple sharp bits. If I stab him in the face, he's going to have no face left. Why would he do it again after last time? After he got embarrassed? Really? I mean, seriously. Fucking seriously. Fucking seriously. Fucking track tomb. Yeah, I'm here to save you from wasting 2 hours of your life. Now look here, you. You'll have your bloody story right after you carry those sacks of grain over to the mill. So that's what you said before you had me pick those oranges for you, and before I mucked out the chocobo stables, and before I rolled that millstone over to the mill, and also before... Good man, I've worked 3 days without having a sleep. 3 days, do you hear me complaining? But I suppose some of us aren't made for the rougher stuff. Alright, I give her what you want. Never let me say that all track 2 men ain't a generous soul. Now Buccaneers could have made himself too modest, see? Besides, though someone tapping the semantic and taking one sitting, you can. And the tale of track 2's epic victory over the dread rival Leviathan Beaters. Now Leviathan Beaters is huge, make no mistake. Give you an idea on how big, either scale is about wide across and members long. And that's no mean feat, let me tell you. And I thought I could barely see for all the brand he was pelting me with. Must have been a lagoon's worth at least, even knocked me trusty axe out of my hands at one stage. Of course, that proved to be a great mistake. Well, what happened next? Well, I grabbed him by his tail and tied him up in knots, but not wanting to take all the glory for myself. Let me mate in company of heroes handle the rest. Like I said, I'm modest as well as heroic. Mayhap too modest. Now, there's some... Oh man, I'll say you can never truly beat Leviathan. You've got to learn to live with them and make the best of a bad situation. Not the company, though. You're talking bullshit. Ah! It's you! Yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. I was enjoying the attention is all. Take it back, everything I said. Well, never part of the company of heroes, I'm no marauder. I'm actually a complete coward. I'm nothing, I'm chocobo dung. No, the maggots you find wriggling in chocobo dung. I have to lie to women to stumble them, and that don't happen much. My member's tiny, it's pathetic. Ah! I saw Nelson file a bit like Leviathan, but I have seen him with my own eyes. It was a fair few years back when I was working as baker's hand. I was stroking my duties one day, loitering about the harbour when I saw it. Great massive sea serpent came off some mounds off the coast with a fleet of galleons making straight for it, cannons firing. So bloody scared, I saw myself right then and there. Lovely. Lovely. Oh god, I remember the days when I sold myself all over again. Right. Hey, wait, it's asking after Libations, it means you're planning to fight him, aren't you? Well, take care, he really is terrible, dreadful. I tell you, if you're not careful, you'll end up in his gullet or at the bottom of the sea. Look, if I end up in his gullet, I'll fight my way out of it. I've already killed Titan. Why, you worthless lying whoreson! I can't believe you made me handle chocobo dung! Say, look, this is Ophelia. Were you able to learn how to use against Leviathan? Ask his Tola. By that, I beg your pardon? The Via beat us? I see. That's unfortunate. At any rate, I have tidings for you. Twin vessel is now complete. We wait for you at the Morrowby dry docks. Pray make your way here as soon as you are able. If I see you again, Track Tomb, you're getting impaled. Fuck's sake. Fuck's sake, this man! That Rogadin! Seriously! Fucking seriously! This fucking controller again. Alright, I'll have a word with Ainzar Slafferson. I'm told you jaunt the Grey Fleet proved fruitless. My sympathies, lad. I'll wager it served to take your mind off the events of recent days, though, but enough of that nonsense. The moment of truth is upon us. Twin vessel, the Wall Eater, as I call her, is complete, and she surpasses all my expectations. In addition to her prodigious tonnage, she has been fitted with a platform that you and yours might manoeuvre freely in battle. I would mention that she is now unsinkable, but I'm not one to tempt fate. The Wall Eater and her crew stand ready, my friend. Give the word and we shall bear you to Leviathan. Right then, take this bunch and see what I have to say before I go back. Before I go deal. You settle the C6 sea serpent's bigger, uglier, angrier, winged fucking brother. In order to build the Wall Eater, we had to decommission 2 perfectly serviceable galleons. Suffice to say, their captains weren't best pleased with the notion, but when I offered them the chance to keep their ships and face Leviathan in our stead, they magnanimously withdrew their complaints. Of course they did. We must all make sacrifices for the greater good, they said. I like that. It will require no small amount of helmsmanship to tow the Wall Eater. I dare say delivering you to Leviathan safely will be a battle in itself. To complete the twin vessel in so short a time and with limited materials, the people of Naldic and Vimelis have won an admirer in me. Right, feed the bird. When first Master Ainzar approached the twin vessel, I must confess I had my doubts. But now that the Wall Eater is complete, do I see the elegance of the solution? Would that we had armed ourselves with more knowledge beforehand. Well, can it now be helped? I take comfort in the fact that you have faced worse odds in the past and have never prevailed. You'll do so again, of that I have no doubt. Ah, I know that look. You are ready. Having been constructed in some haste, the Wall Eater may not be pretty, but I assure you she's capable. She has been fitted with what our friends at Naldic and Vimelis are calling an elemental converter. Assuming the thing works, it will use the power of the corrupted crystals on board to rob Leviathan of his hold over water. Depending on how the battle unfolds, you may well need to activate the device manually. Keep that in mind. Keep that, yeah, will do. Missed a little bit there, sorry, my PC acting up there. If it is to fulfill its purpose, your defensory force must not want for numbers. By your leave, I too would volunteer my blade. We would welcome it. Having seen you fight in Sapsum, I dare say the fishbacks will find your presence highly diverting. Thank you to Nishtola if you would join the 3rd levy, and Lady Yugiri the 5th. But what words do I have for the man who has made a sport of slaying gods? Only these. Go warily, for the sea is an unforgiving place to wage war. May the navigator guide you through the storm, warrior of light. I would echo the Admiral's sentiments and add in a few words of mine own. Know that we have the utmost faith in you, Taylor. May the crystals bless and keep you.
Will do. Right. I got me a job. Right, I got me another primal to go slay. Leviathan, luckily, isn't bad. I don't think what to do with him as. Sod it. This one is the Whirl Eater. And before that, as a result, I'm going to go and little explore around the Morrowby. Also, though, Titan's a lot less messy than any of the other primals. He's quite easy. Yeah, Morrowby. Nearby this Candlekeep. To see if it'd be interesting. Probably not. No, I ain't doing that. No job sounds allowed. That's probably asking for fucking trouble. Yeah, Oshon's torch. Up there, that's a lighthouse, and it's appropriately later time to hit night time. So yeah. Appropriate name for the place. And over there is Limsa. This is another dock. This is Candlekeep. Outside is one prince. I believe that is Mandragora Prince. It's been a while since I've had a good chance to have an explore. And this, I think, is a lot of corrupted crystal and ether. I'm honestly not entirely sure what it is. Other than the fact it's fucking creepy. Right. There's Osho's Embrace, Osho's Torch. The Breach. That's me Pete. I'd rather not tank another dungeon. I'm going to move to tanking. I mean, if I have to, I will, but please let me look as far as tanks coming along is concerned. Right then. Onto dark. And right bloody in. Alright then. There he is. I get attention. Oh. You missed. Right then. Alright then. Here we go. Got a hell of a roar to him, hasn't he? Let's see where it's coming from. I know where it's coming from pretty much. There we go. That's down. There we go. Come on. Go down. Let me come. Untaxed us. Stacks. There we go. And we got him. Sea Serpent going down. Come on. Ultimate attack survived, and we are good to finish this. It's got awesome music as well, like all those times. Right then. Right, deal with that ad. Oh shit. Oh. Anyway. Well, the animation playbook, you now just can't see. Always good. Well, off down, right. Leviathan down. Well, they've already all fucked off. I've not had a chance to give anyone a commendation. And I got 2 of them. Right then. Next cutscene. Alright. Just like wham bam thank you man, go report to them after you're done. They don't even bloody wait for me. Don't have much in the ways of manners, do they? Right then. Drink. Not sure who Juro is. Yeah, that went very well indeed. Knowing the urgency of your business, I thought it best to refrain from making conversation during your past few visits. But I will permit myself a few words. I feel truly privileged that you've had the honour of admitting a hero such as you. You are an inspiration to us all, sir. And on that note, the Admiral awaits you in the command room. I think you were flirting. Right then, let's see what Merlwyb has to say. After Thancred. Another notch on the old belt, is it? Well done, my friend. Glory God, I dare say I would be tremble at your summoning. Thank you, Thancred. So often do you achieve the impossible that I fear my words of congratulations will begin to sound repetitive. If indeed they have not already, with this in mind, I shall always say that I am glad of your safe return. That beings of such strength can be defeated runs contrary to all I know. Whence comes your strength and purpose? Where comes your strength and sense of purpose? There we go. Right then. My congratulations, Taylor. This victory will serve to quiet the sagging, for a time at least. And here we are with Merlwyb then. Merlwyb blow his
We
feet.
Lominsons are sworn to strive, till sea swallows all. And swallow all it would have, had Leviathan prevailed. That we still strive now, we owe in no small part to you.
Oh, we got him.
Not for the first time, you have delivered Limsa Lominsa from the wrath of a primal. Never has our nation known a stouter ally. On behalf of my people, I give you my humblest thanks. 'Tis meet that I give thanks to old Mistbeard, too, for his fine solution. Whatever else he may have been, 'tis clear he was a resourceful soul. Would that I had a man like him in my service.
Well.
Before I set foot in these lands, I had no inkling that the people of Eorzea contended with such mighty foes. Suffice it to say, their existence came as something of a shock, as did the idea that they could be defeated. This experience has served to remind me of the vastness of the world, and the boundless potential of man. Though I am but a refugee in this realm, I would fain be of use to you in your fight. Know that I am tutored in one of the foremost combat arts of the Far East. It may seem outlandish to the Eorzean eye, but should any of your people care to learn, I would be pleased to initiate them.
And I will see to it that they are grateful. I have no doubt that your knowledge and skills will serve us well. Besides, your art is not so outlandish as you think. Would you not agree, Master Thancred?
Oh, she noticed that then, I guess.
Naught escapes your searching eye, Admiral. Few are privy to this information, but Limsa Lominsa is home to a certain secret fraternity. Its members are trained in a form of combat, not unlike your own. By my judgment, it should not be beyond such individuals to adapt to the techniques I witnessed you employing with such admirable deftness.
I am heartened to hear this. I too noted a kinship between your style and mine own, though it seemed to me that you fought differently in the beginning.
I suppose I did. What can I say? I'm a man of many talents.
Though you may labor to believe it, Thancred was once something of a scoundrel who fraternized with the criminal class in these parts.
You stole her! You jest, of course.
But for a chance encounter with Alphino's grandsire, he might never have left Limsa Lominsa, or received an education in Sharlayan, or taken up his post in Uldar, which is where he trained in the blade, lest you wonder.
They're trying to embarrass him, they're enjoying themselves.
Minfilia, please!
It would seem there is more to you than meets the eye, Master Thancred.
He's still a skirt chaser.
Lady Ugiri, I am told that you and yours came to Eorzea seeking permanent resettlement, and that many domins have since been engaged as frontier hands at Revenant's Toll. Mordona is many things, but a place of refuge it is not.
He's right, but the men themselves at home.
Know that I would like nothing better than to furnish your people with a new home here on Lominsan soil. Alas, racked by instability as we are, our nation is in no fit state to take you in.
Basically, they'll be taking him in
Yet
as
I'll not
class.
have it said that we turned a blind eye to your suffering. Until such time as we can do more, I pledge to send provisions.
Well, they've made allies.
We are in your debt, Admiral. I realize that it scarce qualifies as repayment, but if it please you, I shall set about sharing my martial knowledge with your people at once.
Basically, this is going about making himself some allies, which is always good to know.
You wished a word in private.
Yeah.
The better not to spoil the festive mood.
You get
History
it.
repeats itself, Admiral. As the kobolds stood before them, the Sahagin resorted to summoning their god over a territorial feud. They acted in self-preservation. It may be that the Sahagin initiated this particular clash, but how it begins does not interest me so much as how it ends.
I have not forgotten our conversation, Yashtola. I am aware that man bears part of the blame for the Primal's existence. Nor am I ignorant of the Sahagin's reason for acting. They sought to secure a place to breed and multiply that their kind might survive. Self-preservation, as you say. But we have as much right to live and thrive as they. If our own survival is threatened, are we to lay down our arms and welcome oblivion? Nay.
And so you kill, that you might live. Yet if living is a right, then that right belongs to all peoples, be they men or beastmen.
I'll not deny your reasoning. But when a storm gathers, it falls to me to see my people safely through it. That is my duty, and I shall do it.
As must we all, Admiral. Stay the course then, but know that it will lead to no good end.
Man has ever put himself first and foremost. To justify his actions, he clads himself in the armor of righteousness, though it be a fancy of his own making. In this, mayhap the Garleans and we Domans are not so different.
Eorzea has become as a raging sea. If we are to keep our heads above the waves, we cannot scruple to drown the man next to us. When hopes of coexistence founder, strength must determine who has the greater right to live.
A bad way, sad way to look at things. But Eorzea is in a state. This one's going to get this point in the story. Eorzea is in a right old bloody state. Well, let's see what Xanthale has to say to us now. The Admiral has informed me of the arrangement. I have in my keeping a letter of introduction for Lady Ugiri. To the south stands a gate leading to a pier for smaller fishing vessels. Look for an inconspicuous Huron man there and present a lesson to him. Serves as a gatekeeper of sorts. Now before you go, I am obliged to remind you that the members of the fraternity to which you would be introduced abide in the shadows of Lemins and society. They value their independence more highly than pirates, and are united by a bond stronger than mithril. To wit, they are invariably wary of new faces. Though it be penned by the Admiral herself, mere words and parchment will get you only so far into their confidence. You must work for every ounce of trust they place in you. But here's the letter. Go to the aforementioned place and show it to the aforementioned man. Oh, and good luck. The inconspicuous man. So it's not too far, it's a short run. Again, not much point doing him. Not much point warping there because there's nowhere to warp. Just run. I don't mind Limsa too much. I prefer Limsa to Uldar. Limsa's nice, Uldar is still a shithole. Got business with me, Vetra? Yeah, I do. Yeah. So you're the man the Admiral sent word of. I was hoping I might gladly get into Thancred too. Been a while since I saw his shite-eating grin. But what with all the doe-eyed wenches about, I suspect he's got his hands full. Yeah, more than probably. Oh, and you must be far east and know what Merlwyb says
wants to train with us. Welcome to Limsa, milady. I am Yugiri of Doma. 'Tis an honour to make your acquaintance. I must confess, when I first learned of your organisation, I had certain preconceptions as to the nature of your membership. It seemed I was mistaken. You're not the first one to say that, lass. Limsa's a city of pirates, to be sure, and pirates don't give two farts about keeping a spotless reputation. They'd need a secret society to do their dirty work. Might be as my people, and I keep to the shadows, but we got nothing to be ashamed of. It's simply better for business that we remain unseen. And so you've developed fighting techniques suited to this purpose. I see. Note the particulars of my art too, I deadens in the shadow. It's in stealth that our strength lies. There is much we might learn from another, I think. And what the heavens are we waiting for? If you come with us, you give me a do what's it. We can get acquainted in more private surrounds. That didn't come out right, did it? Oh no, it didn't. As a tailor, I shall remain with these people for a time that I might study their ways. Though I am loath to be separated from my countrymen, I take solace in the knowledge that they are in the best of hands. You have been a true friend to us, Domans. No words would suffice to express my gratitude. Ere long, I hope to begin imparting my master knowledge to the people of Eorzea. When that time comes, it will be my honour to welcome you as a student. Yeah, I might take you up on that at some point. Again, she is sound, is Lady Yugiri. Properly sound. Oh. Much and more occurred since I first beheld Eorzea from the galleon's deck. Suffice it to say, I did not envisage being invited to play a part in your noble struggle. But forgive me, I have kept you over long. Doubtless you have pressing business of your own. Rest assured that I no longer require an escort in this land. When you next meet Lady Minfilia, pray relay to her my humblest thanks. What I could do so in person, but I must needs fulfil my promise to the Admiral. Till we meet again, Warrior of Light. Right then. To the Rising Stones. I've been going a long time so far. I want, but I need to keep going. I want to get to Titan. If that takes me another hour, not Titan, remove. If that takes me another hour, I don't care. I'm going to keep, I need to keep going. Right then. Let's see what everyone has to say. Courtenay, Doware, and Higiri. An adventurer bends not to authority, but lives and acts according to his own beliefs. He's the master of his own destiny. I've been tasked with helping out in the kitchen. Once I've grown accustomed to my duties, I hope to treat our hosts to traditional Doman cuisine. Basically, if I paid a notably good cook and stuck her in with flamine. In my native land, there exist individuals not like these adventurers, yet without a master to serve, how does not one know the path that one must walk? Do whatever feels right. The Rising Stones, what a peculiar name for a sanctuary. On behalf of the Scions, I bid you welcome to the Rising Stones. With your cooperation, we hope to grow rich and transform this place into the piling gold. Oh, Taylor, forgive me, but I must see to the Doman's needs. What if you wanted to solve a problem that's already happened, like the Guardians destroying Doma? History is our friend, young one. The answers to the problems of the present are often to be found within the past. We need but seek them out. Basically, she's teaching. Basically, she'd had to take herself up the job of teaching. Some 15 years ago, a mission took me to Aldao. It was then that I first chanced to gaze upon your beauty. I was utterly transfixed. I dared not blink lest I deprive myself of even a split second of your radiance. You do flatter me, dear, and I do believe you have had a bit too much to drink. That's a lot of wine. Like he's been trying, I think he's trying different kinds. What in the seven hells are you doing up there? Get down here before you fall and break your neck. You think this is impressive? In Doma, we train to run in the treetops. Don't mind Papa Limo, he's making a fuss over nothing as usual. Yozan's sense of balance is amazing for a boy his age. I wonder how he got so good.
And there's Boulder. Some of the Domans wanted to learn how to fight, and it's fallen to me to oversee their training. First, I need to find suitable equipment for everyone. Basically, some of the Domans are... I reckon some of the Domans are going to wind up as adventurers, personally. Like, this is a new realm, let's have a look around. Ooh, it's pretty. Right, we're not going back, we like it here. We'll come back when we've had our fill of the view. Right, I've just done 2 patches worth of content in about 5 hours.
I have been reflecting upon the events which took place during our visit to Vilbrun.
Yeah.
If you have a moment, I would share my conclusions with you. Please, bear with me.
Oh.
When the Sahagin Elder summoned Leviathan, he employed the power we have come to know as the Echo. Though I cannot well explain the how of it, it would seem he became immortal in so doing.
It's a bit tricky on that, I think.
When the Admiral subsequently slew him, his spirit emerged from his lifeless flesh, a consciousness shorn of physical form. Thus transfigured, he took up residence in the body of his minion with the ease of a man donning a favorite glove. Long have I known that the Echo allows one to pass through the walls of a man's soul. But never did I imagine that it could free us from our own flesh, nor less that our souls could then occupy the next corporeal vessel to take our fancy. It was of this that Elizabeth spoke, an existence which knows neither cessation nor oblivion. And yet, though the Sahagin had mastered his gift and thereby become immortal, he was by no means invulnerable.
No, he wasn't.
As we both bore witness, he was ultimately absorbed into Leviathan.
Remember that.
And the import of this observation? If the Ascians' mode of existence is indeed the same, it can be inferred that they too are not invulnerable, that they can be destroyed.
Foreshadowing.
There exists a legend which tells of souls who are reborn upon the cusp of each umbral calamity, that they might stay the encroaching darkness. To most, it is but a fairy tale, yet recent events have given me cause to wonder. Could the legend in fact refer to the Echo? Much and more yet remains unknown, but I am confident that all will become clear in time. For the present, however, what matters is that the key to defeating the Ascians may at last be within sight. With Urianger's aid, it is my hope that I shall fathom this matter ere long.
Yep. Oh, speaking of Urianger.
Oh, I was just about to send for you, my friend. Is Artemis?
Yeah, by looks things, yes, he don't run.
Grave tidings from the Sharlayan motherland, my lady. It doth concern our distant allies, the students of Valdesian.
What of them?
More foreshadowing.
My lady, the Isle of Val, which for many years hath been the Order's home, is no more.
No more? Whatever do you mean?
I relate only that which hath been conveyed unto me by our agents. An etheric wave of the highest magnitude was recorded in the region. Soon thereafter, 'twas observed that the isle had ceased to be. 'Tis postulated that a magic was evoked, like in power to Ultima.
12 preserve.
Possibly stronger, considering I know what happened to the Isle. One good. But now, got another cutscene.
If there are no other matters, I move that today's meeting be adjourned.
Tax dodging little shitbag. Meanwhile, Teledge is not exactly fucking innocent. Oh.
It is done, my lord.
Mischief.
Forgive my impertinence, my lord, but these orders, I am uncertain as to what end they serve.
Revolution.
Basically, ultimately speaking, Teledji is a little shitbag. Right then, with that, through the Maelstrom is complete, and on to the next quest.
Our friend, the very isle itself, everyone and everything. No, it avails us not to speculate. But we honestly will send word if there are any developments. Until such time as he does, we must remain firmly focused on that which is within our power to change. With that in mind, I would speak on a different matter. Going closer to home. Alright. It concerns the etheric fluctuations which we had previously attributed to the good King Mokkamok the 12th. The King is no more, is a blessing for which we have you to thank. Yet not at all well in the 12's wood. Our latest readings reveal an ongoing etheric disturbance of considerable magnitude. They may even suggest the presence of a primal. Needless to say, a mere possibility warrants immediate investigation, and I would have you... Celia, do not wish to interrupt, but we have a problem. What manner of problem? A band of refugees, hailing from Moldau this time, have come to Revenant's Toll, seeking asylum. It would seem they expect us to afford them the same treatment that we gave them the Domans. At present, they are in the 7th heaven, awaiting a formal response. I see. Mayhap this was to be expected. I shall meet with them at once. Ashelia, you know full well we haven't the resources to accommodate many more people. Consider what will happen if you do this. Word will spread, more will follow. Your opinion is duly noted, but I will hear their suit.
Yeah.
Taylor, I should be grateful for your presence at this meeting.
I would say send them to Ishgard, but Ishgard will not take anyone in. Not at this point in the game. Ishgard at this point is very, very quiet for a reason. It's not so much Ishgard is quiet, so much as busy. Because we'll be finding out forthwith. Right, let's have a word with this bunch.
Apologise for keeping you waiting. My name is Minfilia and I lead the Scions of the 7th Dawn.
12 praise it is you.
Yes?
We're ready and willing to work, send us done. Just give it a task and we'll see it done.
Very kind yourselves. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I know naught of your situation.
Beg your pardon, Sedent Sigh. I ain't so good with words. Been living off the scraps of Uldar for years now, trying to piece together a life to replace the ones that got took. They say there's work, but there's not for an honest man. Not as wouldn't sully his soul sooner than his palms any road. Claims to do what they can for us, of course, but it ain't near enough. It's only getting worse. When the calamity brought us to our knees, those rich bastards in the city didn't help us up. Climbed on our backs. I don't pretend to be clever, but even I can see what's coming. I knew we had to run. The only question was where, and then it came to me. Revenant's soul. I mean, you took them foreigners in, didn't you? Sure you'd do the same for us. Masters more
I fear the situation is rather more complicated.
While it is true that we accepted the Doman's petition for aid, that decision was the product of extraordinary circumstances. I deeply sympathise with your plight, but pray understand that it is not possible for an organisation of our means to aid all who have been affected by the calamity. And so it is with great regret I must deny your request.
We've nowhere else to go. You're turning your back on us? If I might have a word. Tataru is Artemis. Ill tidings from Moldau, my lady. Alphino has been wounded. What? How? Is it serious? I cannot say for certain, but I fear it might be. According to the Flames, the refugees started a riot. They went wild, apparently, lashing out at any and every one.
Right.
Can't be right. Why would they? They must have been provoked. Demonstration meant to be peaceful. 7 L's. Now the Blades have an excuse. They'll round up and kill anyone who tries to resist. And see the please. If you don't help us build enough, let's help us keep the ones we've got. My lady. We're not one to stand idly by and watch innocents suffer. However, until we know more of the circumstances surrounding this riot, I am not certain what aid, if any, we can provide. If the authorities determine that the refugees attacked without provocation, then those responsible will have to answer for their actions. How can you be so blind? Find Alphino and quickly. If he's in danger, or worse, I would have you find you and none other by his side. Right, I'll go find out what's going on. Thank you. Pray do not concern yourself with the matter we were discussing earlier. Ida and Papalimo will see to it. Alphino is being treated at the hourglass. Hurry, Taylor. Right, you guys, you lot. I'm going to find out what happened. Right, you lot, I'm going to find out what happened. If there's a riot, that normally doesn't happen without reason. And the thing is, the monetarists usually have means to do this. They're scumbags. I do not like the monetarists. Well then. Go to the Adventurers Guild. Right then. I may just find out how you are.
Come, you must have gathered by now that Tataru is given to exaggeration. As you can see, I am quite well. Ul'dah, on the other hand, is not. This riot was anything but an isolated incident. There is a restlessness in the air. Tensions long simmering are at last threatening to boil over. Ul'dah is a nation infamous for the great disparity between the wealthy and the poor. The majority of the populace accepts this state of affairs because they believe that every man bears responsibility for his own lot in life. To an Ul'dah, money is the foremost, and some would say the only measure of a man's worth. Small wonder that the wealthiest wield the greatest influence. So where do the refugees fit into this social hierarchy? What place is there for those who fled Alamigo and the destruction of the Calamity? Plainly, there is none. They have no wealth, no power, and no worth. To the Ul'dah way of thinking, they may as well not exist. Choosing to ignore their existence, however, is patently not an option. General Rauban and the Sultana understand this, which is why they ordered the immortal flames to provide the refugees aid and succor. Yet none would dispute that the expenses incurred by this policy grow by the day, with no end in sight.
Just get little shitbags like Lolorito to pay his fucking taxes, it'd be sorted.
This has prompted more and more Uldans to question their obligation to aid these worthless wanderers. While more and more refugees have come to resent their treatment at the hands of the sneering citizenry. The manner of Lord Lolorito's refusal to grant the Domans asylum bespoke a disdain for all refugees, an attitude shared by the rest of the monetarists. And you may be sure they make no effort to conceal their opinions. It was only a matter of time before the refugees united in protest. Nor is it any surprise that some among them would ultimately resort to violence. think that the immortal flames should choose this of all occasions to engage in joint training exercises with the other Grand Companies. By the time they return, the situation may well have deteriorated beyond mending.
Basically, the situation was planned.
Well, I told you before, it was always inevitable that an incident of this kind would eventually occur given the rising tension within the Sultanate. Nevertheless, I have reason to believe that this particular rite may not have begun spontaneously. Have I piqued your curiosity? Good. Then you will accompany me to the Hall of Flames and I'll hear what General Raban has to say upon this matter.
Yeah, I get the feeling it's a lot. Right. Well, Total Flames it is. It's pretty much next fucking door. That's where we in this bunch. Really, a word with Raban, it is there. Now is not a good time, Taylor. My hands are full dealing with the refugees.
Precisely the matter we wish to discuss, General.
Half an hour. Back on your feet already.
You may credit my swift recovery to the Yotirugians. My memories of the riot are still somewhat muddled. I trust you managed to regain control of the situation?
Not entirely. We secured the city soon enough, but not before the unrest had spread to the surrounding territories. Pockets of resistance remained throughout Thanalan. We have sent what forces we can to root out the last of the belligerents, but progress is slow. They are damnably elusive.
I can well imagine, given that the majority of the refugees live outside the walls, it stands to reason they would know the lay of the land. What I do not understand is how they came to be so well prepared. Before my little accident, I observed that several of the refugees were armed, and not with butter knives or thick pitchforks, but with martial weaponry. I need hardly add that such equipment is costly. None can deny the tensions between the Old Down citizenry and the refugee population have increased since the Domans were turned away, but would that motivate a starving man to purchase arms in lieu of food? I think not. And what of those who have not even a single guild to spend, who could not survive without the aid provided by the immortal flames? Surely they would sooner sell a weapon than to bring it to bear against their benefactors.
Comes to the point.
Very well, my point, General, is this powder keg of discontent was not set alight by chance. These events were deliberate set in motion and
now order must be restored. That is my first duty. Until it is done, any investigation can wait. I do not have the time to discuss this. My scouts will be returning anon.
The General is no fool. He keeps his own counsel, and with good cause. Were he to claim, without necessary proof, that these riots were instigated by outside forces, the monasterist would accuse him of attempting to shirk responsibility. After all, he and the Sultan have been the most outspoken proponents of refugee aid. Regardless, they will face harsh criticism in the days ahead. Our allies may stumble upon the truth in time, but I have far more faith in your abilities, Taylor. Therefore, I propose we conduct our own investigation independent of the authorities. To that end, I would have you make inquiries in the settlement suspected of harbouring belligerents. Commander Swift will know which they are. He may balk at your request for such information, but I've no doubt you can persuade him with your silver tongue. I, meanwhile, shall seek answers in my own way, after which we can regroup and share our findings. Well then, shall we?
Yep, best do so. Yeah, Althano is pissed off, and to be fair, I would be as well if I'd had someone attempt to kill me. You look at those you have something to say, Taylor, do you? What you ask is no simple favour. With such information at risk, and to fall into the wrong hands, the lives of countless soldiers will be at risk. If Even so, there's wisdom in your words. An able individual may be better suited to this task than a regiment. Very well, the brass blades reported suspicious activity in the vicinity of Lost Hope. It may be unrelated to recent events, but we doubt it. I suggest he begins by speaking to them. The blades posted there. Right then. Where is Lost Hope? Because I can't. I'm not. Oh, Central Fanland, right next to Blackbrush. It's not one of them was It wasn't, thank Fook. Here we are, Blackbrush Station. Right then. What's a Lost Hope? Honestly, God, an appropriate name considering the state of the place. It's just a camp, not even a tent. There's 30 tents and gazebos. And what brings you here, adventurer? Search for refugees? Well then, you've come to the right place. Oh, you mean those refugees? Oh no, you won't find them here. Most of the people of Lost Hope have come to accept their situation and are content to pass their days in peace and quiet. Outsiders have trouble understanding that, like that merchant who passed through recently. Gregarious fellow, but awfully opinionated. Can't say I was sad to see him go. Right, that's one to find out. Fender Sultana, are we? Take this means someone has read my report. Refugees who left with the merchant have yet to return, and I'm increasingly concerned that Zazawaka's suspicions were correct. You haven't forgotten what I'm talking about, do you? Never mind. Speak with Zazawaka. He'll explain everything. Right, he is just over here. I get the feeling he's another brass blade. Brass blades, for the most part, are a tricky bunch. A lot of them are very corrupt. Oh, don't hurt me, I'm not one of them. Well, I know your face. Are you not the man from the Church of Santa Dama Landama? Thousand pardon, my friend. I mistook you for one of the thugs who've been tormenting us. If the Offric bid you speak with me, I take it that you've agreed to help. So well be praised for that, because we haven't a moment to waste. Everyone knows the flames are on the march. The others have fallen under that fanatic spell, but not I. Promises of revolution and retribution of holding the ruling class to account and taking that which is owed. Childish fantasy. I did everything I could to dissuade the others from leaving, but few would heed my words. Now that one of our idealists has returned, however, the manners of the merchant's plan is plain for all to see. Look behind yonder tent and you will understand why. Even now he babbles incoherently, so traumatized he is by the bloodshed he witnessed. Try as I might, I can make little sense of his words beyond the fact he was not alone in surviving. You have no doubt the merchant will lead the remainders to their doom. I beg of you, find them before he does. What are you doing? Don't draw! Why don't you run away with me? Well, you could have get together, then you'd be here with me to soothe me. Why did you have to stay and leave me alone? Oh, great. Right, someone's been up to no good. Well, it's alright, man. Take it easy, take it easy. Who are you? What do you want? Aye, it's true, I followed the merchant. May God strike me down for my folly. What they will not give you must take, he said. When we asked how, he revealed a cache of weapons he had brought and implored us to seize control of our fates. Thought about running then and there, but the others were so excited. Split us into two groups, sent us off on our own. But when the flames found us, we didn't know what to do. Our leader tried to parley with theirs, but they started arguing, then fighting, and then everyone was fighting. The flames were shouting, give no quarter, and... oh God, the other group, still out there. If we don't stop them, they'll be massacred like mine was. The other refugees are hiding in the cave south of Lost Hope, but to approach them would be fruitless. They would sooner call us agents to the Sultana and try to kill us than listen to reason. Why, the twins might even deign to do the deed themselves. Poxed and bloody bloody sellswords. They were but trained to fight, but the ones he sent with us vanished during the struggle. Oh, if only we had never listened to that merchant's ridiculous claims. He said our cause was righteous, that the gods would never suffer us to be defeated. Though if they were forced to confront reality, that's it. Challenge the twins to combat and show them, my brethren, their strongest warriors no match for one man. Perhaps then they will agree to lay down their arms and renounce this plot. Right then. they're not actually that far. The cave's just down here. Full of F's. So now's the found us. Everyone grab your gear and make for the rendezvous point. So that's the game, is it? Sorry to want you, lad. More than willing to kill you ourselves. Feeling like it were nothing. Thal Almighty, what are we going to do now? You guys walked yourself into a very tricky spot, in a very bad situation. The monetarists would put you out to dry. They'd ditch you very quickly. You've returned. Did you find my brethren? What are the twins? What happened? Well, a load of them attacked me. I might have knocked a few and they got knocked out. Turned out to be 7 on one rather than 2. And they all lost. I see. Well, you had no choice. Better that a handful of them take a beating from you than the lot get butchered by the flames. Tell me, what did the merchant have to say when it was over? He wasn't there. Huh? But where else would he be, unless he went to Stone's Throw to recruit others? The merchant wished to approach the refugees in Stone's Throw, but was waiting until the flames withdrew their forces from the vicinity. Now they have, there's nothing to stop him from continuing his work. How many more must perish in pursuit of this futile cause? How much more suffering must we endure before it ends? Find him. Convince him to cease his mad quest. It will surely lead to ruin. Stone's Throw went too far. To south. And it's literally right next to fucking Uldar. How fucking brazen! I mean, yeah, that's the way I'm most likely to be pissed off. But seriously. You don't... Seriously. The dude is... It's like, you don't shit on your own doorstep. Ever. Not unless you have some upbeat, not unless you know what the fuck you're doing, you have something special in mind. Now, where the fuck is he? Oh dear. Have you seen my parents? Oh shit, what's happened? What's happened? I'll see what I can do. They told me to stay here with the others. Said they'll be back soon, but it's been days. Left with the man from Uldar. The man said they were going to change everything, make it so they could live inside the walls with everyone else. Liked it when he said that. Didn't like it when he talked about making rich people pay. Everyone looked so excited, I got scared. Say, mister, are you looking for someone? I'm looking for I'm looking for a merchant. I mean, the man who left with my parents? But I don't know where he... Oh. Wait, look, over there. I think that's him. Now, which of these gullible fools will be my next victim? He's like, oh, fuck, that dude's bad news. You! I. He's getting away! Go get him, mister! Yep. He's gotta have trouble dealing with me. Uldar Dispatch Yard. I get the feeling they've added a bit more to it. Yeah, that's a mine. Here, dickhead. I want a word with you.
Who again? Why are you pursuing me?
Yeah, you know why already, mate. You know why already.
Sedition, treason, revolution, that's preposterous. Who has filed your heads with these lies? Refugees? Self-same refugees who terrorised the streets of Uldar? You have no evidence to prove your accusations. None.
I got the word of a lot of people, mate.
No, I'm not coming you to the Fall of Flames. You have no right to detain me. For the sake of argument, let's say I did do the things you claim. Surely you don't think I'd give a kick in the ass about politics? It's only business. Only business.
Business is politics in this case, you tool. I suggest you speak up. Nice and clearly. Oh. That ain't good.
Both know I'm not the one you want. However, if you agree to protect me, I swear I shall tell you everything.
Right then, get to speaking. Oh. That ain't good. Oh, that ain't good. That went right through him. Right, I've got...
What's all this commotion? 7 L's.
Tell the others to spread out and search the area. The killer may still be close. Can't be in. He's got a pole arm. I don't think he's carrying a bow and arrow. Right. I got me some searching to do. Although, adventurer, I would know more about your relationship with the victim as well as the events leading up to his death. Well, I've only just met him, mate. I was trying to find out what was going on. And he was responsible for something for the recent riots. Is man responsible for recent riots? Mayhap who is his murderer, debt of gratitude. In any case, it's obvious they were not the whom we seek. You may carry on with your investigation, Scion. Yeah, things just got a lot more fucking complicated. I just lost my lead. I just lost my lead because someone shot it. Seriously. Fucking seriously. If you're gonna bloody... I get the feeling the assassin's gonna make himself scarce. What news, Taylor? Where's the merchant? Dead. Got shot. Murdered? Damned it all to the 7th hell. He was not simply murdered, Taylor, he was silenced. Too many knew his face, and he was ready to divulge his secrets. Don't despair, though. We may be close to identifying the true orchestrator of these riots, and you realise. The Flame General left word that you were to proceed to the Fragrant Chamber as soon as you returned. He wishes to discuss your recent discoveries as well as the results of our own investigation. Master Alphinator has already been informed should be waiting for you outside. Pray proceed to the Royal Promenade with all haste and speak to Bartholomew. Right then. Best go and have a word with him then. Best go and have words then. Over to the Chamber of Rule. Right then. Have a word with Bartholomew.
Excellent work, Taylor. The information you brought has helped me persuade General Raoban to call this meeting. Maybe now we can discuss matters openly and honestly. That's set up. Hippie gear. We've been expecting you, sir. Please proceed inside. Will do.
Commander Swift has kept us apprised of your recent activities. You've made great strides towards quelling the violence.
Despite our best efforts to determine what provoked this uprising, the truth continues to elude us. Have you uncovered aught which might shed some light on the mystery?
This information does not leave this room. The Syndicate's decision to reject the Doman refugees' appeal for asylum had lasting repercussions. A number of those displaced by the calamity claimed it was proof of a policy of discrimination. Together with a group of Alamegan refugees, they organized a series of demonstrations to protest against the Sultanate. Demonstrations which became heated, but did not descend into violence.
Makes sense. A lot of them don't.
Till a certain incident served as a call to arms.
A unit of brass blades sent to supervise a demonstration loosed arrows upon unarmed protesters. It was this atrocity which prompted the refugees to take up arms. I need not tell you what followed.
Basically like police
We
getting...
assumed at first that the attack was born of a miscommunication. When emotions run high, they happen. But suspicions were raised regarding the unit's commanding officer, whom I ordered interrogated. Sure enough, our fears were soon confirmed. The dog confessed that a merchant had offered him coin to give the order. A merchant in the employ of Teleji Adeleji.
Yep.
Teleji Adeleji. But he spoke in favor of the Doman's cause, and has ever seemed sympathetic towards the refugees' plight. Why would he do such a thing?
Because he's a conniving little shit.
Know you of the Cartano Reclamation Bill? It is a proposal to annex the Cartano Flats so that refugees may establish permanent settlements.
When last I looked, that was disputed territory.
Aye. Some might even call it a battlefield.
Pretty much.
The destruction wrought by Bahamut was greatest at the Cartano Flats. That much is common knowledge.
But that's where he nearly smacked. That's where the moon nearly
What is less well known is that his rampage laid bare ancient Alagon ruins, of which no record exists.
Yeah. And the thing is, those things you see sticking out of the ground are bits of Dalamud. I think they're bits of Dalamud. It did a lot of fucking damage. And there was something else.
There are certain differences of opinion as to how these ruins should be handled, which is why each nation maintains a military presence in the region to this day. Yet differ though we may, we are still allies. Therefore, in the interest of preserving the Eorzean alliance, we have reached an agreement. Any conflict which may arise during the course of military exercises in the region shall have no bearing on relations between our nations. In full knowledge of this delicate state of affairs, Teleji Adeleji proposed the Cartano Reclamation Bill. A shameless bloody ruse which stands to benefit him in but one conceivable way. If successful, he will gain control over the disputed territory under the guise of assisting in the resettlement effort. And you can be sure he'll build an orphanage next to every Alagon ruin.
Yeah. Sending children into very dangerous places.
The man would threaten the unity of the Eorzean alliance and risk countless lives for personal gain.
Greedy little shitbag.
He walks a path all his own, independent of any faction and beholden to none of his fellows on the Syndicate.
By inciting the less fortunate to violence, he hopes to convince others that the Cartano Reclamation Bill is the only viable solution. His sympathy for the plight of the Domans was not but posturing to gain credibility with the refugees. Of that there can be no doubt.
Pretty much.
Forgive me, but what could possibly motivate Teleji Adeleji to go to such lengths? What is so special about these ruins that he would risk his position on the Syndicate, and, most likely, charges of treason against the Sultanate?
Omega.
Yep.
Pardon?
An Oligon monstrosity, not unlike the Ultima weapon. Mayhap larger, we know not. It has yet to be fully excavated.
It's not so much larger as God knows how many times more powerful. The ultimate weapon was a heavily modified Allagan, just a piece of heavily modified Allagan tech made to subdue primals.
Oligon inscriptions indicate that it was created to fell Bahamut himself.
And succeeded.
If accurate, it might explain why Nail Van Darnus chose to bring the Red Moon down upon the Cartano Flats. Given the ends he went to ensure Eorzea's annihilation, destroying the one weapon which could stay the Elder Primal may well have seemed like good sense.
When first I bore witness to the power of the Ultima weapon, I doubted the evidence of my senses. And now you tell me there is another such weapon, one which could contend with Bahamut. Bahamut?
Again, foreshadowing.
We were skeptical ourselves. Truth be told, until the Ultima weapon's existence came to light, we thought the inscription had been mistranslated.
At present, Omega is more akin to a fossil than a tool of war, having long since ceased to function. As such, its true potential cannot accurately be gauged. However, if someone were to restore it, as the Garleans did the Ultima weapon, I have little doubt that he would wield untold power.
Unfortunately, they would.
Power enough to subjugate Uldar like as not, and the rest of Eorzea besides, which is doubtless why Teleji Adeleji yearns to have it.
That he should aspire to world domination. He who has ever walked 2 paces behind Lord Lolorito in matters of commerce.
'Tis in acknowledgement of his own limitations that he seeks this power. Woe betide us all should we allow him to have it.
Pray waste no time chasing rats. Only a fool would believe that secrets can be kept in Uldar.
It would seem the implications of the Sultanate's refugee problem are rather more far-reaching than we assumed.
Right, we got job to go. We got stuff to deal with. I should be glad to know the truth, and yet the thought of this case was the product of one man's lust for power sickens me. How long do you think they intended to hide the existence of Omega from the Scions? That they even felt the need to do so is most troubling. It would be in our best interest to learn more of the military activities in the disputed territories. Fortunately, you are already well positioned to do so, Captain Disterina. Pray keep us informed of any development in Cartano. It's Cartano. There's not much going on there. Begone, whelp! This is no place for children. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I would look
looking for you, mister. You said you're looking for the man who left my parents. You know this girl?
Yeah. Yeah, I was taught. She's the one who pointed the merchant out to me.
So he visited Stone Throw as well. I see. Did you find the man white parents with him? They were not, I'm afraid. However, I can think of several places they might be. If you like, we can go and look for them together. Really? You let me look, mister? Of course, but first I must need to finish speaking with my friend. Tell me a secret, see, so no one's allowed to listen. Maybe you could wait for me by that pillar over there? We require but a moment. Okay, mister, I'll be waiting. I'll take you to the quicksand. Mayhap nobody will know what to do. Leading the Galleons, an ether star of primal, even dealing with an Asian would be preferable to deal to this charade. Sometimes I fear Minfilia is so ambitious. We was hither and yon in response to threats as they arise, without concern for the strain it places on our limited resources and ourselves. Maybe the time has come for a change. Taylor, this is Minfilia. I know this is sudden, but I must ask you to return to the Redhunt's Toll with all due haste. The situation in 12s has taken a turn for the worse. I will explain in detail once you arrive.
Right. Things have gone a bit wrong over in the 12s. I need to go and speak with Minfilia.
The 12s would, and the primal threat he spoke of before has been confirmed. I have received no reports of FFXIV activity. Leaves sylphs? Go, Taylor, you know as well as I the appearance of a primal takes precedence over all else. And when you arrive, do inform the antecedent that while I am grateful for her concern, she need not fear for my safety. I am more than capable of protecting myself.
Basically, just have to get a few stitches. And I think he might have set the person who tried hurting him on fire. Or they had to get a rabies shot because of a car bumped them fighting them. I like how it just walks me straight back to Mordona. Oh no, it doesn't. No, it bloody doesn't. Right, story to tell. Right, back to Rising Stones. Now for more plot. I'm assuming she's in the other refugees. Probably just like, right, I know where you can go. Go here, keep bloody hidden. He's like, here's a couple of recruitment pamphlets. Good luck. Let's see what Minfilia has for me. I am come on behalf of the Elder Seeds here to petition the aid of your order. The antecedent has been apprised of the situation. Right now she can apprise me of it.
It is relieved to see you healthy and hale, Taylor. The latest news from Muldow was most disturbing.
Right, and you've got worse news for me, haven't you? Let's see what you've got.
Yeah. Clearly the only injury Alphino suffered was from his ego. Doubtless it'll heal before very long. The other signs will need to be present for this meeting. If you are ready to begin, I will summon them now.
Let's see what they have. Let's see what she has for me.
Thank you for responding to my call with such haste. Rest assured, I should not have summoned you were I should not have summoned you were it not urgent. To business then, I have received some most disturbing news from the Order of the Twin Adder. They have reason to believe that the sylphs may have called forth the revered guardian, the primal Ramu.
I'm sorry, may have, then it is not certain.
The Elder Seedseer informs us that the elementals themselves murmur of the Lord of Levin's return to the forest. The sylphlands, however, display no signs of undue commotion. Forgive me, antecedent, but that fact need not contradict the elemental's testimony. Unlike his more bellicose compeers, Garuda and so on, Ramu is reputed only to act in defence of his children. I imagine he would soon make his presence known if he were foolish enough to directly endanger the sylphs of their territory. The abruptness of this development concerns me. Were we not keeping a close watch on the touch ones and their movements? If preparations for a summoning were indeed underway, so surely it did not have escaped your notice. Oh, it didn't. I was pretty sure it was going to happen, just not this soon. I beg your pardon, you foresee all this eventuality and did not prevent it. I told Papalino I suppose I could have reported things to Inferior earlier, but there honestly wasn't much we could do except wait and see. You know how the Sills feel about people poking around in their territory. They had already summoned Ramu once right after the calamity, but that was because the Galleons came tramping through the forest. And so long as Castromorians stand, the Sills cannot be blamed for wishing to have their Galleon deity on hand. In short, Ida and I are in agreement. The actions of the forest folk were inevitable and unavoidable. And I maintain that observation would have remained the best policy had it not been for the sudden influx of strangers into the Black Shroud. That, alas, we did not foresee. By all accounts, the recent violence in Uldar drove a number of refugees to seek safety under the concealing canopy of the trees. It is likely that the Sills perceive that this panicked migration is yet another invasion and quicken their efforts to summon their god. I am in much mind of Titan and Kobolds. Once again, it is the affairs of men which have paved way for a primal's coming. Indeed, one cannot help but wonder what manner of place Eorzea would be without the civilizing influence of mankind. Be that as it may, this regrettable development does afford us a unique opportunity. Taylor, through your dealings with the Sylphs of Little Solace, you once succeeded in preventing an untimely conflict with Gridania. I wonder, might one who was treated with the Sylphs so fruitfully in the past not achieve similar success with their patron deity? If Ramu can be convinced of our intentions, it may be the first step to breaking the cycle of primal summoning. A fond hope. Were such thing possible, we would not have been at war with the beastmen since time immemorial. But maybe this time we can. Let's continue this discussion anon. We must needs first consult with the nation most affected by Ramu's presence. The Elder Seedseer has requested your personal involvement. Taylor, pray report to Commander Huloir at the Adder's Nest as soon as you are able.
Right, will do.
Steel yourself for the worst. While I hope for a peaceful resolution to this matter, experience suggests that your meeting with the Lord of Levin will prove less than amicable. In such an event, your fellow scions will of course lend you whatever support you require.
I'm still streaming if you want. Let's get myself to Forsay Uloir. Well then, go and have a word with Commander Forsay Uloir. I'm not going to ask. Oh, that's a rare weapon. Oh yeah, very rare.
Coming to Termina, your arrival has been most anticipated. The appearance of a primal is ever a cause for alarm and unease. Though my men stand ready for any eventuality, I know of none more qualified than you to snuff out this threat. Indeed, I would have you do so without delay. The Elder Seedseer, however, would speak with you first. She is of the opinion that your diplomatic, rather than martial, skills may better serve our cause. I leave further explanation to our learned leader. Pray make your way over to Nofika's altar, and the contrary in attendance will admit you to the Lotus Stand.
Right then. over we go. To the forest town. Right then.
The other signs have already arrived, sir. May I show you in?
Yep. Meanwhile, it gives me a chance to at least hydrate. My head starting to hurt. I've been on the go for nearly 6 hours, and I want to get past this bit. A Realm Reborn the last bit of Realm Reborn is a slog, and I want it over with as quickly as fucking possible. They're all here. So let's have a word with Kane Senna.
Scions of the Seventh Dawn, on behalf of the people of Gridania, I bid you welcome. Your presence is of great comfort to us all in these days of uncertainty. I summoned you here to share tidings of a most urgent nature. But a short while ago, the great elemental spoke, and his voice was clarion in its intensity. Ramu is returned unto the forest.
Oh, that ain't good. Then he has been summoned.
Scarce had his words ceased to echo in mine ears when we were visited by an emissary from Little Solace.
The elementals don't normally speak that clearly.
Our guest informs us that the sylphs too have sensed the presence of the Lord of Levin.
Oh, whoa! I do apologise, that was quite strong.
Though his exact whereabouts remain unknown, we may safely assume that the primal was summoned within the heart of the Sylphlands. Unlike the other primals you have encountered, Lord Ramu is no raging avatar of destruction. He is revered as much for his wisdom as his strength, serving as both arbiter and guardian to his children. Given that we and the Sylphs found a way to share the Twelves Wood, it is my hope that this sagely immortal will be amenable to reason, and that conflict may be avoided.
It's never that simple, though.
Blessed as you are with the power of the Echo, you are one of the few among us who may commune with a primal without fear of influence. I would ask, therefore, that you represent us in this most delicate of negotiations.
Well, will do.
The Twelves Wood has suffered enough. Upon this, we and the Sylphs, and I would venture Lord Ramu himself, are in perfect accord. Let us not endanger our shared home by engaging in unnecessary hostilities. Dear friend, I beseech you, safeguard the peace which exists between our peoples.
Yeah, we gotta do what I need to do.
You have my
happy.
thanks.
And the Sylph's happy.
Pray make for Little Solace, then. A member of the Order of the Twin Adder awaits you there. He will advise you on how to find the Lord of Levin.
Right then. Let's go deal with Ramu.
An ill wind blows through the forest. Yet, it is not only the Twelves Wood that flinches at its coming. All the lands Veorzia shiver in dread anticipation. Have care.
Yeah. Right then. Over to the Little Solace we go. Firstly, to the Hawthorn Hut.
base nearby. That's good. Right. Captain Stevener, I was told to expect you. I understand that you go to treat with the Primal Remove himself on an enviable task, but one for which I have no doubt you are well suited. I've been told that your fellow Scions are conducting an investigation of the area as we speak, that we might ascertain the location where the Lord of Levin may be found. I would ask that you abide here until they return with their findings. I was told that a messenger will be sent as soon as your fellow Scions have finished their investigation. I don't imagine it will be much longer. Here we go. This one returns, and returns with good tidings. Wise ones have finished searching, and they have wisely identified the precise location where the Touch Ones summoned Lord Ramu. Your time is impeccable, my fluttery friend. Might you be so kind to escort this good man to his fellow Scions? It will be this one's pleasure, Walking One. Please come with this one. Will do. How would I have another escort mission? They have not done anything like that. Like that one with the Moogles since. Right then. Across the river and that. It's better. Display. Right then, let's see what they got for me. I think it was a stealth game or something. Wise ones have entered deep within the Sylphlands. These ones must proceed carefully and keep an eye out for Touch Ones. Oh, and where is he? Oh, he's there. Yeah, this place is a wee bit creepy. A wee bit creepy indeed. Yep. This one is so most sorry, but this one can go no further. Draw too close to Lord Ramu, and this one may turn mean and nasty like Touch Ones. And so this one must say farewell for now. Walking One will find Wise Ones not far from here, to the south. Go in safety, Walking One. Yeah, this has a few quests cut out, sadly. Because one of them I remember being pretty funny. So it's actually you. I'm relieved. For a moment I thought we were dealing with another one of those confounded silk tricksters. I swear with them wreaking havoc with their skin-changing magics, it's a wonder I was able to finish taking my measurements. Yes, it was quite the ordeal. You should have seen the look on the Chola's face when the one impersonating you suddenly showed up. That's quite enough, Papolino. My apologies. It's not like me to ramble so. Sorry. At any rate, as I was saying, I finished measuring etheric activity in the area, and I am pleased to say that I have reached an indisputable conclusion, to wit, that Ramu was called forth in the vicinity of the Sylph's Aetheryte. So, yeah. Come, Taylor, the Lord of Levin awaits. Right then. Here we go.
Orinora betrays thee, servant of hiding.
There we go. Remove. There we go.
Thou art the bringer of light, bane of Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, and Leviathan.
Yep, that's me.
I am Ramu, guardian of the children of the forest. Thou tramplest upon sacred soil, bringer of light. By what right doth man intrude in this sanctuary of the sylphs? The Gridanians proffer peace? Their words are born of delusion, thine offer an insult. Thou speakest of harmony, yet carest naught for my children's desires. They did but wish to dwell beneath these boughs in solitude. Yet even that was too much to ask of man. Thus did they turn to me for succor. The sentence I pronounce upon thy kind is just. Redanian or Garlean, it matters not. The good intent of one excuseth not the misdeeds of the other. Thy conflict have brought naught but anguish and misery unto the forest. All blame doth lie with the darkness that resideth in the breast of man. Whence sprung this calamitous seed? In the beginning no such duality existed. Were light and dark given form when man was born.
Bit tricky in that, mate.
It would explain much. Not least why strife and sorrow follow ever in thy wake. Thou canst not deny the urgings of thine own nature. Knowing that thy mere presence here portendeth tragedy, wilt thou persist in this pretense of peacemaking? Thou bearest the crystal which I bestowed upon my wayward charges. That they should entrust so precious a gift to thee. Thou standest apart from thy kin. Thou art the bringer of light, aye. But there is something more in thee.
Major foreshadowing there.
Very well. I shall consider thy proposal, shouldst thou survive my trial. If thou wouldst champion the cause of harmony, I must have proof that thou art fit to play the role. Whether mine eye, and prove to me thereby that thou hast strength enough to stay the darkness which threateneth to consume thee.
This game is a champion.
If thou shouldst be found wanting, know that all men shall perish in the storm of my judgment.
Right then. Looks like
Come to me, bringer of light. I shall await thee on the field of battle.
Boss fight time, methinks.
Urianger, it is rare indeed to find you so far from a tome.
He's come to join us, he wanted in.
The Lord of Levin himself. Never till this day had I looked upon his visage, save in painted renderings made faint by time. Ever shall this scene remain etched in my mind's eye. Beg pardon, my lady.
Getting all emotional, isn't he?
I must beg thine aid on a point of research. If thou art resolved to face Lord Ramu, I would ask thy leave to observe the event.
He wants to watch a fight. You know what? Alright, come on. Alright, Yonje. You might be you might be Captain Shakespearean gibberish, but you know what? I don't mind him watching if he wants to watch a fight, he can watch a fight. So, to the striking tree. No, I'm going to ask. Oh! Massive Marlboro. In any case, I think I'm about. In any case, it's nice seeing me get a bit of blowing progress in the queue for once as a DPS. But yeah, the goal is to get through Ramu and at least try and get the rest of this part of the game done. There we go! Let's go deal with him. See, the only thing with DPS is we are a dime a fucking dozen. Right then. Remove. Half man, half beard. There's another half beard for good measure. That's a good one. That attack. out of the tent. I'm dealing small damage. Stop. Prove thy words are more than empty vanity. Someone in dealing with A primal, deal with the axe ASAP. You don't hit yourself. Baddies outside, I cry fate. Canst thou weather my ire? That's clean. Any favors? Beat a man down.
I have taken thy measure, bringer of light. And I judge thee a worthy champion. The task of excising the sin that hath taken root in man's heart is thine. Shrink not from employing thy strength in service to the forest and the wider realm beyond. Like hungering shadows do the enemies of harmony gather, and weakness will but feed them. If man is to be delivered from the dark, it shall be by thy guiding light alone. Stray not from the path, for if thou dost, thy people shall be truly lost.
I'm gonna keep on going for a bit longer.
Thou hast slain the Lord of Levin. A regrettable act, but a necessary one. In witnessing thy struggle, a truth hath been revealed unto me. If I mistake not, It may yet prove a chink in the eternal armor of the Assyrians. But let us conclude our present business. I shall expound upon my findings at the Rising Stones anon.
Alright then, looks like I'm off back there then. Has everyone else gone back home? I guess they've all gone back home then. Yeah, they've all fucked off. Right, firstly I need it right then. Back to Little Solace. So much fly back, I think. I shall go by claw. Oh, I'm glad I'm not the only one who likes that shirt. That's not the one I wear. I wear the mine's one of slaying, I believe, or maiming. Might do a bit of fiddling about with glamours at some point. Captain Destiny, you have returned. Captain Destiny, you have returned. Dare I ask how the moon received your visit? Enlightening. I had to kill him though. He challenged you to a test of arms? It is well then that you have some experience in such matters. The peoples of both Gridania and Little Solace will be relieved to hear that the Lord of Leven has accepted you as the Forest Champion of Peace. You performed a monumental duty this day, Captain Destrina. The Elder Seedseer must be informed of your deeds at once. The Elder Seedseer will wish to hear of your experiences firsthand. Pray return to Gridania and make your way to the Lotus Stand. The Conjurer at Nothinger's Altar will be expecting you. Fare thee well, Captain Destrina. Right then. Back to Gridania. I have a little more running about to do. Ethernet, back over to the Conjurer's Guild and the... Well, let's go and have a word with thingy, Canesena. Welcome back, Honoured Scion. We who knew your mission have been most anxious to see you return. The Elder Seedseer awaits you within. But yeah, this is the kind of stream I'm going to be going for where Endwalker comes out. And possibly when I get a week off, I've got a week off coming up in a few days. When that starts, I'm going to be going hardcore to get through the rest of this.
You are returned to us, dear friend, and none the worse for bearing the heavy burden which I did press upon you. Most glad am I of this. I am informed that your efforts to negotiate a peace with Lord Ramu ended in conflict. Pray tell me, what befell? Ramu made trial of you? I fear there is truth to his claim. It is the darkness within us that attracts the darkness without. It cannot be denied that misfortune follows man. For evidence, one need only look to the conflict brewing in Cartano, or to the rising flood of refugees. Our shared struggle against the Empire should have served to seal our union. Yet the ties which bind the Alliance strain under the weight of gross self-interest. As the scars of the calamity begin to fade, so too does our sense of common purpose. Yet now is scarce the time to forget our shared responsibility. If this new-sprung realm is to survive beyond its infancy, it must needs be nurtured by all. Eorzea must be as one. Yet I fear that dream is still far off. On behalf of the people of Gridania and the elementals both, I thank you for all that you and your fellow scions have done. Full oft have I been compelled to look to you for aid of late, and offered all too little in return. As leader of this nation, I shall endeavor to prove a more worthy ally to your cause henceforth. Lord Ramu has departed, yet the keening of this ill wind grows no less insistent.
Well, you're not too
Voices
fast
of the
enough,
forest, pray speak and I shall listen. What unseen evil begets this unease in my heart?
A lot. It seemed that Eda's appraisal of the situation had led some out after all. May I perhaps not be so swift to discount her intuition? I fancy my presence is more help than hindrance during our troubles with Leviathan, but this time around, well, even I have my off days. You should have seen Machio when we got back to Little Solace. Grateful is an understatement. I thought he was going to take Papalimo's hand off. Does end another daunting mission, eh, Taylor? I'd hoped Lord Ramu could be persuaded with words alone, but nonetheless, I can only admire the adroitness with which you responded to the Primal Sun challenge. And it seems that Oriange too was pleased with the outcome. What say you, Taylor? Shall we gather back at the Rising Stones and ponder the lessons of the day? Alright then. Let's go see what thing he has to say to me. Minfilia, that's it. See if anything's happened in the Rising Stones since I left. Probably not, to be honest. Take care, Taylor. I look forward to hearing all about your adventures when you return. Duty calls, but no matter what the task, I have faith that you will see it to the end. Well, it called, it's all been dealt with. I think, unless Alphino's got something else. The children are quick to take the Artian ways, but I cannot claim the same flexibility.
You will, mate, you will. You'll be fine.
I tried substituting native ingredients several times, but the result was but a pale imitation of authentic Doman cuisine. Hey, Mr. Taylor, what's a ramu? Is it cute and fluffy like a horsebird?
No, it's half man and half beard. It's blooming enormous and dangerous.
I hope one day we shall accompany you into the field, but for now we must see to less glamorous duties. Speaking with Master Coffner, it opened my eyes to a great many things. I had no idea the world outside Doma was so strange and wonderful. Mr. Taylor, is it true you're going adventuring again? I'm so jealous.
No need to be, man. No need to be jealous. There's no need to be jealous, Sunshine.
Worried about leaving us alone? Don't be. While the Archons are away, Hoary Balder will keep the little ones safe.
Oh, give me a voice about. Worried about leaving us alone? Don't be. While the Archons are away, Hoary Balder will keep the little ones safe. Well, that's just him with that. Hoary Balder is alright. He's a good lad. He won't be with the Scions if he wasn't a good one, you know? None of them would be. Right then, into Solar.
Welcome back, Taylor. Word of your momentous encounter with Lord Remove precedes you. I would fain share news of mine own, but Orionte's discoveries must take precedence. Upon witnessing your defeat of the Lord of Levin, our learned companion was struck with profound insight regarding the nature of the Ascian's immortality. Let us assemble and discuss his observations together.
Right then. Please save me from more voice acting.
If everyone is ready, let us begin.
Gives me a chance for another drink.
Urianger, the floor is yours.
As all here assembled now know, in its final hours as our Order's headquarters, the waking sands did play host to a most unexpected visitor. I speak of the Ascian clad in white, Elidibus. Unwelcome though his presence was, his words that day did serve to confirm a truth long suspected, that the Ascians are eternal beings, to whom physical destruction is as a temporary inconvenience.
Sadly, that's true.
In the intervening time, Urianger and I have striven to discover a means by which the Ascians might more permanently be slain.
And 'tis my belief that we have found the thread that will allow us to unravel the twisted skein of their existence. In the moments prior to Leviathan's most recent manifestation, the Sahagin elder who summoned him was observed to undergo some manner of ascension. The etheric readings taken by Y'shtola at the time of this transfiguration have proven most enlightening.
Pronounced Ishtola.
The disruption to the flow of ether was sudden and dramatic. So tangible was the agitation, I scarce had need of my goggles.
The significance of Y'shtola's readings might better be understood in the context of mine own, taken at the instant of the Lord of Levin's demise. Unlike the Primal, the Sahagin was not subject to etheric dissipation.
Before discussing our new discoveries, it may benefit us all to recall what we know of etheric behavior.
Plot dump time? Plot dump time, I think.
Let us begin at what some might call the end. When we who dwell in the material realm die, our spirits dissolve into the flow of ether and are returned to the ethereal realm. In turn, the restless energy which suffuses that plane streams back into our world, giving rise to new life.
'Tis as the heavens did decree, the way of all mortal souls. Twixt this world and the next do the ethereal currents swirl, bearing the very essence of life. Thus doth the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth continue unabated.
Primals behave somewhat differently. In order to manifest and then maintain a physical presence in this realm, they must consume vast quantities of ether, most often in the form of crystals. Though they may seem to live, their flesh is but ether given shape. Thus, a defeated primal leaves behind no broken corpse. Rather, the essence of its form seeps back into the land whence it came, and the energy of its shattered spirit is called back to the ethereal realm.
Which is useful, at least.
And there it waiteth, till next the prayers of the faithful do draw it forth from the sea of ether, to take their offering of crystals and make for itself a new body.
So I'm just stimming a bit.
Which brings us on to the third group, the so-called immortals. They exist in a manner all their own.
And that's Librea.
Quite. Even as the Sahagin Elder fell to the Admiral's musket shot, I witnessed the release of an ethereal cloud, which immediately took possession of a nearby minion.
A soul that dissipateth not upon the death of the flesh.
The secret of life everlasting, and in the claws of a Sahagin no less. But I wonder, what would happen to one of these obstinate spirits, should there be no suitable host for it to claim?
If mortal death entails a return to the ethereal realm, it seems doubtful that the soul of an immortal would venture there.
Nay, it merely withdraweth the distance, unto the shore of the ethereal sea, perchance, but no further.
Yes, it exists in neither this realm nor the next, abiding instead in the space that lies between them.
The void. Well, not
The
void.
Asians took control of Thancred by means of a crystal of darkness, an artifact which, if our theories are correct, serves as a gateway to the place I have just described.
I was hoping people had forgotten about that.
I am sorry, my friend.
For a mercy, the weary road of our research hath brought us unto an answer.
The Sahagin ascended to an immortal state, but he did not possess a crystal of darkness through which to flee this realm. Thus was he consumed by Leviathan. If we could entrap the spirits of defeated Asians in like manner, and thereby deny them resurrection,
Therein lieth the path to victory. Thou art most perceptive, my lady. Only when we have trapped the bodiless soul within an ethereal prison can we hope to defeat its unnatural constancy. Thus might even an eternal paragon be consigned to oblivion.
These feats are, of course, far easier said than done. At present, we lack a viable means to entrap and extinguish an Asian soul.
Yeah.
Yet, I believe it to be possible. The pieces of the puzzle lie before us. We have but to put them together.
Yeah, well, I'm currently on patch 2.3, and I want to be by this by the end of the
I will depart at once to convene with the sages of Sharlayan. Together shall we divine the steps by which our goals may be achieved.
You'll have to do it in secret.
I
know
have
what the
utmost
sages
faith in you,
are
Archon.
like.
Beg pardon, antecedent, but I would raise one final matter. Even now, a Sharlayan survey party seeketh to ascertain the fate of the students of Valdesian. Their findings shall soon be known to us. Though you harbor feelings of dread, I bid you surrender not to sorrow. but abide instead in hopeful prayer.
I shall, Archon. Thank you.
I just noticed that his hood has ear holes. Well, sometimes put it in ears. Oh. And here we are. The Asians. All 13. The Lord of Levin is returned to the ether, as was Leviathan before him. Removes acquiesce. This was most intriguing. Inferno, Vortex, Crag, Whirl, and Levin. All have now been humbled by the limitless potential of man. Idling servant grows mightier by the day. Yet he prospers at great cost to his mistress, whose strength is all too finite. 7 times have the masses survived the rejoining, but their souls are grown weak and wan. Yet even as it enervates, the ardour empowers our master. All that remains is to nurture the strength of the gifted, to forge the final key. And that is the task to which we bend our every effort. Laha Berea. Divine seeds were ever want to quicken in Eorzea's fertile soil. We need only lead men to the field, and by their eager hands shall the new deity arise. That which was shattered shall be made anew, and the one true God shall come again. That is their god, Zodiac. And he's dangerous. He is absurdly dangerous. Oh, the amount of party just fell dramatically. Ah. Fate grinding, no interest. Well, then, let's see what Mythology is now. Oh, this is a fun one. Now the matter of Ramu has for the present been put to rest. There is something I would show you, Taylor. It is a letter of thanks signed by the leaders of the Eorzean Alliance, acknowledging the Sound's tireless service to the realm. It mentions in particular names of all the defeated primals: Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, Good King Mogulmog XII, Leviathan, and now Ramu. Needless to say, there is only one among our number to have faced them all. And though these words of gratitude were addressed to our order as a whole, I feel they were meant for you above all others. I too must offer my heartfelt thanks for all that you have done. In the course of your duties, you have neither ever once failed to my call to arms. You are a true hero, Taylor, and Eorzea is that much safer for you being here. Thank you. Pray do not misunderstand me. I said safer, not safe. I know only too well that we can ill afford to lower our guard. The Asians may be relied upon to sow chaos in this realm until such time as they are forced to stop. Why, even without their encouragement, you may be assured that man would foment strife on his own, and that's saying nothing of the beast tribes. Unless we learn to live in harmony, the primals too will return to plague us again and again and again. And yet, despite all of this, your deeds serve to inspire the people, to give them hope for a better tomorrow, and there is no greater gift. That we have the courage to strive for what might otherwise seem an impossible peace, we owe in no small part to the dangers you have faced on our behalf, and the people you have won over to our cause in so doing. Our list of enemies has ever been long, but think of the allies with whom we are now blessed. Of the beastmen who wish naught of conflicts,
who now call you friend. Of Alisay, who tried to unearth the terrible secrets of the Calamity.
That's from the Coil, see, that's from Binding Coil.
And then there is Sid and the Fellowship of Noah, racing to unlock the mysteries of ancient Alec that we might be spared the horror of another ultimate weapon.
So I did that one yesterday, a couple of days ago.
Of course, when speaking of our greatest ally, we must not need forget those closest to us, by which I mean our fellow Scions. Thanks to their many and varied talents, our order is uniquely equipped to combat the far-reaching corruption of the Ascians, and combat it we shall. Your enthusiasm is truly heartwarming, antecedent. Given our embarrassing wealth of allies, I trust it will not inconvenience you unduly if I absence myself for a time. Afno, I take it the troubles in Uldar no longer require attention. There are yet some rumblings of discontent, but the air of simmering violence is largely dissipated. It is to report that I stand before you now. That, and to speak with you concerning the new organisation we discussed. I have a message from you from El. You recall the refugee girl? The one whose parents went missing? They were found unharmed. She wished me to pass on her thanks to you.
She's very welcome.
Why, Alfno, am I to understand that you made the effort to remember the poor girl's name? I look forward to reading all about her in your report. I do hope you left nothing out.
She's trolling him. She is a little bit of a troll, he's Midfilia.
Taylor, you have been away from Revenant's Toll for some time now, I believe. May I suggest you put the affairs of the realm to one side for the moment and take this opportunity to reacquaint yourself with the town? Which reminds me, one of the Doman children recently inquired to your whereabouts. Yozan was his name. I believe he had some small matter he wished to share with you. Why not oblige him with a visit?
Okay, sounds good to me. I'll have a word with it, kid. I'll go have a word with it, kid.
The storm has passed and a moment's quietude is ours. Taru is using her newfound time to further her studies, and I would follow her example. If living into the Aussie has taught anything at all, it's that such restful moments are fleeting. Dark clouds ever stir anew upon the horizon. With a Doman youngling dashing about hither and yon, there's hardly a moment of peace to be had. That said, travelling with Ida, it's not as if I knew much peace to begin with.
No, it's not.
I told Flamine all about our adventures in the Sylvands, fake Thancred and all. You won't tell the real Thancred, will you?
I forgot about that bit. Oh, God. It's a shame they cut that quest out. That was funny.
I do not know where we would be without Higiri. The girl has worked tirelessly for us every day since her arrival. It is about all Doman women are so diligent.
I think she just wants to work hard. Oh, he's training him quite well.
Despite all the hardships they have faced, the younglings pursue their training with great zeal.
The older ones would do well to follow their example.
Ah, Taylor, care to watch the lessons before you journey on your way? I dare say your presence would go far to inspire the younglings.
Oh dear, Thancred's doing his thing.
Never is a woman more lovely when she's hard at work, I say. Wild rose, strong, beautiful, blooming tall in the face of frozen winds. 137, 138, 130. Oh, hello there. You've been charged with keeping inventory, Flamine tells me it's a vitally important. Oh dear, I seem to have lost count.
You're 139.
Many of my countrymen have found work as frontier hands, helping to transport supplies and continue the expansion of Revenant's Toll. I've been tasked with keeping the equipment here in good repair. It's not particularly glamorous work, but I'll help in whatever way. I would help in whatever way I can.
Basically, he's a handyman. Some of the other ones are frontier hands, and basically they're going about getting to know the place.
Are you taking a rest too? Promise you'll play with us again soon? That game of hide and seek in Vesper Bay was The most fun I've had in forever. If I were as big as a mountain and strong as a bear like Mr. Boulder is, maybe I would like fighting more. It's not always been the strongest of us, but even he's no match for Haru when she's mad.
See what they got for me this time.
Look, it's Mr. Taylor who's back from his adventures. Really, you are fighting primals, and they're some of the strongest enemies you could ever face. Wish I could have seen you in battle. Anyway, we all want to be heroes too, so we finally formed our very own Doman Adventurers Guild to protect all the Domans. Do you think you could train us today, Mr. Taylor? Maybe you could show us how you fought the primals.
Yeah, I don't know if you're ready to see me going at full power. What's all this commotion then?
Mr. Boulder and Mr. Coulternay, do you know that Mr. Taylor is back?
Yeah, we heard you. So it would seem. Welcome home, Taylor. My companion and I but recently became full members of the Scions, and I believe proper introductions have yet to be made. I am known as Hoary Boulder, and this bookish fellow is Coulternay. Though we remain largely unproven as adventurers, we have taken it upon ourselves to instruct the Doman younglings in the arts of combat.
I told you, Mr. Boulder, we're not younglings anymore, we are adventurers. And we were just asking Mr. Taylor if he'll give us some special training. I think we're ready to hunt monsters alongside him, don't you?
Really? Well, you've certainly been diligent with your drills, but I'm afraid the fiends of Mordona are still ever so slightly too dangerous for you. I have a counter-proposal. What if I were to cross swords with Taylor? A demonstration of skill at arms, if you will.
Ori, if I didn't know you better, and I do, I'd say you were merely seeking to test yourself against a legend.
Well, mayhaps I am. But what matters the motive when the children stand to learn so much from the lesson? What say you, Taylor? Will you consent to spar with me? You know what? Alright. Let's do it.
We're to have a tournament. Come on, everyone. We want to prepare our gear for an outing. Do not try to disappoint them.
Have faith, Coulternay. I shall summon every last ounce of strength to make of this a worthy contest. The fields to the east of town should prove suitable for our purpose. I very much look forward to our bout. Me too, Coulternay. No, me too, Hoary, me too. I love this one. I like Coulternay and Boulder. They're alright, they're good lads.
So we turn to the heroes of conscience unstained. May all stop at naught till what's lost is regained. Oh, hello again. Flamine has been teaching me some Riordan ballads. Though we hail from faraway land, there is something about music that truly transcends borders. Igiri has told me about a Doman tea with most remarkable fragrance. What I would not give to taste it for myself.
She likes a cup, does Flamine. It's a pity I can't give her a cup of Yorkshire tea. That stuff's good.
Nothing warms me inside quite like Igiri's tea. Truly, it is salve for body and soul. Just some children possess wisdom beyond their years, some adults are a little more than children writ large. Remember this, and it should save you a measure of frustration in your dealings with those around you. I dare say they heard you talking a mile away. Ida and Thancred dashed out not moments ago. Will they ever start acting their age?
I think they want to watch. You know what? If I'm fighting Boulder, I'm fighting Boulder properly. I'm doing it on his job, on his terms. Because I like Boulder. As I said, Boulder is a good lad. Hoary Boulder and Coulternay are two of the Scions. They may not be the most skilled, but they're some of the best.
Is it sparring dangerous? I don't think I want to see anyone else being hurt. We had Master of Lessons back in Doma, and the way he taught us was very different from Mr. Boulder. I'm not sure which way is better, but I think I like them both. Since becoming a sign, I had much opportunity to hear news of your epic deeds. I must confess then that my excitement rivals that of the children at the prospect of seeing you in action firsthand. As we left the Rising Suns, Mr. Thankwood asked where we were going. I told him we were off to watch you and Mr. Boulder fight. He looked very surprised. I hope that made him cross.
Well, I heard him and Ida ran out, and they looked pretty excited. So I think they're doing something else.
Mr. Taylor is here. Let the battle begin.
Strong bloody ability. That's what I meant to use. Iron will.
'Twas good of you to agree to this, Taylor. I trust you are ready to begin.
Yeah, you bet.
Very well, let us not keep the younglings waiting any longer. Hurry, are you all turning your way to fight him alone? That is Taylor, you face. What better way to test my mettle? Pray allow me to attempt the first round unaided. After all, 'twas the hero's legend that led me to join the Science to begin with. Without Taylor to inspire my efforts, I would not be half the warrior I am today. Your point is well made, but remember, this is for the children's sake as well as your own. Should it appear that the contest will end too swiftly, I shall add my spells to your blade work. Hello, you haven't begun yet, have you?
Well, Ida, who are these people?
When I heard about your sparring match, I told everyone I could find. Thought you could use a crowd to cheer you on.
Yes, and there are still more to come. When I mentioned Taylor's name, the reaction was quite enthusiastic.
Why, my own popularity seemed to be a sickly shade, but in comparison, you'd best claim victory, bringer of light. Your burgeoning reputation is at stake. Well, our teacher won't be beaten so easily. He's a master swordsman. You can win, Mr. Boulder.
We shall soon see. On your guard. Oh, he's looking forward to this. Night and day I've tested this.
Power. Tails barely do you justice. It's a Boulder won't lose, will he? Not yet. Can't be. Aye, the children have the right of it.
Time I turn the fray. On your feet, Hori. Is that the best he got, Colton?
Oh no, he looks hurt. Stella is so strong. You can't give up, Mr. Boulder.
Can't respond to these. Well, he's down.
You outbetted me. I yield. That's incredible. He beat them both at the same time.
Holy shit! What? Yeah, no. We knew he couldn't lose, Taylor. No one can beat the Guardian of Eorzea.
Now I see why they send you to deal with the primals. I have much work to do if ever I'm to attempt the same.
They had a hell of an audience.
Impressive as always, Taylor. It's ever a pleasure to witness the spectacle of your martial prowess. And judging by the smiles on these many faces, they too appreciate the hard-won strength that keeps the perils of the realm at bay. Guardian of Eorzea. Yes, that is the most fitting title. Do you recall when we first met? It was at the memorial service for the Battle of Carcino. At the time I was yet attempting to understand this land of Eorzea. I sought to grasp the reason why Grandfather willingly sacrificed himself to protect it. I shall speak plainly. My initial impressions were less than favourable. Dire problems abounded. Yet the efforts I saw expanded towards their solutions, haphazard and half-hearted. I thought the Eorzeans a foolish and childish people. Considering the shambles their home was in, I would not have been surprised if some had chosen to swear allegiance to Gaius and the order he proposed to enforce. With regards to his single-minded military invasion precluded any such twitchings of loyalty, of course. Were it not for a desire to continue Grandfather's legacy, I would have abandoned the realm to its fate long ago. The threats were too many, the nations too self-involved and unstable. It was you who convinced me the salvation of Eorzea was possible. It was you who taught me, through countless acts of bravery, that what my grandsire sought to preserve was not the land, nor its history, nor any single nation. It was the people, these wonderful, often infuriating, stubborn people that suffer blow after blow, only to drag themselves back to their feet to face another day. Though he never put feelings into words, I believe Grandfather's admiration for this inextinguishable courage grew into a fervent wish. A wish to aid Eorzea and its inhabitants in charting a course for the future. A wish that has now become my own. I too will endeavour to take up the mantle of Guardian of Eorzea and champion these people who toiled towards a better world. Our cause, however, is not a simple one. The troubles that plague us are of a scale that cannot be solved by the science of the Seventh Dawn alone. No, what is needed to tackle the root of the new primal threat and effectively counter the schemes of the Ascians is a new, expanded organisation that operates beyond the limitations of nations and borders. If you would aid me in building such an organisation, then pray let's continue the discussion back within the walls of the Rising Stones. Yep. Right. Back for a word with Alpha now. I think everyone will change what they're saying now. I wish Ida were not so eager to look to the future when we have so many problems in the here and now. I can't wait for Alphino to start a new company. I love making new friends. I fear Ida's boundless optimism is beginning to affect my better judgment. Your tendency to triumph against the most terrible foes is certainly not helping matters. Your bout with Horrid Balder was more stirring than 100 lines of my most passionate poetry. I propose to arrange a sparring match of my own.
Maybe later. Maybe later. Back to the goons.
It is not enough that I am here for my daughter. I must do what little I can to help you all succeed in your monumental tasks. This place has become as a hive, and its bees flit about in a constant motion. Perhaps a soothing pot of tea will coax one or two to alight and take a moment's rest.
Cup of tea always helps, or a glass of wine.
My people's spirits were thoroughly crushed by the loss of our homeland, but thanks to your courage and generosity, I see their inner flames once more flicker back to life. I too have felt my strength of will make a gradual return. I thought the idea foolish at first, but it seems that sparring match well served to its purpose. I can hardly wait to return to my studies and seek to improve upon my technique. Think he's having a rest though, can't blame him to be honest. Taylor, I must thank you again for agreeing to our bout. I must thank the gods that it was not a duel to the death. I will, however, cherish the lesson of each scrape and bruise as I work to better my swordplay. Mr. Balder fought well, but it was no match for you, Mr. Taylor. Should you wait? One day I'll be good enough to knock you from the top of your mountain. Good luck. Good luck with that, sunshine. We need to decide who in Adventurers Guild will do what. I'm fairly sure Yozan will need to be the sword fighter. He always has to be in the thick of the action. Mr. Balder is sore and beaten, but he said to return straight to his training. I don't think he likes to lose. I like the way Mr. Coldney fought. No swords or fists. I wonder, if I studied hard, would I be able to cast spells like that too? Well, maybe when you're older you can join the Thaumaturges Guild. Might have the Red Mages Guild run both. No, this won't do at all. And then I'll have to... Oh, Taylor, if you don't mind, I'm terribly busy at the moment. Right. Hang on a minute. You know what? After that quest, I'm pretty drained. I need a beer. I think I've got one. One beer. One very large beer. Right, then let's go and have a word with Arthur now. See what he has to say. With the primal threat presently subdued, now is the perfect time to focus on new endeavours. Arthur has long been laying the groundwork for this organisation of his. He looks to you to help turn his proposal into reality. Pray lend him aid, what aid you can. Thank you for coming, Taylor. The world shifts and alters, and we, my friend, must ever be one step ahead of the chaos. What I propose is the formation of a new organisation, a group that will pave the way for a truly united Eorzea. I was thinking that would be done by 2 AM my time, but I've been proven wrong. Pray forgive me if I tread over old ground, but I would first speak of the grand plan. Since the advent of the Second Astral Era, the leaders of the three nations have been deliberating over an accord that seeks to bring the disparate forces of Eorzea together into a single entity. A realm-wide grand company, if you will. The military might of such an institution would be drawn from every corner of the land and directed against threats that no single nation could ever hope to overcome alone. Yet while the purpose of this hypothetical organisation is undisputed, the logistics of its formation have become the source of endless debate. The longer these discussions continue, the more I sense the impetus towards duplication draining away. Thus have I been campaigning for the creation of what may be considered a trial company. It will be on a much smaller scale than what we hope to eventually achieve, but capable of the same manner of unrestricted operation according to the Scions. It is my hope that the successful utilisation of such a force will lend momentum to the lagging deliberations. Also, being a primarily military outfit, I mean to assuage fears of its misuse by placing the fledgling organisation under the authority of the antecedent. The Scions work tirelessly to protect Eorzea and its people, but as you yourself have witnessed, with the refugee revolt, there are limitations to what even we can achieve. With this new company under the Scions' command, however, we will be capable of responding to a wider range of difficulties without straining our resources or overtaxing your formidable talents. The goals of my proposed organisation and those the Scions are ultimately identical, a point conceded by all concerned. But before I can move forward with establishing its precursors as the true border-spanning Grand Company, it is necessary that I visit the three leaders and gain their official approval. A tiresome and time-consuming task, which is why I would ask that you accompany me on the journey and attend to the business of recruiting our inaugural members while I am otherwise engaged with bureaucratic formalities. Alright. Thank you. It is reassuring indeed to know that the bringer of light and his discerning eye will be selecting our future allies. Our first destination will be Limsa Lominsa. Let us rendezvous at Bulwark Hall. Right then, over to Limsa. And I've got to recruit some bloody pirates by the looks, or at least try to recruit some pirates. Right then, over to Limsa it is then. Gonna have a word with Alpha and see who I've got to recruit. I've been going for a while, it's time to get draining, but you know what, I'm enjoying myself. Ah, there you are. I'm ready to ascend to the bridge and speak with Admiral Blohisveen. While the Admiral and I are finalising permissory boundaries and signing parchments, I will have you begin the recruiting process in earnest. I have, of course, endeavoured to spread the word of our organisation through various channels, but I believe a personal approach will reach many who may otherwise remain ignorant of the opportunity. As for potential members, it is no matter should they already be pledged to another institution, only that they are willing to lend their strength when the situation demands it. You needn't range into the countryside. The upper decks alone are populated with sufficient candidates to pass our purpose. Once you are satisfied with your recruiting efforts, beat me at the airship ticket counter, that we might prepare for the next leg of our journey. Basically, he's not bloody teleporting, he's flying to places. So to the upper decks. I could recruit people on the lower decks as well, you tool. And to be fair, people already know what's going on. So firstly, to the 7th Stage and then to the Marauders Guild. Basically, I've got to run about the place entirely, pretty much. Captain Carverlane. Captain Carverlane. He is one of the captains of Limsa's. He's one of the primary captains of one of Limsa's biggest crews. An organisation with the freedom to operate with territorial impunity? I must say, your proposal intrigues me. The Krakens well know there is time to act and a time to watch, and I'm afraid this trial company of yours falls into the latter category. There we go, and now Prover's in the Coral Tower, the Marauders Guild. Master Alpha's new organisation? Yes, I had heard the formation of this trial company was in the offing. It is with regret, however, I must decline your invitation. As Commander of the Yellow Jackets, the protection of Limsa and Lominsa must need you to receive my full attention. Oh, he's a Commodore, so he's a very high rank, and honestly, yeah. Over to the aft castle. Firstly, to the missing member. So basically I've asked one captain, one high-ranking captain, one Commodore, and now I'm asking another pirate captain. Rosven. Captain Rossman says the Tangerine Sirens at the top of the food chain here in Limsa. You want to join the meanest crew in the sea? You'd best bloody your cutlass and thicken your hide. Hey? Who in the bloody hell do you think you're talking to, Drylander? I'm a pirate, not some sodding knight in shining plate. If you're looking for a self-righteous fop, try knocking on that dandy Carveland's door. Yeah, she's a pirate, and she's one of the vulgar ones. But you do not fuck around with her, or you'll find out why the missing member has that name. If you're a dude, at least. Yeah, she's tough. And now for the leader of the Armourers Guild. The precursor to a united Eorzean Grand Company. While I do admire the scope of your ambition, my responsibilities here at Naldic and Vermelis keep me close to the forge. I have not the time to be traipsing hither and beyond across the realm. Did you require my skills in armour, however, I might be willing to accept some special commissions. Yeah, we might need that. Might need those. To be honest, you'd want custom armour for that sort of thing, especially for the commanders. Although I already have prior knowledge on how this goes, and what you'd probably want is a whopping great butt, is a blooming axe. Is to go to the Blacksmith's Guild to get an axe, to get a big axe. Onto the Leatherworkers Guild for an executioner's hood. Oh, hello. Hello, Real. Well, Finn and Taylor. Not forget an adventure brave enough or daft enough to seek the shortcut into Titan's bedchamber. Remember old Real, don't you? Formerly at a company of heroes? 3 whistles at Bronze Lake? Aye, and ain't often I drag me ass out to Limsa for a drink, but I'm right glad I did. How fare you these days? You looking to put together a new crew? Top tier work? Sounds like a right lark, it does. Alright, lad, count me in. Heroes may have gone their separate ways, but I ain't ready to climb into my grave just yet. I like Creole. Dude's got his head on right. Dude's got his head on right. Also, because he was part of the company of heroes, the guy has experience in killing primals. Something that is damned handy to have around, whether it be for a new grand company or for the Scions. This one's Highline. The Highline. The Highline. There we go. There's somebody here called Vlad Tepes. And they're dressed as Link. I like that line. So I need to get to the airship landing now, and I can't remember where the fuck that is. And back to upper decks I go then. To the aft castle. Right, I need to go have a word with whoever's in charge of the lift. I don't know where the fuck the lift is. It's somewhere in here. Right. I need to scan Rael. And the guy with a pumpkin hat. To the airship landing we go then. Taylor, your recruiting went well, I trust. I'm curious as to how my proposal was received by the rough and ready folk of Limsa Laminza. Ah, a member of the legendary company of heroes indicated his interest. Astonishing. I knew enlisting your aid was the right choice. Few could boast the acquaintance of such an elusive character. I too was successful in my task. The Admiral consented to sign all the documents requiring your approval. I can only hope that my visit with the elder seats here proceeds as smoothly. Pray continue on to Gidania at your own pace. I shall await you at Nothica's altar. Right then. Over to New Gidania then. This is the longest stream I've done yet, and I know I'm nearly at the end. I hope I'm nearly at the end. I think we've still got to deal with a bit of stuff first. I think nothing does alter me round about there. I don't know. I don't really know my way around. Oh, there it is. Right then. My audience with the elder seats here is due in to commence momentarily. I would be grateful if you would once more cease the task of recruiting here in Gridania. After you deem even the well of potential candidates has run dry, let us rendezvous at the airship ticket counter as before. What's this going? Yep. Right then. This one just requires a bit of running around. Right then. But yeah, I'm somewhat familiar with this bit, and I know enough to know that it's not particularly brilliant. To know that I think Alphino has a few delusions of grandeur at this point. Bit of an ego to him. Don't get me wrong, lovely lad. Don't have the... Oh, fucking hell. Forgot this guy was in it. Well, I didn't, but... Oh God, can it truly be you? By what fickle fortune was the first face I see upon my release be yours? Could it be you don't remember me? It is I, Laurentius, the man whose crimes you exposed. I was a whaler and a regular patron at Busker and... Yeah, now I remember. Of course you do! I was beginning to wonder if Dale had changed me more than I realised. Not that I have any particular wish to be recognised after my shameful conduct. Less said of my past the better, I suppose. And what of you, adventurer? What business brings you to this part of Gridania? Well, I have an offer for you. Recruiting someone. Recruiting, eh? And what is your policy of reformed convicts? Against my better judgment. Yeah, okay, why not? As a matter of stand, the Wood Whalers will have naught more to do with me. This may just be the second chance I was looking for. Reverend, that's all you say? I shall leave at once. You do not regret this, I promise you. I am a changed man. I agree. My better judgment. Yeah, that's probably not the best person to hire. Fucking controller again. Right, up to Kalu Falls, then go around, then go the way around. Oh, Alia. Oh, Elian and Isildur. My back is perfectly fine, I tell you. Well, you'll have to sign me to my bed if you think and prevent me from. Oh. I might be able to rest for just a short while. He is old, is Isildur, but he's sound. He's a good lad. Grandfather, you must call it a day. Let us return to the guild and rest ere your tormented back gives up on you for good. I'm terribly sorry, we were just... Oh, Taylor, isn't it? It's been some time since I crossed outside of Copperbell Mines. Why, you were barely more than a novice adventurer back then, but look how far you've come. Mother Mune tells me it was you who felled the fearsome Black Wolf. Now you seek stout-hearted souls to fill the ranks of a new order. And while your cause is undoubtedly just, my old companion here would be much relieved to see me in good hands. Yes, I'll do it. This very thing I spent my entire adventuring career working towards. I shall join your company just as soon as I've seen Isildur safely home. They're good lads. He's a good dude, Isildur, and she's a good lass. Good dude, good lass. Honest to God, I'm surprised they didn't take Isildur just for use as a teacher. The guy's experience is immense. You would offer this old man a place in your company of champions? I am both puzzled and honoured by your invitation. Pray forgive me, young master, but I cannot accept. I've sworn to abide here for whatever ecan years remain to me and bear responsibility for the evils my lady has brought across the waste land. Fair enough, mate, fair enough. Maybe we'll meet again someday. He would have been decent to have in. Not maybe he wouldn't be skilled in combat, but basically he's a butler. His skill as a bartender, etc., would have been immense. And probably probably you'd be able to get some decent scenes out of him and Flamine. Also with what butlers are like, I'd probably have to nickname him Pennyworth. It's not often the guild officers such as myself gets recruited. This company of yours certainly seems to have some promise, but its duties appear less than focus. I must refuse your invitation until such a time as your organisation is more organised. Well, fair enough, fair enough. She's also standing guard. She also knows everyone around by their first name, so she's probably better around here. Ah, right then. Luckily, this one's a little easier to reach than the one in Limsa. You'd have to go down a lift. So unfortunately, it's right underneath the pub. What news, Taylor? For my part, the elder seats were most amenable to our requirements. A former wood whaler and a seasoned adventurer. Our company will not lack variety, that much is certain. Interesting harvest indeed. Shall we strike into Uldar while the iron is hot? Let us meet at the Royal Promenade to endeavour to conclude our remaining business. Our journey draws to a close. Yeah, I'll teleport, thanks. Back to Uldar again. Fucking game. As I've said, I really, really dislike Uldar. I know enough to know that I've got a little bit of stuff to deal with with Ishgard after this, and then I think I'm nearly done. Jesus, fuck, this has been a slog and a half. Right then. Oh, he's here. Uldar, the gilded city where one's fortune defines one's worth. I hope some manner of fortune is with us, as this final leg proves as successful as the previous two. Might I suggest descending to the lower level before beginning your recruitment efforts? I do not think this little town will take kindly to us poaching from her personal guard. Let us meet here at the promenade when our respective tasks are complete. Good hunting, Taylor. Right then. That's a beautiful noise. Right, then, so start at the Colosseum and then walk to the Miners Guild and go around from there. Oh, hello! Sim! Huh? Wait, you're the man who came to Little Alamigo looking for that masked devil. Who knows what might have happened if you hadn't? I'd probably be dead and a whole lot more of my friends besides. We were such fools. Anyway, that disaster really got me to thinking about our homeland and about the outsider who saved us from ourselves. Realised how easily I'd been manipulated and vowed to make myself a more worthy man. So here I am, a new company of champions, and you say it will take me to all corners of the realm? That sounds like exactly the kind of opportunity I need. And don't worry, I'm not the same stripling you met in Little Alamigo. I've prepared myself to fight the evil. I now know he's out there. Again, my own personal belief about Taylor's character is that he is Alamigan. That didn't feel good. Awesome. Oh, what happy coincidence. Do you remember me, perchance? I'm Arson of the Church of St. Adama Landowner. Thank you again for your timely rescue. And I must also thank you for preventing that fraudulent priest from preying on dry bones less fortunate. A most upsetting business. Are you here with your companion? Thancred, wasn't it? Ah, it's his new companion you seek then. The proposed organisation sounds like a powerful force for good, but my place is at the church with the children. Nevertheless, I wish you well in this undertaking.
So I just tried to recruit a nun. Yeah, that won't have gone well. That won't have gone well. Right, into the Weavers Guild. Yellow Moon.
There we go. I'm sorry, you wish to recruit me? Is this some sort of new-fashioned manner of positioning a lady? I'm afraid you are wasting your time. This lady is already spoken for. Good day to you, sir.
Not that kind of proposition, girl. Or to be fair, Thancred would probably try. To be fair, it wouldn't shock me if Thancred propositioned a fucking vacuum cleaner. Right then. Have you come to meet news, soldier? Well, I've already heard it. Seems the would-be saviour of Uldar's refugees went and got himself killed, and not by your hand. You're just at a pawn of the hapless cast-offs he sought to deceive. That's not why you're here? Ah, you'd be surprised what rumours drift down to Pearl Lane. I know this glorious new company of yours, and just how far I'd go to avoid getting involved with it. Whispers on the streets say your organisation is funded by corrupt coin, by syndicate money. If you think you're recruiting for a just cause, and you're a bigger fool than I took you for. Yeah, that might be something to think about for the future. I'll have a word with Alpha about where he's getting his money from. There we go. Company that looks to cure the ills of the Empire. Listen, friend, I can scarce bear the complaints of the next all over, let alone the conundrums of a neighbouring nation. Right, I've recruited one. But to be fair, it's never going to be perfect, not in Uldar. The amount of people here who are greedy is unreal. And again, that dude has a very good point. Whoever's funding this, if it's coming from the syndicate, then yes, that is very dodgy money. Very dodgy.
How fair do you, Taylor? What hidden gems of the streets of Uldar offer up to your unrelenting gaze?
Someone I met in Little Alamigo a bit ago. Not too good.
A single Alamegan youth? Well, he's certainly given us an admirable start, even if our ranks are somewhat thin. In these troubled years following the calamities, talk of Eorzea's salvation must seem akin to grasping at clouds. But are those who have risen to the challenge nonetheless, and the hope that inspires these people was born in no small part from the victories you yourself have won. Thank you, Taylor. I will not squander the precious gift you have placed into my keeping. These recruits will become the foundation of a new beginning.
I think I'm nearly done.
And yes, we are free to begin. As you have no doubt surmised, the Sultana also graced my trial company with her blessings. Our first wave of recruitment is over, the document signed and finances secure. There is naught to prevent me from taking the next step.
I was meaning to ask, where did you get them? Why is there syndicate money involved?
You are concerned by the syndicate's involvement? As was I. Thus was the origin of every coin of their contribution carefully scrutinised and recorded. This organisation will not be spilt on corruption.
You'd best make sure it wasn't, or I will have your arse.
Naturally, I prefer not to rely upon outside sources at all, but even my family's substantial coffers could not sustain a venture of this magnitude.
Sorry.
And as for the rumours and doubt surrounding the enterprise, well, such things will plague us until the company has had a chance to prove its worth. It will not be an easy process, but we will earn the people's trust one success at a time. Speaking of time, we should waste no more of it. Let us return to the Rising Stones and lay the first stone for a united Eorzea.
This ain't gonna end well, mate.
Oh. Cutscene time.
Tell me, General, what think you of Alfino's bold endeavor?
I think it is more than bold, Your Grace. His organization would pave the way for a united Eorzea. Well do I understand his impatience, since facing the common threat of the Ultima weapon, our nations have seemed farther apart, not closer together. Considering the many problems we face, should we not be glad that someone else is taking the initiative?
Not that, that's the problem.
We have all pledged our cooperation, yet the grumbling continues behind closed doors. Ul'dah is not alone in her duplicity. I myself have doubts as to the good this organization will achieve. With the inclusion of the finest soldiers of the 3 grand companies, it promises to be a fearsome military body. But whom will it serve? Even under the watchful gaze of the Scions, it is not unthinkable that such a force could perpetrate a great wrong. Does it not concern you that a significant proportion of its financial backing came from the coffers of the Syndicate, that those unprincipled worms might forge this extraordinary gathering of warriors into a private army?
I have trust in the Scions, Your Grace. They have spared us no end of trouble at the hands of the Primals. If they seek reinforcements, I deem it unwise to deny them. As for their finances, full many gave generously. And though our nobles proffered a sizable sum, their coin did not spill from the pockets of Lolorito and his cronies. And what of the presence of our stalwart adventurer friend in this endeavor? I doubt the Warrior of Light would betray our cause.
The amount of money I've gotten, I wouldn't take one of Lolorito's bribes. Or Telegi's.
Yes, there is that, I suppose. Yet I have known people to change. Whether we will or no, the events of the age hurl us this way and that, like a dust devil skipping across the sands. Cannot be done about Telegi?
Not easily.
I have explored all avenues available to us, Your Grace. But as Ul'dah law now stands, we lack the evidence to convict him of any crime. To arrest him on spurious grounds would only play into his hands.
He has all but committed treason, and yet we can do nothing? Then what good our government? What worth the royal house? How deplorable this mockery of justice!
Have faith, Your Grace. It is not over.
I think we're nearly done with this book. I think we're nearly done with this batch. Right then, back to Rising Stones. That's actually a decent set. Let's see if there's anyone around. No, they're not here. No, they're not here. Yes. Right then, into Rising Stones again. This has been my longest stream. This has been my longest stream yet, and yet there's going to be some longer sooner or later. Ah, that's where it was. Our dome and farming methods would have been adapted here on the frontier. It's too early yet to know if they will prove to be effective. Yeah, there's nothing much left to be said by this bunch. That is not a Juliet journey I wish to soon repeat. But I cannot pause to rest. The culmination of all our efforts is at hand. I must seize the preparations for the inaugural ceremony. Thank you for allowing me to monopolise your services, Taylor. I'm certain the antecedent will be pleased to see you free for other duties. Greetings, Taylor. Alphino tells me all is in place to begin his trial company. The Scions shall certainly be grateful to have the support of such an organisation. The inaugural ceremony is set to take place here at the Rising Stones. Tataru is cooperating with Alphino to see that all is in readiness, so I'm afraid the recruits themselves are being left to their own devices for the time being. Quite a number of new faces have arrived in Revenant's Toll as of late, and I wonder if Slathborn might not find himself overwhelmed. Will you speak with him and see if there's also requires? Yeah, I'll go have a word with him. Once that hits the 8 hour mark, I'm going to find someone to raid. If I'm not done. Actually, no. I am nearly done. I need to stop thinking like that. I need to keep going with this. Keep setting myself lofty targets, not achieving them. I need to achieve this one. Right. Let's go. Oh, Marlborough Mount. Right, let's have a look at. Let's have a look at Slathborn. What can I do for you, Taylor? I thought you'd have your hands full helping out with this new arm of the Scions. Well, yeah, that's what we need to speak about. I barely noticed your recruits arrive. Barely a trickle compared to the flood of treasure hunters we have passed away every day. While I appreciate your offer to raid, it's more your burden that concerns me. I told the trial company will answer directly to antecedents, so just that means less work for you in the long run. Top on the shipment, we couldn't. Godswoman, what befell? We were bringing a shipment to Revenant's Toll, provisions earmarked for frontier efforts. But just as we sought to cross over into Maldona, we were set upon by brigands. I believe they may have been heretics. They were many, too many. We only escaped our lives by abandoning the supplies. Pray forgive us. There is not to forgive. Provisions can be replaced, but smart soldiers are hard to find. Take your rest and I'll have someone along to tend to those wounds. What to do. If heretics are involved, then this is likely to be more than a case of simple thievery. Ishgard will need to be informed. When did these supplies originate? As for Tom, we collected the provisions from Camp Dragonhead proper. Understood. I shall see that they apprise the development. Taylor, were you not on good terms with Knights of House Fort Tom? I shall be sending them a missive immediately, of course, but I would also have you travel there and offer your considerable talents. Yeah, I realise I contradict my earlier hopes to lighten your load, but I need someone who can help bring this incident to a satisfactory conclusion. Our favourable relations with Ishgard are far too important to risk half measures. Yeah, that I get. Thank you for your understanding. I'm certain Lord Orshafont will be glad of your assistance. Oh, Orshafont, I'll be glad to see you again. Orshafont is one of the best characters in this game, by the way. He's fantastic. Genuinely, he's one of the most lovely characters in this entire game. You know what? I'm not going to walk, I'm going to fly there. It doesn't take long. would go join them for that hunt that's just sparked up, but no. I'm gonna have a word with Orshafont. Because Orshafont, it turns out, is alright. ERP leader. What? I'm gonna have to ask about that. So my FC just added another new rank, and it's ERP lead. I need to find out what the fuck he's thinking. Oh, I'm sorry, I would have like... Alright then. Well, if you didn't mind fine friend Taylor Destrina. Do you care for a plate of roast carrigal? Some mulled wine? I won't say no sort of wine, but I'm here on business. No, I have seen you not come into my halls meal to escape the biting cold. Sorry, I just found out what that ERP thing was about. Extreme Raid Aid Party. It turns out my FC boss might be starting a static. I was in fact on the verge of opening an urgent missive from Revenant's Toll. I suspect the timing of your arrival is of no coincidence. No, it's not, Horshafont. No, it's not.
The incident with the new frontier hands? No, you need not elaborate. I have been following their progress with no small amount of interest.
Sec. Get a screenshot for someone from this. Fuck's sake, hold on. Screenshots. Latest one. I do like Orshafont. I miss him.
Brave men and women all. They do our nation a great service. The existence of a fortified outpost in Mordona will do much to dissuade the Empire from trespassing on Kurth's soil.
I mean, you're right there, mate.
Right glad am I that you have chosen to lend your support to this endeavor. Never let it be said that House Forton does not acknowledge the efforts of her allies, or her debts.
Yeah, she doesn't.
'Twas in the spirit of gratitude that I arranged for sundry supplies to be delivered to Revenant's Toll. That the shipment should chance to be waylaid by heretics is poor fortune indeed. Poor fortune, I say, yet not without precedent. If you would know the truth of it, these incorrigible villains grow more organized with each passing day.
Unfortunately, yes.
This new unity of purpose we attribute to their leader, the Lady Iceheart. But though I have devoted significant resources to the task of identifying this woman, we have yet to learn so much as her birth name.
Remember that.
What
Lady
we do know
Iceheart.
is that the heretics speak
Very
of Iceheart in
important.
reverent tones, and would gladly embrace death rather than betray her. Such loyalty is rare indeed, and I fear to imagine what so committed a collective might achieve. The brigands have not yet been so brazen as to risk direct confrontation here in Dragonhead. Some few of their number have, however, been sighted not far to the west of here, and with ever-increasing regularity. A visit to Whitebrim Front may bring you the answers you seek. Will you brave the snows, knowing what implacable foes may lie in wait?
You bet your ass. You bet your ass.
Halone's blessings be upon you. Though I take no pride in the admission, many of mine own countrymen are not so well suited as you adventurers to dealing with such foes. Were they dragons, it might be otherwise.
You need to make your men more versatile, mate.
But truly, I could not wish for a finer ally. You have done much for my house in the past, and I have no doubt but that I shall have cause to celebrate your deeds again ere long.
I do like Archifont.
Should you learn aught of value, pray return to me forthwith. A warm hearth and a warmer welcome shall be waiting for you.
Him and Graha are two of the better characters in this. Archifont knows what the fuck he's doing. That is a man you want as an ally. Anyways, over to Whitebrim. Sweet next to Sweet next to Wishguard. That's one of the guard tower. That's one of the guard towers. That is someone's retainer. Wouldn't mind out in that gear. I fully admit, most of my retainers, I've always sent them out in I've sent them out in my pass me downs. But most of my pass me downs, to say the least, aren't too bad. Also, the light in this area actually helps light my face up. Right, I gotta go up here. Oh. Darling. Come on, game. Hold a minute. Go inside. On the floor. There we go. To Drillmon. Taylor, welcome, welcome. You shall be pleased to know that repairs to Stonefit will proceed apace. We shall rebuild soar and strong that the Dravanians might batter themselves senseless against our shield in the west. I would venture, however, that matters of masonry are not what brought you to Whitebrim. On the trail of a band of thieving heretics, you say? By the Fury, but you do seem destined to cross paths with those villains. Bot's next to him. I must confess then, 'tis a sad truth that the wilds hereabouts have indeed grown thick with their number. They track swiftly, without warning, and are canny enough to evade our most able trackers. It's not merely their newfound organisation that confounds us. Their takes themselves seem somehow changed. I know not why on earth influence is our wheels, but the men we face seem utterly lost in the grip of righteous fervour. It is an unsettling and unnatural zeal. Perhaps you would care to question one of the recent victims? As fate would have it, your arrival came moments after a trader was waylaid on the road. The patrol found the unfortunate fellow lying senseless in the snow and carried him to our infirmary. Assuming you have to regain the use of his faculties, the merchant might recall some small detail that could aid you in your task. Right then. Well, I'm sorry, but I need to be out of here quickly. I'm going to run down your stairs in a Magitech Predator. Then across to your infirmary and have a word with the guard, and have a word with this unfortunate merchant. Oh, he's upstairs. Tell you what happened? Why, yes, of course. I'm quite recovered enough for that. Anything to help. I'll get my goods back.
I was travelling to my usual route to Whitebeam Front when a sudden blow sent me reeling. Next thing I know, I was on the ground and several heretics were rifling through my cargo. Arms, armour, crystals were taking everything. I suppose then that one of them noticed my believer gaze and stalked over to better acquaint my head with his mace. Before darkness claimed me, I, however, distinctly heard the words, "Return to Snowcloak." I dare say that is where they were hauling my goods, but you'll not catch me rushing off in pursuit. You tell me it was a miracle I survived at all, and I'll not trust my thick skull to save me a second time. Right then. Right, I'm going to get your goods back, mate. Give us about 10 minutes. But less than that, this won't take long. Snowcloak ain't too far. So hope we encounter no big uglies on the way. Because there's a fate that spawns here and it's a big one. Right, speak with the house during their night. Draw your weapons, Fal. Wait, I recognise you, adventurer. Are you come-seeking? You ask come-seeking heretics? Then we share a common purpose. We on patrol when we chance across one of their raiding parties and pursue them here. By rights, we should have had them cornered in this ravine, and yet they have gone, vanished like icy wraiths. Oh, her. Lady Iceheart. You glimpse a woman atop the cliff? Could it be Iceheart herself come to sneer at our folly? And where did she disappear? The heretics must have discovered a passage through the frozen wall. Some hidden tunnel that escaped our notice. We have not the men to risk further investigation. It would be best were we to return to Whitebeam Front and lay our suspicions before Lord Dreamore. Right then. Someone must have murdered that fate in my absence. Either murdered or it just despawned. It had 8 minutes left on the clock. Someone must have absolutely annihilated it. Or blue maged it. Probably blue maged it, to be honest. Right then. Try not to run over the beds. Right, off to Dream on. Oh, that's a decent looking armor set. Oh, some of the stuff. Taylor, it appears I owe you my thanks once again. The surviving knights spared no detail in their report. The men you found out near Snowcloak were some of my finest, but they should be bested so handily. I fear I have woefully underestimated the threat these heretics pose. While I understand you might balk at the notion, I must ask you put aside your mission and consider the stolen provisions lost to us for now. It would be ill-advised to blunder unprepared in what may well be the very lair of our enemy. Pray return to Dragonhead and inform Lord Orzafont of your discoveries. He will wish to plan contingencies of his own. As for Iceheart and the fanatics, the freezing height of Snowcloak will not shield them from our justice for long. No, it won't. We shall be dealing with that bit tomorrow. We shall be dealing with Iceheart and her lot tomorrow. So if that spoils things, well, that's part of the next bit of the plot. Also, that is Stone Vigil over there. Stone Vigil, Ishgard itself, and on the other side of the map, as you can see, Steel Vigil. There's a lot of vigils. But yeah, the Stone Vigil is it's a slightly important place in the plot. Ah, Rock. Really? Rock of I forgot the name of that bloody fate. Rock of Ages. Really?
Right then. Back to Autofont. That's what
Your return is most timely. Of their own accord, my thoughts had turned to your task and the progress thereof. I confess, my imaginings tended toward the grim and bloody. But you are here now, and I suspect such frivolous wonderings do little justice to the reality of your travails. Tell me, what did you learn of Iceheart?
Not much, but I did notice. So I did notice someone slinking off into Snowcloak.
Indeed, and this transpired at Snowcloak? Of all the highlands, that towering wall has borne the worst of the region's brutal shift in climate. So inhospitable has Snowcloak become that we have still to survey the area in its entirety. Could its frozen heights conceal the heretics' hideaway? Mayhap a more robust reconnaissance effort is in order. Putting such considerations aside for the moment, we still know far too little of this Iceheart. That she is capable of commanding such a band of fanatics bespeaks natural authority, and no small measure of charisma. As much as I would like to fathom this mystery with you, the situation has grown beyond my personal purview. I am bound by duty to inform the Temple Knights and request that they bring this matter to its conclusion.
Good luck to him with that.
Given the glowing reports the new commander has garnered thus far, I am certain that they can be relied upon to take appropriate action.
We'll be meeting him soon enough.
Though Iceheart's true identity yet eludes us, you have provided us with a point from which to begin. Sometimes it takes but a single stone to prompt an avalanche.
True.
On the matter of the stolen provisions, I have already made arrangements for a second shipment to be sent to Revenant's Toll. I could not well allow such an honorable venture to be undermined by one miserable setback.
We are setting up, and we are starting to set up proper for Heaven's Ward. So mention Heaven's Ward it's something special. Anyways, back to Slapball. Right, once I'm over this a little bit, I'll be done. Right then, let's see what Slapball has to say. Taylor, it's good to see you return to the Toll. How fared you in the frozen wastes of Kurthus? Lord Fulton sent us a second shipment. But 10 thanks to Lord Osfond for his continued generosity. Yet even as our town grows in prosperity, I fear it will attract ever greater numbers of those who would do us harm in the name of greed or power. All of us, Alphinaud's new recruits included, must remain vigilant against such threats. While you were away in Kurthus, preparations for the inaugural ceremony were all but completed. But Tatarud was yet seemed somewhat flustered. Take enough of your time. Why don't you head into Rising Stones and see if your frantic receptionist could do it with a hand? Right, I'll go have words with her. Maybe I thought I was nearly done, maybe I'm not. Ah, Sophie and Radamant. I may do that site. If I've got time, I may do that bit in New Game Plus. Because their quest is alright. Right, Taru, let's have a word with her then. See what she has to say. These attachments need to be sorted in these documents. Why are they even here? Oh wait, I'm sorry, it's into the file lost in my waste paper basket. Ah, Taylor, you startled me. You wish to lend a hand? Splendid. Will you be a dear and hand these uniforms out to the new recruits? They're scattered about Revenant's Toll, and I haven't the time to track them all down. The recruits noted on their gab immediately and assembled here in the Rising Stones. You'll want to report directly back to Alphinaud if you don't wish to miss the ceremony. I wonder if the Science will ever have matching uniforms. Well-funded organisation is a well-dressed organisation, I suppose. Maybe, maybe not. Right then. Yeah, nearly done now. Let's see who they've got. Let's see who we've got to join us. Right, firstly, all this little shit back.
Those who believe this company will see no risk is a short-sighted fools. The giving of oneself is an investment in the future. Thus does sound my name to the cause.
Yep. You got a uniform?
These uniforms were a splendid idea. Once our organisation has made a name for itself, there's to be worth for plenty in selling replica costumes to the adoring masses.
Ah, a money tourist dickhead. Oh, there's someone up here as well. Get these ones out of the way first. Laurentius.
Thought it best to mimic fellows here, but I admit I have no idea what we're supposed to be doing. Oh, our new uniforms. I'm reminded of my induction into the Wood Whalers.
Yeah.
There's Alyan, Agmus.
Scarlet Garb marks me as a proud member of the Maelstrom, the hearty defender of Lindsay and Lindsay. Yet in truth I stand for the betterment of the realm, and thought this new company a fine opportunity to contribute on a grander scale. Right then, here you go then, uniform. Oh, now that's a Dragon Cheddar Blue. Put alongside a Maelstrom uniform, my wardrobe will certainly not lack for colour. I don't believe we've met. I'm Ilbert, and I will have the honour of leading my fellow recruits as captain. Much did I lose to Calamity, and I look forward to aiding others in rebuilding their lives. Got your uniform here. Uniforms are a shrewd decision. There's no easier method of creating a common bond among what is essentially a band of strangers. Fucking Ilbert. We'll be dealing with him a fair bit, unfortunately. Fair bit later, at least.
Taylor Destrina? God, I did not expect to meet you strolling about town. Tales of your primal battles are what inspired me to come to Revenant's Toll.
Yeah, I got something for you, sweet. I got something for you, love. Here. Uniform.
It is an honour to receive this uniform from your hands. I shall wear it with pride.
This is the last quest, I think. Oh, hey up, Wilbert.
Little amigo could learn much from Revenant's Toll. This town can't be so alive in the midst of such desolation.
Here, got your uniform, mate.
I've never worn such. Oh, it's quite so voluminous. Well, I'm sure I'll grow accustomed to extra cloth in time.
Ah, Rio. Hello there, lad. Lunch for me, will you? Just give me a whistle, but I'm not sure I'd hear it amongst all the bustle. Here, you got your uniform, mate. Oh, proper uniforms and all. This thing will be a cut off blood to me head. Not to worry though. I'm sure I'll be fine after making a few adjustments. So he knows how to clean. He knows how to do things then.
Isildur is at last retired from the adventurous life. Though I shall miss his wisdom and irrepressible spirit, I am excited to forge my own path forwards. Ah yes, the uniform. Thank you. Truth be told, the thought of pledging myself to such a lofty organisation is somewhat intimidating.
You'll be fine, Alian. You'll be right. She's got experience as Alian, so she knows what the hell she's doing. In any case, I believe this is the last quest for now. I think this is the last quest of this storyline. So in any case, I shall go speak to Alphino, and then I think he'll be speaking to the antecedents again, Minfilia. See if I've got anything else to say, nothing new about looks of things. I have been going for fuck knows how long. Well then, Alphino.
Yes, Taylor. Tataru mentioned that you were handing out new uniforms. I assume you've now met the rest of the recruits? Yep. Some of you answered the call to arms I put forth. Through the established grand companies and such, we are not yet an army, but there is a much smaller core of a small core of elite warriors can achieve. Should I mention I thought of the name for the company? It is my hope that it shall soon be known across the breadth of Eorzea. The moment of truth draws near, Taylor. Once the last of the recruits have gathered, I shall make the official announcement.
Comrades, your presence here this day signifies the momentous choice that each of you has made.
I apologise, I need to be right back. Hello again, I'm back.
With your strength now pledged to the scions of the Seventh Dawn, you are beholden to no single nation. You stand as the vanguard for a united Eorzea.
Lofty goals. Pardon me.
From this moment forth, I declare you Crystal Braves. Let us mend this fractured realm and face our enemies as one. Whether it be the Beastmen and their primals, or the conflict in Carteneau, it is plain that the nations of Eorzea cannot solve the problems which plague the realm. Thus does it fall to some few heroic souls to succeed where they have failed.
Looks like its ego's getting to him.
Come, take your place at the Scion's side as guardians of Eorzea, and together we shall fight for the freedom of all! For the freedom of all!
A rousing speech, Alphino. Or should I say, Crystal Brave Commander Leveilleur?
Please, antecedent. The title is honorary. I shall not be leading the troops into battle, as it were. We are of the same purpose. Let us join hands and do what must be done to save this land.
The Scions stand ready.
And I believe we are done. I hope.
I'm eager to see what the Crystal Braves might accomplish. This shall prove an interesting time indeed for the Scions. Yes, I'm listening. So our worst fears are confirmed. The entire Isle. Such power defies comprehension. Truly? Kryl is alive? Thank the 12.
Kryl, we should be seeing her at some
I see.
point.
Pray, inform me if her condition changes. Yes, I shall pass on your words to Urianger. My thanks. I shall contact you anon. When I learned of the loss of the Isle of Val, I dared not hope that my friend had survived. Yet, by some miracle, it would seem she has. She's still to regain consciousness, it is true, but better that than death. Putting this happy news to one side, we must now endeavour to make sense of the readings taken by the survey party. It appears the etheric disturbance which accompanied the Isle's destruction is of a magnitude alarmingly close to that of Ultima. Could the Ascians be responsible for this devastation as well? I wonder, have you heard aught from the Mother Crystal since the battle with the Gallians? Then she speaks to neither one of us. Heidel's silence portends naught but ill, I fear. Louisoix, I pray you yet watch over us.
Right, and now for something else. Oh. That's how I steal a vigil, I think. Very good. See that the provisions are prepared for transport. Let us hope that this shipment is spared the fate of the last. The winds are uncommon fierce this day. We are now at, this is the inside of the vault. The inside of Ishgard's headquarters. This is inside of Ishgard itself. And that is its ruler. And that is Lot of Night. And that is really not good, because there are Ascians behind him. La Habrea and Elidibus. And with that, we are done. We are thankfully done for the night, because Jesus fuck, that has been 8 hours. Nearly, yeah, more than 8 hours. Right, let's see who's streaming. Let's see who's streaming, because I need to raid someone. See if anyone was hosting someone. Right. with that, found someone to raid. Oh, hello. Channel. Seems like we're exposing someone. Raid. MDCT. MDCT. Spell that. Is it? And with that, I've been Mr. Takebite, your host. It has been a fucking long one tonight. I'll be going again tomorrow, hopefully not for quite this long. Good night. And do take care of yourselves now, okay? Always a pleasure. And yeah. See y'all later.